something to enhance your game experience. Why not? But it's really not a mod. Especially DF Hack, or especially DF Therapist, because it's literally a separate program that runs in the background. Like, because they're not installed into the game. It's like RAM hacking. You can install DF graphics for Dwarf Fortress without using DF Hack, though. Just not Vettlinger. Just not the ones that add more sprites. But the one, like, you can install Space Fox without using DF Hack. I've done it. You just have to go turn graphics on in your init files. All right. This is, I guess, day 2 of this particular fort. Anyway, so this is Uniontheater. We have 44 dwarves right now because we just had a big migrant wave. Uniontheater is the second fort that we started yesterday. We are in a haunted biome, which is why there's spooky purple trees everywhere that are creepy. They're more akin to the underground mushrooms. And we are finally demolishing our protection box. This box was a thing that we built around the entrance of the fort right at the start because there was a very big problem. And by very big problem, I mean there was undead birds dive bombing us constantly, and we needed something to keep us from horribly dying. Down here is the little stairway. There's our tiny little farming zone. And then actually the biggest aquifer I've seen in maybe ever. It goes from here down 12 Z levels all the way down through the first cavern layer, which is ridiculous. The aquifer goes all the way down to here. Like, this is where it ends. It's ridiculous. We have our little trade depot down here where we've actually traded with some people, and this is what we're building. This is going to be our fortress. We're going to make these big curvy patterns around the whole level, I think, and maybe do another set down here and maybe another set down here. Hey, Slycon. Good to see you. And then if we scroll down a little further, we'll go through the second cavern layer, which we flew through very quickly. And then this is where we're doing some mining. There's silver and tetrahedrite. And then down here, well, you'll see the lava up there, but this is our magma forge. Today we're going to start working on glass. We're going to start working on, actually, you know, this might not be a bad idea. Maybe some glass walls. I was trying to think like what material I should use for the surface, and maybe like a combination of glass and other things. Yeah, this is the underground section of the fort. Good win, Whitcode. Congrats. Okay, well then like, you need to like self-correct then, because like you can install graphics packs without text will be text. You just don't like playing with graphics packs without text will be text. And like, that's fine. I get it. We only have 3 bedrooms in the fort, which is for my 3 metal workers. Although technically we have 2 more metal workers now that just came in with the recent migrant wave. Hey, Phil and Phil. Once again, this is Mothfall, the fort that we spent a bunch of time in recently, and this is Hotbeards. Over here, where is it? There it is. Right there, that's Theater Vaults, the fort that we tried to start. That failed horribly. And then down here is us, the climactic dwelling of the Crimson Pulley, the Dwarven Fortress of Uniontheater. Done dirt cheap. Pygo? Going to lurk when listen while you work. Enjoy your lurks and works. Alright, I think I'm going to make me some glass furnaces. Make 4 of them. I don't even know if I have dwarves with glass making available. We'll find out. So the named dwarves in the fort currently, some of them were named here and some of them traveled here, are Base Relic, Jimmy Tibby, Anander, Casey, Scoops, Akre, Dr. Phineas, Jack Nurik, Spiky-Haired Freak, Sock Smell, Krabicus, who immigrated here, Space Pirate, Madan Ho, Pink Fluffy Llama, welcome, Woogie, and Mark, and Dandy Barfunkel. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, we have a couple metalsmiths, we have a couple crafts dwarves, we have a couple brewers and farmers, we have a mechanic, we have a doctor, we have some wrestlers that are all going to be hammer dwarves. Can you have an engraver dwarf? Absolutely, you can. You can be Usteth. Lunch, he'll be back. Alrighty. Within the last season, he was delighted after watching performance. You had a dwarf yesterday in one of the forts that got, like, annihilated immediately, right? At lunch, just checking in. Well, I hope you're having a good lunch, amateur. You'll take a brewer dwarf. I will do my best to, get that to you. That is a mason? Oh, right. You are correct. Masons are just better engravers, though. Also, I always give masons engraving. So instead, I don't know. I will swap you to somebody else. Apparently, I can't read. Pretty good mason, though. Yeah, okay. I guess it's just in Esm that's available then. Aqua with the first resub of the day. What up?
Good morning. 16 months of awesome streams, and even more dwarfs today.
Well, it's because I know that if I stream anything else, half the people will watch, so. Well, that's not totally true, but. It's kind of funny. They're pretty similar to the ones that we had previously, but they had to be redone because the artist got booted out. Anyway, it's good to just slow down and relax, says Philin. He's delighted when remembering watching a performance, but was afraid after reliving experiencing trauma. I need to sneeze. Oh boy. It's like when the first resub comes in, I have a sneezing fit. All right, you worship Stull, who is the deity of victory worn fortresses, takes the form of a male dwarf, and you have a pet duckling. Might have a CD in your mailbox. You should go get that CD. I haven't found a single one of your math problems funny. I found some of the writing weird, but I wouldn't say funny. But if you find it funny, I'm happy for you. He's 91 years old, born on the 11th of Hematite in the year 91. His upper front teeth is gone, and his medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is arranged in double braids. His medium-length hair is clean-shaven. He has a broad, prominent chin, and his extremely tall ears have large hanging lobes, and his lips are thick. He has a scratchy voice and dark peach skin, which is wrinkled. His heliotrope eyes are somewhat narrow, and his hair is black with some gray. His front teeth are gone. He likes claystone, tin, and rhodolite, giant penguin bone, and giant snail shell, sheep's wool and low boots, bracelets, and guinea fowls for their social nature, boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and purple yam plants for their tubers. And the words of the musical poem and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine and the sight of the velvety queen. And when possible, prefers to consume cat. Right. Prefers to consume cat. Is it hake or hake? I actually don't know. I know it's a type of fish. Anyway, I've never heard anybody say that one out loud. At least that I'm aware of. Prickleberry wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Personally values sacrifice and perseverance and in the face of adversity, and personally values sacrifice and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Values tradition and doesn't really see the point in working hard. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Finds obligations confining and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to ask others with help with difficult decisions and likes to take it easy, slow to anger, and prefers to present himself modestly. He can handle stress and tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects. Tends to think before acting and tries to keep his things orderly. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. likes to brawl, and can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. There you go, Philin. And Sycon wanted a brewer. I'm like imagining them less like bats and more like, well, I guess bats works. I was imagining more like a rodent, like mouse ears, like just kind of like that, or like I'm literally just imagining every single dwarf in this fort looking like this. Because some of them have tangled teeth, and some of them also have prominent eyebrows. So I'm literally just imagining all of these characters looking like Quark. Like, that's the point that I'm at. It's like, oh, well, they're all just Quark. It's just like, they all have very large ears with fused large lobes. Some of them have prominent eyebrows. Some of their eyes are bulging. Tangled teeth, big nose. It's like hooked nose even. It's like, I mean, that with a beard. Although the image in my head of Quark with a beard is very funny to me. Somebody Photoshop a dwarfy beard onto Quark. Yeah, they're all just Ferengi, pretty much. I mean, Ferengi are just like slightly more scammy space dwarves, basically, right? Well, they're far more sexist than dwarves are. Anyway. They're more prejudiced than dwarves. They're like evil, prejudiced space dwarves, kind of. Maybe more space gremlins. I don't know. Anyway, Sycon wanted a brewer, I think. So. Within the last season, he felt satisfied at work and felt fondness. Speaking with an acquaintance, it says, I could do without all these creatures and tangled greenery. To be fair, they're not really creatures, but we do have a bunch of undead tree wolves. No CD? Oh no! I went and checked the mail last night, Pilot, and I had a mini heart attack because I had a letter from the IRS. But it was just a notice that you paid your taxes. Like, America? Like, what? Getting letters from Tax USA is like terrifying. It was like essentially just, here's like a thing that you file with your taxes next year that say, yes, you did in fact pay your taxes this year. I was like, okay, thanks for, I think I got one last year, which I definitely remembered to pass off to my tax lady, but that's relevant. Anyway, so you're married, Sycon, to Melville, and you're a worshiper of Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous. Your wife is a miner. Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous is a female dwarf god of the Crimson Pulley who's associated with mountains. Quite a popular god in this region, and you've killed a cave floater before. He is married to Melville, and he is a worshiper of Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous. He is 84 years old, born on the 6th of Obsidian in the year 98. He is very fat, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His short hair is neatly combed. He has a very broad chin. His heliotrope eyes have large irises, and he has small lobed ears that are tall. His eyelashes are quite long. See, long eyelashes. And his dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. Also dark peach. His hair is black with a touch of gray. Incredibly tough, very slow to tire, and he is clumsy. Sycon likes hornblende, silver, smoky quartz, little penguin leather. Little penguin leather. There's little penguins? I didn't realize Dwarf Fortress, identified the difference between big and little penguins. Anyway, amber, because it's the color of your energy, and low boots, and the words of the paper lace, and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and obviously that one song by 311. And when possible, prefers to consume strawberry, wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You would love Long Death. Personally is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time. Ferengi spotted. And sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. See, like literally a fucking Ferengi. dreams of raising a family, and is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism, a strengthening after experiencing trauma in 178. Remember, chat, this is our brewer. Also, that's a goblin trait. That's interesting. Is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and is rarely jealous. Finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. That's backwards. And is rarely... and he is rarely unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He's rarely jealous, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a really calm demeanor, and he's quick to anger. He does not easily hate or develop positive feelings, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He is greedy. He has a greedy streak, definitely a Ferengi, and he shakes his finger up and down when he's trying to remember something. Chat, can somebody... Okay, so if anybody here is, like, desperate to make a Dwarf Fortress mod, like an overhaul mod, can you guys please make a Star Trek Ferengi Dwarf Fortress mod? Can someone please do that? Can someone make that happen? Do I pay taxes in the States because of Twitch? No. I am a private contractor. Twitch withholds some tax and they pay tax on my behalf. And I get a deduction in Canada based on the amount of tax withheld. It's a very small percentage. Like, it's like last year it was like $600 or something that was withheld. And so it's like a deduction from my taxes in Canada because certain money is withheld from from every paycheck, which Twitch pays as part of their taxes for having private contractors. So they pay me as a independent international contractor. It comes into Canada, and I pay tax on that income in Canada. I don't have to pay tax for income for a country I don't live in. If I had a U.S. citizenship and I lived partially in the States, then I would have to do that, but I don't. So, no, that was basically just this is the amount of money withheld. This is the company that withheld it. You get a deduction on this next year, basically. Which is why I'm pretty sure I got one last year, but I definitely forgot to, it's basically like, this paperwork is done. This is the receipt that this paperwork's been done, is all that is. But every time I get any kind of letter from the IRS, I have a fucking heart attack. Which I think is understandable. Let's say. One history is, it's too early in the morning for math, man. Like, I read like the first sentence and a half of this. Do I have to read this? Chat, you can read the math if you want. It's too early in the day. I've been awake for like an hour and 45 minutes. I've had half a cup of coffee. This is like, it's too early in the day for this shit. Does anybody else want a dwarf that I've missed? It's annoying how stressful taxes are. It's annoying how stressful American taxes are. My taxes aren't actually that bad. My taxes are actually like kind of fine. Like, yeah, I owe money every year, but the way I do it, actually, it's all right. I mean, I think it would probably be stressful for somebody doing them the first time as a private business owner, but I'm used to it at this point. I have 5 consistent streams of income and about 7 if you count the inconsistent ones, Rosenvine. Just like, because like every single tipping platform is considered a different stream of income, right? So yeah, my taxes are super fucking complicated. Like YouTube's income, Twitch's income, Coffee's income, Patreon's income, everything's income. But, I don't know, I'm used to it at this point. I still will always get mini heart attacks every time I see any kind of letter in my mailbox from the IRS. Just because it's the IRS. Oh, that's American taxes. Last thing I want is to be told, hey, you owe a bunch of money in a country you don't live in. Did he actually just buy Twitter? I thought he just, like, threatened to buy Twitter or offered to buy Twitter. Did he actually buy Twitter? I was under the impression it was just a offhanded pseudo-threat. We're going to pen the animals that arrived. Got a goat, which needs to be penned. That's the only one. Okay, then he didn't decide to just buy Twitter. He's offered to buy Twitter. Very different things. I mean, it might happen, but I think I'd still be kind of surprised at this point. But then again, I don't know. I've been surprised by other purchases in the past, so I don't really care. Twitter's a shit fest, and he can't make it worse, so. How could anybody manage this game? Just like this. See? Not that hard. You just hit buttons. Easy. You are the developer. What? Warning to you too. Congrats, Blind. You are the developer. This is like when somebody came into my chat and asked me if I made the game that I was streaming at the time. They're like, did you make this game? I was like, yes. What was even better was I was talking with the developer, the stream at the time. Because he was also in the chat. And he was just like, yeah, no, this guy definitely made this game. Seems like I got a promotion. Yeah, I went from bottom feeder YouTuber and content creator up to Toady one. Damn. But no, I didn't make this game. I'm just a humble Twitch streamer. Achievement unlocked. How many gamer score do I get for being the game developer? That seems like something that you'd get in like Game Dev Tycoon. Toady 2. Oh man. Someone needs to make that parody account. It would be like Riker Googling or like Picard tips, but Toady 2. Or like it would be like a slightly more comedic version of the Dwarf Fortress Bugs Twitter account that just tweets out bugs for Dwarf Fortress. All right, so the thing that I did when I was pointing the camera at my hand is I assigned a dwarf to glass making, because I think I only have 2 dwarves right now that have glass making. I think it's just Eusteth and this guy. So I assigned one other dwarf glass making. I'm making these glass furnaces. As somebody who's like knows enough Python to crash a computer and that's about it, yeah, I can't make a game. I maybe an RPG maker. Is English not your first language, Reagan? Because I'm confused about like everything that you're saying. Thank you. Also, hey Sebastian, it's good to see you. And paper cuts hurt me too. So wait, what? You know, I think that Toady 2 is actually like the connective tissue that connects Toady 1 and 3-Toe. Just throwing that out there. All right, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to fill this whole area out. This whole area is just going to be like these big old swooping hallways. I need to like round that out a bit. This is part of the Pulley series, yeah. because the Pulley series is the faction that we're playing. So every single one of the forts I build in this world are part of the same faction. So previously we were in Mothfall. I don't think the last VOD of Mothfall has gone up yet. I think that goes up tomorrow. Need to check the YouTubes. But we were previously in Mothfall. We had some attempts over here in this haunted biome, and now we are in the middle of this resurrecting haunted forest, so everything that dies becomes a zombie, which is why we have a bunch of kills on, like, horse hair and horse necks, because we butchered a couple horses, and then, like, their hair and necks came back, which was fun! Hello, Gravel. How was you? You would be glad to understand what's going on. The best way to understand what's going on in Dwarf Fortress is to either watch a lot of Dwarf Fortress or ask questions. And ask questions like, what's that icon mean? But if you install the game, because it is free, and just spend a little bit of time with the wiki and hitting K and looking at things. This is a tile set, so your game won't look like this, but install a tile set that you like looking at, and just hit K and look at things for a bit. And you'll start to realize, oh, that T is a turkey, and that D is a duckling, and that G is a gosling, a baby goose. And that is a dwarf, and that is a stockpile. Those are barrels and mugs and walls and seeds and bags and various armors and copper picks and logs, and every single layer is a layer of Minecraft blocks, essentially, that go all the way up to the surface. And then up and above the surface, it becomes like this. Oh, you're still in Hotbeards? Gotcha. Yeah, Hotbeards is right here. Hotbeards had the water cannons. It's all chairs and thrones. It's all just chairs and thrones. Just piles and piles and piles of chairs and thrones, yeah. And this fort's maybe made out of soap, potentially. I wouldn't recommend that myself, Phil and Phil, but you can give people whatever recommendations you want. Everybody stares at me like you were before? Well, I stared at you like you were before because you said that I are the developer. Which was just a very strange statement. But I'll answer any questions you have about dwarves. I know plenty about this game, but I didn't make this game. So that is just a very strange thing to say to somebody. So I was perplexed by that. We need a sand collection zone. Which I'm going to do right here. Why not? Because you shouldn't learn how to play Dwarf Fortress with Lazy Noob Pack. Also, it's not even called Lazy Noob Pack anymore. It's called Starter Pack. Your first fort should be played entirely vanilla. And then after that, if you want, install Lazy Noob Pack. And the reason I say that is because you will get a better grasp of the game's mechanics and what the game has available to you. I see people complaining about mechanics and asking for mechanics and commenting on mechanics that don't actually exist in Dwarf Fortress because they're so used to having them as part of DF Hack or Therapist. Also, it's only one screen of UI to learn instead of 3. Also, the game is significantly less crashy and has a tendency to be way more stable. As an example, this world is a little bit crashy because I used Advanced World Gen. I've had maybe 3 crashes in, like, I don't know how many hours. Somebody can go look at all the VODs for this. I've got like 40 VODs of this world uploaded to YouTube, and like I think 35 of them are public. And I've only had a small handful of crashes, and I see people commenting that their games crash like multiple times a day. So the dwarves look like this. These little guys. They're signified by their best job. I'm using the mouse just as a pointing tool. And these are military dwarves. So the guys with like these little like helmet thingies on, little pointy eyes, are military dwarves, and these guys are over here. I can read broken English. I'll only stare at you funny if you tell me that I'm the developer, because that is a funky thing to say to me. But I can read broken English generally. Hi, Lilo-san. It's good to see you. Yes, but see, here's the thing, right? You should learn how to fiddle around with the back end of the game as part of learning how to play the game, Aqua, because you will learn the amount of control that you have over the game. If you just, like, I've met people who've played this game for like a decade who don't know that you can just go change one number in the init files to change your population. Like, there's so many things that you can tweak within the game itself and change within the game itself and adjust within the game itself. It's good to learn that, and it's not hard to learn that. Like, you can learn that by watching one YouTube video that's 25 minutes long. It's not difficult, and I feel that that process is part of learning Dwarf Fortress, and you should, especially if you're playing Classic, which is this, should learn at least a little bit of that stuff. But after that, like, that's why I say just learn enough about the back end of Dwarf Fortress to be able to download it, set it up, and play one fort. That's what I tell people. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm biased to against Noob Pack because I've had people come into my chat and complain about bugs and issues because they're using random prepackaged versions that are uploaded to third-party websites that are like 5-6+ years old. And that is quite common. And it's distressing to me. Let's check cloth. It seems like a big sandbox. Well, I mean, so how much knowledge do you have about Dwarf Fortress, Raygun? If you can, like, communicate that. Because I don't know what you know about this game. I don't want to just, like, start explaining stuff that you're already aware of. If it's, like, nothing, then say so. Well. Nothing? All right, so Dwarf Fortress is the original make-your-own fun game. Like, it is the original inspiration for Minecraft, right? Make it clothing. We're setting up a clothing industry currently. It is the original make-your-own fun game, right? It is the original inspiration for Minecraft. It is the inspiration for games like RimWorld. It is the inspiration for practically the entire colony building genre. There are no missions, there is no direction, there's no tech tree. You generate a world and you can interact with the world in 3 ways. You can play adventure mode, which you control one character and you walk around in a turn-based open world RPG akin to a traditional roguelike or something like Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, if you're familiar with that. It's an open world survival sandbox game with a lot of parts of it that are broken and unfinished. But it's, for what it is a very compelling open world survival game with permadeath that's unforgiving. And the worlds can be massive. Like this particular world, we are, like this tile, that little blinking tile behind my, like in the middle of the screen, that's where we are, right? We are using up about, I don't know, because we're a 4x4 tile. So out of 16x16, so we're using what? 1/8 of that tile. This is the world. Oh, also, this isn't all of the world. This is just one world that I've generated, right? So you can wander around. Yeah, this doesn't have endings. You can wander around and interact with any of the factions that exist here. You can go exploring. You can train creatures. You can build a fortress. You can have a party of people and go massacre a village. You could go save the village from a dragon. You could go punch a necromancer in the nose and steal his books and read about how to raise zombies and raise an army of undead elephants and then go beat up a bunch of goblins and kill God. Like, you can do all kinds of shit, but the game won't tell you how to do any of it. Yeah, all of this game is the best randomly generated world. Well, so generate a small one then. If you're a beginner and you've made 2 forts so far, you're doing better than 90% of people. You're doing great. But what I would recommend is start reading Legends if you haven't. Like, if there's one thing that you're going to interact with that isn't Fortress mode, it's Legends mode. But that's the first way of interacting with the world. That's Adventure mode, where you control a single character. The second thing that you can, or a group of characters. The second thing that you can do, actually, the closest comparison to Adventure mode is imagine Kenshi, but in a procedurally generated world, right? Second way you can interact with the world is Legends mode. Legends mode is essentially a book. It gives you a list of, yeah, kind of like that, actually. It gives you a list of every single character, creature, book, religion, faction, piece of history, or story, or anything that was generated in the world. Because the world doesn't just generate, like, gears and a list of locations. The world generates every single individual character, right? It generates every single character's history, their backstory, their families, their religion, books they've read, books. It generates forms of poetry, forms of music, types of music, musical instruments. It generates entire factions and histories, wars, like interpersonal struggles, foot races one. Yeah, like right down to the details of like what they're doing in town that week. Like a demon overlord could get bored of like enslaving goblins and go traveling and tame some beasts in the caves and then go participate in the foot racing Olympics and win a crossbow throwing competition. Why they decided to throw the crossbows instead of shooting them? And yeah, I don't know. But they seem to like throwing crossbows for some reason in Worlds. So that's what it generates, and Legends mode lets you read all of that. It's literally just like a list of shit, like, and you can just read the entire history of your world, and that could be a history and a world with a population of 20,000, a very young world, or it could be a world with 1,000 years of history and 5 million characters. Like, the game will generate that, which is why World Gen can sometimes take a very long time. Vin, thanks for chucking a sub at Roark. I don't know how you managed to do that, but thank you. Cheers, dude. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for the first gift sub of the day? And so that's Legends mode and World Generation. And then there's Fortress mode, which is the most popular mode, which is you control 7 dwarves, and you can build a fortress of dwarves, which is what we're doing right now in a haunted biome next to a large river. Cheers, Vin. Appreciate you. So, yeah, that's kind of like a short, brief overview of what Dwarf Fortress is. The short version. You fell asleep in front of the screen. Did Scoops dies? We actually haven't had a single casualty in this fortress yet. Knock on wood. Scoops, the miner, also, like, don't worry about your eyes. They will be fine. You can read, right, chat? This is a dwarf's character sheet, for those of you who haven't seen this game before. And this is Scoops, who's Scoops' dwarf from yesterday, who we named after Scoops, who's a miner, and they say, I saw a dwarf recite Braid. Slowly the future, fair tales at the Bronze Beaches, and that is delightful. So it's probably, if it's reciting, it's probably a poem that was generated at some point and written by some character in the world that has then spread that somebody in this fort knows and told. And the Bronze Beaches is the name of my tavern. He is delighted after watching a performance. He's romantically involved with Bass Relic, and is 79 years old. Born in the 5th of Sandstone in the year 103. He relies on the advice of others in decision-making and can be very happy and enthusiastic, which is a turnaround after a new romance in 180, which means his mood's improved since 180. These dwarves seem pretty happy. Managing the dwarves and keeping them happy isn't too difficult. One thing that, like, people need to realize once they start playing Dwarf Fortress is the hard part about Dwarf Fortress is learning what you're looking at and learning how to do the things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress. Like, once you know what the visuals mean, which is actually very easy and doesn't take that long, it's a matter of sitting down and doing it. And once you know everything that the dwarves can do as a faction, Once you know how to build the buildings and kind of the order that you need to build things to survive, how to farm, how to make beds, all that stuff. The fact that you don't need water, you just need beer. Once you know that, Dwarf Fortress is actually a really easy game to play. A specific life story for every dwarf? Yep. Yep. Like, this tells this, like, the history and backstory of this dwarf. So this is a citizen of the Crimson Pulley, is a member of the Flowery Fellowship. I'm not sure who that is, and is a citizen of the Climactic Dwelling, which is us, and so the Flowery Fellowship's probably either a religion or a musical performance group or some sort of microfaction that I don't have control over that the game generated. And is a member, or a religion, is a member of the Climactic Dwelling, which is us. That's our group for this fortress. And arrived here at Sumor Stinthad on the 15th of Malachite in the year 180. So he arrived here on the 15th of the month Malachite on the year 180. Hey, Henning. You've done a few forts with the basics and you're trying to learn a few more things now? Yeah, I mean, like, it's nowhere near as hard of a game as people seem to think it is. It's actually incredibly approachable. It's just a matter of putting the time in. Let's expand this out a little bit. Like, as far as the, like, big obtuse games and even, like, colony games go, like, a lot of games, like, that I don't like to compare to Dwarf Fortress because they are very different. Like, RimWorld is kind of the classic example of the game that was inspired by Dwarf Fortress that's big, right? Like, if you play games and you're into indie games, you probably have encountered RimWorld, right? RimWorld is almost nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It's a mean game. It's a hard game. It's a game that revels in, like, causing you pain and suffering and making you lose. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Like, it will occasionally kill you. Like, we died twice yesterday. But Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of killing you is the world simulation just decided to send a creature at you, and then that fortress's story ends. But the thing is, when your fort dies, it's not the end of the game, right? If you have to retire a fort or end a fort, that's not the end of the game. Because then, like, this is my destroyed fort right here, right? I could retire this fort and stop playing it, let the AI take over for like 6 weeks in game, start an adventure in one of these elven settlements right here, and go and explore this fort and steal items, or grab one of the corpses of the dwarves that was in that fort and bring it here, and then retire that adventurer here and then reclaim this fort, and that adventurer and the corpse and whatever items they brought from that other fort would be here. Vampires become really easy to spot if you know what to look for, Arikawa, though. How much do I play this game? Well, it's kind of my full-time job. So I don't know if I'm the fair person to ask. Most people play like maybe a fort a year, according to polls I've done. So there's 2 ways of spotting a vampire real quick, Arikawa. Do you want tips on spotting vampires if you have a vampire? Because I can assist you. Biggest thing that took you a while was understanding how to recognize when something was happening. Attacks and events. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, the hardest part about learning Dwarf Fortress is knowing what you're looking at. But once you know what you're looking at, and that just comes with time, it becomes a lot easier. Like, a lot easier. It depends on the world. Vast majority of the time, I just go start a new fort in the same world. Or I start an adventure and explore the fort and then go start a fort in the same world. Or I start an adventure and go and explore some areas that I want to settle in that I haven't been to before with the adventurer, find a good spot for a new fort, and then start the fort there. Or, like, it's very rare that I just generate a new world, because why would you do that? If a fort fails and every single person dies, that's kind of sad, but you can go... Like, say you join a different Dwarven faction, because every world has multiple Dwarven factions. You go join a different Dwarven faction, you can then raid your old fort and get your artifacts back. You can go you can send your dwarves to go explore that fort, and they'll come back with items that you made in the previous fort. Or if you make a new fort with the same faction as the one that failed, you could, just as an example, if one of your dwarves makes an artifact, it might have an image of an artifact from that fort that failed on it. It might have images of the battle of the fort that failed. You know, like there's like it ties back into itself all the time in interesting ways that makes it worth returning to and sticking with. But we started this fort yesterday and probably have, like, I don't know, that's probably about 5 hours in this fort. Yeah, the game's on the Steam store, and that is the premium release, which will be $20, but the game is free on their website, right? Like, you can just go download and play the game. But that premium release will have music, which the game currently doesn't really have. Like, the game currently has, like, a 2-minute music loop that just loops, which I have disabled. And the game currently doesn't have any graphics and has this eccentric, shall we say, user interface, which will be completely redone for the premium version. But the game right now is free, so, like, you know, if you're interested, just download it and try it. And depending on what language you speak, there are various wikis for Dwarf Fortress that are quite well developed. I know that there's a pretty big Spanish wiki. I was reading something about some people working on a German wiki. There's a pretty developed Russian community for this game. Yeah, no, it's... There are resources in multiple languages. What am I digging for? I'm not digging for anything in specific. So this layer is the layer that I'm building my fortress on, or the majority of it. So I'm just digging out cool patterns, and I'm going to build my fortress in between these cool patterns. So what am I doing currently? I'm literally just setting up for where my fortress is going to be. Because I don't like squares. I don't like staring at boxes. So I don't dig boxes. So I'm building hallways for what is going to be our fortress. We need to build bedrooms because I've got 44 dwarves and 3 beds. Because there's a bunch of undead wolves in the trees over on the other side of the map, which is actually really nice because they're stuck and can't get off the map because they're in the trees. And we need to... thank you, Vin, for gifting us up to Arikawa. Because we need to, well, knock those trees down so those... yeah, we're building, like, the foundation for where we're going to build our fort, essentially. Also, all of the black starry stuff that you see is, like, dirt and stone that hasn't been dug out yet. Someone needs to gift Vin a sub back, because Vin's not subbed and is gifting all these subs. But, cheers. And enjoy the ad-free viewing, courtesy of Vinsati, who's much better at generating worlds than I am, without them crashing. Using advanced parameters. And there they go. They really don't want to make those copper wheelbarrows, do they? I have a suspicion as to why that may be. I feel like you would do... Oh. Actually, something that we do need to do is we need more anvils. And I don't have any iron, so I can't make anvils right now. This map only has silver and copper on it, which is a little bit suboptimal, shall we say. So now we're gonna hollow out this area right here. Going to leave this area kind of on its own, because this is where I crush corpses. So that they don't come back as zombies. On my YouTube channel, I have a traditional roguelikes playlist, but I don't know if it's public. I haven't streamed ADOM. I played ADOM like... Last time I played ADOM, I think, was 2009. I streamed some Ultimate ADOM out of sad curiosity, but... if you scroll up on my VODs list, you'll see that I have streamed Adventure Mode in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The last month, basically. I don't stream Adventure Mode as much because it's one of those things where I enjoy playing it, but it's very clear whenever I stream it, chat doesn't enjoy watching it. You know? Like, there are certain games where it's just like, and certain ways of playing games where it's just like, all right, so chat understands and enjoys watching Fortress Mode because that's what majority of people play. But because so few people play Adventure Mode, it's just hard to explain to people why it's cool. So I do stream it from time to time, just not as often. Like Mothfall, which was my last fort, is called Mothfall because of an adventurer that I had. I had an adventurer that was riding around on a giant moth. It was an elf adventurer, and the moth got startled by a thing while they were flying, and the moth got stuck in a waterfall and drowned the elf in said waterfall, which was a very sad story because it was a good elf. But we were using the elf as a scout to, like, spot another good fortress spot, which is how we ended up in Mothfall. I will not stream DCSS because I don't really like open world survival crafting games. Or not DCS. I don't want to play DCSS because it's too competitive for me. The community for that game is just not bad, but it's all about leaderboards and scores, and every time I've interacted with any streams of that game, it's just people going, beat my score! And that's not why I play roguelikes. If I'm gonna play roguelikes akin to that, I'd rather play like Rift Wizard or Rogue or various other games, but recently I've been kind of in a Cogmind mood, and I've wanted to play some Cogmind, but I keep playing Dwarf Fortress for some reason. More cooks? Why do I need more cooks? Oh, hey, you came from a previous fort. What fort did you come from? Halls of Defending. You came from Mothfall. Neat. Married to Ezum and is a casual worshiper of Ima as the defensive. Lamb, curry, and spice. Ooh. DF is my happy place? DF is where people show up and watch my streams, so... Everything else is when people tune out, so I like DF a whole lot. I like other games, too. And completely ablaze with feelings of lust. Giggity. But a nervous wreck. Yep, that checks out. Yeah, I don't take game requests in my Twitch chat, Reagan. So if you're just like, please stream this, I'll probably have like 4 reasons as to why I haven't, because if I haven't streamed it, highly likely, it's not something I'm interested in streaming. Desire as likes things in the abstract. So, man, all right. Well, let's just give you... I'm just going to give you glass making, because that's actually something that we're going to need soon. Where are these dwarves at? Also, because this is a haunted biome, all of these circles are staring eyeballs of varying sizes and shapes. And these purple things that are moving are wormy tendrils, which are basically like fingers coming up from the ground. Cave crocodiles fighting? Oh, well, that's good. Serpent men, rotten serpent men corpses, and cave crocodiles are all fighting. A serpent woman corpse lashes the cave crocodile in the head with her tail, but the attack glances away before bends the neck. Well, that's good. Oh, it's lovely. I mean, they just sit there and blink. They're friendly. It's a sheep. Crafting a masterwork someday. Yeah, well, good luck. Go make glass. And it looks like you have a pet sheep there, cook. Yes, you do. And you're also married, and you didn't bring your wife with. Damn, what a person. Dreams of raising a family is really jealous and has an overbearing personality. I can relate to that. Rather focus on practical examples. I mean, the blinking eyes are the least of your concerns here, Ravels, because the actual concern here is when anything dies, it turns into a zombie a little bit later because it's cursed. So, when we butcher a horse and we cut it into a bunch of different pieces, after about a minute, the hair becomes a zombie, the skin becomes a zombie, the skeleton becomes a zombie, multiple zombies if they cut the skeleton into multiple pieces, the skull becomes a zombie. Early on in this fort, when we only had 7 dwarves and we were just hiding underground trying to dig our stairwell, 2 of my turkeys died to zombie birds. And so there was 2 zombie turkeys and 2 zombie turkey heads crawling around. So the heads were crawling around and the turkeys were crawling around, which means the first time there's a siege in this fortress, it's going to be exciting because we're probably going to have to kill them like 4 or 5 times. How are you doing? I don't know. How are you doing, Jimmy? You are asking at a bad time because I'm reading New Dwarves right now. Your finger's broken. Your leg bears a scar. You seem kind of bitter. And you want to practice a craft. And you want to be extravagant. But you're happy that you improved mining. Means I can give you... I'll give you bone carving's bad here. Let's give you stone crafting and glass making. And furnace operating. I'm looking for military dwarves. Oh, hey. I know you. It's other space pirate. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Adequate mace dwarf and a competent hammer dwarf and a legendary spear dwarf. Yeah, you're just going to join the military. That's a dwarf from my previous fort. And a pet keet. This adorable animal can't work. Well, yeah, because you're a keet. And there's Spitalier. Can't remember, what did you do at the previous fort? Also military dwarf. Yeah, you can also join the military. You dream of mastering a skill. You're a wood burner. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Well, you're going to be squad 2 leader. Because we're going to need a active big military here. Prone to hatred and often develops negative feelings. There's little time for forgiveness and will rarely seek retribution. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tries to do things correctly. Tends to avoid crowds and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Can join the Dreamy Rings. I need to rename my squads. Salome, the herbalist. You dream of mastering a skill. Will often, she is obsessed with details and will often take great extra effort. And particularly ambitious and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments and doesn't focus on material goods. You can join the military as well. Even hair, yep. Let's get that second squad up and running. The Dreamy Rings can also get into combat. I really need a second anvil. I don't have an exact time for you because I don't know. A short period of time. It's not something that there's like this is the answer to that question, because it depends on the biome. And the evilness and the power in the biome, which can change. And the thing that's resurrecting. It's like asking when a dwarf dies, how long before a ghost appears and starts haunting the fortress, and will the ghost be evil? I don't know. You just have to try it and find out. Dwarf Fortress is fun like that. There's some things that you just don't know. Let's... Thanks for gifting a sub to Vin Sadi. Cheers, dude. Van, enjoy those emotes that you had some of already, and thanks for gifting subs, dude. Hope you've been all right. Based on human history, I don't know, 200 years? 200 to several thousand years, somewhere in that window. It's okay. When archaeologists discover the remains of our civilization, they will discover our computers and eventually decrypt them and go, what is this Fortnite thing? Must have been a religion. It seemed to run governments. Wow. Anyway. Depends on if it belongs in a museum, actually, I think. It is grave robbery regardless of the time. Oh, it's definitely fucking grave robbery. Which is why, like, we should just use, like, scanners to look into them without actually opening them and all that jazz. Very awkward question. I don't think that's awkward. I don't like this connector. It's too false. Until you need to break something to get it further. I mean, it's just like you're part of an all-right religion unless your religion tells you to kill people. If you're destroying the thing you're studying, what the fuck's the point? Like, I think that there's some logic to that. It's just like, oh, we've discovered a rare species of animal. Let's kill all of them and dissect them and see if they taste good. What's up, Vin? It's like, is that science, or are you just, like, killing all of the dodos? Because I think we killed all of the dodos, guys. Sorry for the bad news, but there's no dodos left. And they must have been delicious, so... Exactly. I like that we both went to exactly the same place. Back nerd. That's literally what we did to many different types of creatures in the past. If humans are good at one thing, it's figuring out what's delicious. And to knock down this structure on the surface. Keep knocking it down slowly. I don't know. I feel like I've seen something about that, but I don't think it's actually happened, so. That's like saying, well, we might cure cancer one day. Dwarf Fortress might also be finished one day. Let me know when it happens. Well, then you won't like this stream very much, Reagan. We talk about everything. And it's not your place to tell me whether or not you want to exit the conversation. If you want to exit the conversation, exit the conversation. Doesn't fucking matter. Didn't I get the memo? Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress predates the era of software not getting finished, okay? There's lots of memos I didn't get, though. Ooh. Holy Fuck is announcing their the backing bands that are following them on tour. So excited. Apparently the Galapagos turtles were the best. Wait. Hold on. Apparently the Galapagos turtles were the best thing that Charles Darwin ever ate. Not that we'll know because they're endangered because due to those expeditions. Well, I mean, obviously they were delicious if they're endangered now. Like that's like human logic, right? If they were delicious, of course they're endangered now. It's the same reason there aren't more blue whales in the world, is because they were a very large source of meat. And people are not nice to their surroundings, which is kind of a given at this point. But, you know, hopefully, well, I like to think we're getting better at that. So we're going to start building bedrooms in here. This is going to be a bedroom wing. We're going to do another bedroom wing over here and maybe another bedroom wing over here. So these dwarves have to live in a really, really harsh and shitty environment. You know what we're going to do? We're going to be nice to these dwarves. We're going to give them big, gaudy bedrooms. We're going to give them like 3x3 bedrooms, I think. Like large, pleasant, big bedrooms. We're going to treat all of these dwarves like fucking royalty. They're going to love it. If they don't, well then... The numbers on these are the priority of them getting done. With the hit of a button, I can increase the priority. So this one will happen first when I queue it up. I mean, if you want to take the time to name all of the dwarves in the fortress. The only things you can't name in a fortress, because you can leave notes and names on everything. The only thing you can't nickname or leave notes on are animals. And the reason you can't do that is because dwarves get to name those. So they name them a thing that they want to name them if they claim it as a pet. But outside of that, like, you can name whatever you want. You could name a table. Technically, you can leave a note on a table, but that's basically the same thing. I don't know how many beds or how many bedrooms this is going to end up being, but we'll find out because I only made 70 beds and I've only placed 3. So, I'll have a pretty good idea of how many beds I've placed after I start placing beds in here. I don't need to bother counting them. Okay, let's make this look a little less boxy, because that would look boring. Like, of course, you could make your entire fortress, like, super optimized tiny square rooms, which is what some people do. I have to stare at my fortresses for hours and hours and hours a day, so I want them to be interesting to look at. And because I have an audience of people that watch me build fortresses, and thus, by proxy, you guys also stare at them for quite a number of hours, they have to be interesting to look at, damn it. So if they're not interesting to look at, what's the point? So I take my time to make interesting shapes. You like not the boxy design? I don't know if you did this intentionally, but you sound like a philosopher. I like not the boxy design. I like Yoda. Boxy design, I like not. But yeah, no, plenty of people do like the very square layouts. Well, I mean, they're easier, right? Like it's a lot simpler to do it that way, and it's easier to keep track of what you're working on, right? But I think these look cooler, which makes me more interested in continuing to work on them because they look cooler, you know? It does make me kind of sad when some people go around screaming about their OCD, and it's just like, well, then you can't appreciate beauty and asymmetry, and that's unfortunate. We're gonna need another walkway going through here. Just can't make it? Why not? Literally easier than making boxes. Just build a weird winding pathway and then add on to it. That's why Dwarf Fortress is such a powerful storyteller, Reagan. Is because when you play it, you start seeing or imagining things. It's like reading a book. Like, it's the reason ASCII roguelikes are so cool. It's because by the time you're finished a run of your ASCII roguelike, you have a pretty good mental picture of what your character looks like, even if you don't have, like, a visual description or a graphical description, right? The human imagination is a powerful tool, and it's a tool that not enough video games take advantage of in the modern games era. A lot of games kind of suffer from, you know, trying to visually describe everything. And, you know, there are examples of that working, you know, Naughty Dog or studios with a bajillion-dollar budgets working on things like The Last of Us are capable of doing that because they have the budgets and they have the studio, they have the horsepower and they have the creative power to be able to do that. But a game like Dwarf Fortress, if they try to make a 3D game, they won't end up making Dwarf Fortress. They'll end up making this, which was the previous game in the Slaves to Armagh franchise, because Dwarf Fortress is the sequel or successor to that. Armagh, for those of you who are unaware, looks something like this. It's a fully 3D open world RPG made by Zach and Tarn Adams. Well, I mean, it had graphics. Well, I can tell you this, I don't have any OCD, so. I think I'm gonna make a video about the original. Armok, just for the fun of it. But yes, it is truly terrifying. They also made a Liberal Crime Squad, which is a game that ages better every year. Which is a bunch of liberals going around committing crimes to stop, you know, non-liberals. Tarn and Zach had, well, I think that one was mostly Tarn, but Tarn and Zach had their more edgy younger years at one point. I should stream some LCS at some point. It's also funny that it abbreviates to LCS and predates League Championship Series by like decades. Oh no, they're giving out free healthcare, those goddamn communists. And they're making me pay for it. Socialized healthcare is a good thing, though. Oh, geez, universal basic income, which is actually really funny and ironic because, like, Dwarf Fortress is getting the premium version and they're selling it because they need better healthcare. I still genuinely think that Bay 12 should put up a free or paid for Bay 12 Games Legacy Pack, which is just a bundle of all of their old games. They really need to do that. Okay, so I have no idea how many bedrooms that is. If anybody wants to count those, go nuts, but let's let the dwarves dig that out. Alrighty, Reagan. Take care of yourself. And there they go. Knocking it all out. Their game direction and evolution can give whiplash to someone? I mean, the whole goal of Armok was literally just to build what Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is, except in a 3D game. So I don't know if it necessarily gives whiplash. It's just they scoped down, and instead of it taking them 8 years to get anything done, it takes, you know, years. Like they worked on Slaves to Armok God of Blood for like 8 years. You think you count 45? About what we need for the fort currently, so that's pretty good. Petitions are available. Oh, the Whiskered Company, which is actually a guild that was present in previous forts. The Whiskered Company now has many members in Uniontheater, which is fitting, actually. And now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished and designated as a farmers guild. I have no idea where the fuck to put this. We'll approve it. Where do I want to put the farmers guild? Considering I haven't even built them a proper tavern yet. Their tavern is just the alcohol stockpile right now. Probably, I could designate a spot back here. Because kind of what I'm thinking about doing with this area is, you know what, actually, let's do kind of what I'm thinking about doing with this area. We're going to smooth up this zone back here. And this is going to be the Farmers Guild Hall back here. We'll have to make some statues and engrave some things on walls and give them some tables. We'll make it public for all citizens so that children can go learn about farming in the Farmers Guild Hall. It'll be a grand old time. Also, will let me know how many smoothers I have. Stone engravers I have. Not actually that many. All right, so let's actually go into some of these farmers and give them all stone detailing. So let them go smooth walls because I'm going to need a lot of dwarves with those jobs. There we go. Now things will get done a little quicker. Let's also bring one of these planters over to do that too. Although I could actually just smooth that entire chunk of the fort. Although we'll probably just do that with this once all this is done being mined out. Also, I do have to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuned into the stream, by the way. Dwarf Fortress is not an easy game to stream, and I'm one of the few people who's been moderately successful doing it. So there's maybe like 10 of us total, and only like 3 that are actually like independently successful making content about this game. So we're a rare breed. Hey Woogie, welcome back. Your dwarf's still married. Where are you? Anyways, you're satisfied after teaching kicking. You're teaching people how to kick. Hey, Nocturnal Nike. Old woman crossing the road to the right. In the eyes of Peter? What? I don't know what that means. I mean, there's more whenever my videos do well, right? Like, I got an influx of new people yesterday because YouTube decided to actually promote one of my videos for once, which equated to about 5,000 views in about an hour, which was nice. Not for my Twitch channel. I got like 5 follows out of that, and a couple people came over, which is cool. But you know, the bigger the YouTube channel gets, the more that comes over. If it's a joke, I don't understand the punchline. Unless that was the punchline, in which case, then I missed the first half of the joke. The problem with jokes is a lot of them work better verbally, and sometimes I read them and I'm like, huh? But, yep, you're still dreaming of mastering a skill, and you're teaching kicking currently. Are you wielding a hammer? Yes, you are. So you are learning the skills of the Warhammer. Oh, okay. I get it. It's missing some context, but because I'd already kind of moved on from what I was talking about at the exact moment. Just wait until you start teaching the great skill of miscellaneous object or biting, which are both very important skills to be taught in Dwarf. I don't think that joke, like, I understand what you're saying, Phil. Yes, you are correct. But I don't think that joke works in English. And I also don't think it works being said out loud. I could say some jokes about, some Russian jokes right now, but that would also be insensitive. Something sinking operation. What? But yeah, no, there's like I've had so many people tell me jokes in English that just don't work in English. Like I understand what you're trying to say, but it's not funny. I'll put it that way. Now that I realize that you're trying to be humorous. Negative resurfacing? Inverse resurfacing? Hello? What the fuck is your fort? What the fuck is your Star Legend god? Nice to see you too. We're going to make a zone. We're going to designate it as a meeting area. I'm going to hit L and I'm going to hit A. And then we're going to hit G to make it a guild hall. And it's going to be a farmer's guild. Then we just need to crank up the value of this to 2,000, which shouldn't be too difficult. Also, I need to make some bags. Farmer. I totally passed it. There it is. The Whiskered Company. This is the Sunny Berries. I think that's a pretty decent name. Runs perfectly on Windows 10. You couldn't resize the window. So you've just been squinting at it. That's very Tarn coding. But it's cool that you can get, download, and still play Armok. It's just hidden. There's no links to it on the Bay 12 site anymore. Do I have any artifacts yet? There's one in this fortress, and it is very uninteresting. But it's not listed. Oh, no, okay, I understand. I only have one in this fortress, and so it pops up when I hit the artifact screen instead of just the names. Okay. It is a slate millstone. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of slate. It's made out of a slate boulder. It's like the most basic you can get. We've had one artifact. Also, for clarity's sake, for anybody who isn't a native English speaker in this chat, you can speak whatever language you want in my channel. I do not care. But just realize that people in my chat are pretty international, and if somebody spots you being impolite, also, some of my mods speak Russian. If someone spots you being impolite in other languages, you will get called out on it. So just be kind and courteous, and I don't really care what language you speak. Or, you know, sassy and funny. Like, that's fine, too. If you're gonna troll, be good at it. But the best artifact that we have in this world, paper cuts hurt me. We had my last fort, Hotbeards, had a artifact. No, yeah, not last fort, but the fort before it, Hotbeards, had a artifact Adamantine Warhammer, which is the equivalent of making a foam waffle bat, it's basically a hammer made out of a pool noodle. Completely ineffective. Probably couldn't kill anybody, even with the most skilled, strongest warrior, and is like worth like 4 million dwarf bucks. It's ridiculous. Like, it's just this extremely valuable, incredibly expensive foam baseball bat, basically. So yeah, I was pretty happy with that one. Very amused by it. It depends on the joke, Tygo. It's like trying to sometimes translating jokes is kind of like trying to translate a tongue twister. It doesn't work. Like, the tongue twister Irish wristwatch only works in English, as an example. So it's worth $850 right now. I do have some tables and chairs, which I could throw some of these tables in here. They're all just made of slate. Let's just throw 5. Them start engraving. I always forget the Farmer's Workshop hotkey. It's W. A very expensive, yeah, it's a very expensive foam bat, basically. So I was quite happy with that one, quite pleased with that one. Yeah, nothing super crazy in this world. What's that? Did you just draw an image of a cat? Sycon drew this, and it's an image. Oh, it's an okay. So this is actually an image of. So this is my fortress's image. I designed this myself, chat room. It is an image of the dented cat, a finely designed image of a cat, a foul blend deck, and a demon rat. The cat is screaming. The foul blend deck is striking a menacing pose. The cat is devouring the demon rat. The image is a symbol of the climatic dwelling, a local dwarven government. That is our symbol, because the cat is a description of us coming back and rising again against the evil foul blend decks that killed our first attempt to settle and populate this haunted forest. Because a bunch of undead foul blend decks showed up and just ended us like immediately in our first attempt. Because they do that. And if you don't know what a foul blend deck is, TLDR, it's like a goat man. There's several images of it, I think. We also have an image of a white yam plant by Domas. Congrats, Domas, you did good work. Space Pirate also drew the dented cat. And we, what else do we have? Is that an image of mountains? It's a pointy mountain. See? It's mountains. I hope you're doing well, Harums, by the way. This is also an image of the dented cat. This is an image of beds. 2 beds. Not 1, 2. This is an image of Base Relic, the Dwarf and Dwarves by Dr. Phineas. Bass Relic is surrounded by the Dwarves. The artwork relates to the election of Bass Relic to the position of expedition leader of the climactic dwelling in the midsummer of 180. This is an image of a ginkgo tree by Philin. And this is a well-designed image of a Forgotten Beast by Jimmy Tibby. One of my favorite images that was ever drawn was an image of a horse colliding with an obstacle and the horse is screaming, which is an image in an piece of art in Long Death, which is my other main fortress that I've had for years. This is an image of the destruction of Construct Forted within reason in Uniontheater in the early autumn of 180. What? The arc relates to the destruction of Construct Forted. Did we destroy a book here? I don't know how. It's an image of a crescent moon by Space Pirate. Of course, Space Pirate would draw a moon. Checks out. Well-designed image of Stool, the superior covers. Deity of victory, war, and fortresses. An image of a male dwarf, so it's an image of a god. And what's the value of this room at? Needs to get a little higher. Those extra drawings should do her. And I gotta jump up here. Donkey. Sheep. Goat. Everything else can stay down there. And I'm going to keep slowly working away at this roof up here. It's not my highest priority. Bedrooms are higher priority. Also don't want anybody to get caved in on and die. I don't know what that means because I avoid JoJo like the plague, so can't confirm nor deny. But I are stupid. Hope you're doing well. Is it a viable solution for defense to war-trained pets? Not really, unless you have, like, an abundance of pet dragons. The problem is animals tend to just kind of just die because they don't, well, okay. So in Dwarf Fortress, let me talk about Dwarf Fortress mechanics for a split second here, as I understand them. In Dwarf Fortress, the only real difference between between a lion and a cow is a lion is a large creature that is represented by an L, and a male lion will have a mane equipped, teeth equipped, and swords equipped on their hands, right? Paws, swords, like knives, basically, right? A cow, or a bull, just for this example, is a large creature. Uh-oh, we need alcohol, and we need food. A bull, just for this example, is a large creature with horns equipped and teeth equipped. So it's missing the swords. Meaning they have like a hard-hitting blunt weapon from smacking, headbutting things, and a teeth. So if you get bit by a cow, it's about as painful as getting bit by a lion in Dwarf Fortress. But a well-trained military will have no issue utterly demolishing animals. So there's something that you can use to complement your military, but they're really not an efficient solution for any kind of defense. All right, the dwarves are here to trade, which is good because I actually have things to trade this time. I can jump up to my trading depot. I can request my trader who is in my military. So I need to actually fix that. Also, Bass Relic joined the military? When did I do that? How did I do that? Apparently you're running a squad? How did I end up with you running a squad? Flop you up. A diplomat has left unhappy. What? How did I do that? Huh? Oops. I don't know what I did, but we'll give them some gifts as an oopsies. Yeah, and if they're pets, if the animals are pets, the dwarfs get quite upset. It's like losing a loved one. They're not a huge fan of that. I'm not actually sure what I did to upset that diplomat, but... Just gonna bring gems to trade. I mean, there are ways of doing it. Like, jabberers are pretty good. Like, well, so the normal, like, defensive animals that dwarves have access to are dogs. And war dogs are not effective at all in fort defense. They're relatively effective as part of raids. So if you're sending out raids and invading things, dogs can be quite effective. If you are talking about just what's the word I'm looking for here? If you're talking about just I'm blank. If you're talking about just using dogs as defense, not very effective. If you want to dig down to the third cavern layer and domesticate jabberers and war-trained jabberers, those are very effective. If you are somewhere where there's giant elephants and you can train giant elephants, those are very effective. Like, there are animals that are effective as part of your military. However, keep in mind, it's not like a oh, I trained 5 war dogs and they're going to be as effective as 5 soldiers. Not even close. You're able to get 1 anvil for that. But I need the 1 anvil, so damn it, we'll take it. So just like keep your expectations leveled and realize that if you want animals to use as defense, yeah, like rocks are nice, but good luck getting a breeding pair of them. Dragons are excellent, but good luck getting a breeding pair of them. So you can absolutely do it. It's probably the hardest thing to do in Dwarf Fortress, like competently, because to domesticate an animal, it's like domesticating an animal in real life, right? So you have to get a breeding pair. You have to get them to make babies, then breed the babies while they're constantly going to be going wild and like misbehaving. So you'll have to be constantly retraining them. You'll have to chain them up. You'll have to like, yeah, no, absolutely. Like I've done that too. I've successfully bred rocks, right? And it's not easy. Can you train Warchickens? So not every animal is war trainable, right? Like if you go into the animals section, there's a W thing right beneath my camera, right there, that says war training. If it's grayed out, they're not war trainable. None of the animals I have in my fortress right now are war trainable. However, Dwarf Fortress is extremely moddable. You can make them war trainable. Will they be efficient? No. They'll get stepped on and die. Which is how some creatures want to die, in fact, is by getting stepped on by a large creature that is also insulting them and telling them that they have small genitalia. But like, I'm not here to kink shame or anything. Like, if that's what you're into, then by all means have fun. However, it's not a very efficient format of combat. You know, like chickens would just go and they'd be dead. War turkeys are gobblifying. They will gobble at you. So, you know, like, yes and no, right? Is the answer to almost everything when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. So it's like, if you want to mod your game and make a faction that by default has a make a faction that by default has a large creature tamed, and then use that creature for defense. Like if you want to, we could use Krug Smash as an example here. You could mod a faction that has giant beetles and make them have very tough armor and be strong for defense. You could do that, right? Or if you want to mod the game so that you have a faction that starts off with domesticated cadaverous cave crawlers and use those as defense, those are very effective defensive creatures because they're very tough. If you want to put in the time to domesticate jabberers, which are basically giant dodos, you could do that. If you want to mod the game so that you can war train beak dogs, which are like weird, basically tremors creatures that are kind of bird-like that the goblins have, you could then steal a bunch of beak dogs from the goblins and war train those and send them back to fight with the goblins. You could do that too. Like, yes, you can use animals as defense. In the vanilla game, by default, you're going to have to spend like 70 years in a fortress to successfully domesticate. Well, maybe not 70 years. You're going to need to spend like a decade in game doing nothing but breeding animals. Can you do it? Yes. I mean, you have access to every type of dragon in the base game. Do you want a world with dragons, Woogie? Crank up the dragon spawn rate in Advanced World Gen and generate yourself a world with 7,000 dragons in it. And then trap 2 dragons because they're not trapavoid, and then domesticate them. You could do that. Cave dragons are born fully grown. You could do that. You don't need masterwork to do that. You could just do that. You just have to generate a world for it. So you have to plan as that is your thing, and you have to set it up from the start. You could set up a Advanced World Gen parameters so that all of the Dwarven factions start with domesticated dragons. So, I don't know. I'm just like rambling about shit now. But like, yes, TLDR, yes, but it's never going to be as easy as you want it to be. Imagine getting an email about TikTok. This is the life I live in. And this is why I recommend against modding Dwarf, or against not modding, but this is why I recommend against starting with Masterwork or starting with Lazy Noob Pack, is because everything in Dwarf Fortress that you want to do is probably possible. And the more knowledge you have about the inner workings of the game, the more you can do. And things like Masterwork and things like Starter Pack lessen your knowledge of the inner workings of the game because it makes you depend upon external tools that can control the inner workings of the game, but not as much as something like just the, you with a keyboard and a notepad, or I don't know, Notepad++ or some sort of code viewer. Investments are open. Like, I was watching a stream once of somebody who had a fortress that was inspired by Disney's Robin Hood. You know, the movie with, like, the fox people and all that shit? Disney's Robin Hood. What year did that act? That's like 80s, isn't it? Hold on. Disney Robin... 73. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's an old movie. Fucking Phil Harris is in that movie? Good Lord. Huh. Anyway, yeah, like the base, and was literally building that. So he built like Robin Hood's camp out in the front of the fort, and had built he streamed it for quite some time. Built like the entire castle from Robin Hood, like with using descriptions from like the books of the layout, and had all of the characters in the different like animal people as the different characters that he brought in as adventurers. It was like this stupidly fucking huge elaborate thing. It was really cool. Like you can go hog wild with Dwarf Fortress. It's just a matter of having the knowledge of how to create those characters and how to create the faction that will allow you to create those characters. So now I have another Magma Forge. You know what? I'm just going to redo all these jobs. That's a sword. I want shields. Fine. You definitely don't have 1,000. Wiggy. You've watched me for like a day. You maybe have like 40, 50, give or take. So how's the fortress? Morning, Stone. Pretty good. You know, I'll be honest, I'm kind of hoping that your dwarf shows up as a were creature and we get to kill you. I doubt that'll happen, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. Because that would be very amusing. It's doubtful. I had a dwarf that was a vampire in one fortress that I locked in the walls. Made a new fortress in that same world. And not too long after, when I started a new fort, we had a vampire show up and found out that it was that dwarf under a fake moniker. So they changed their name. What creature got him? Were-lizard. Not sure I want more dragon. You still have PTSD of the frostworm yesterday. I mean, go and try and change the animals you can get on the embark. It seems like a lot of fun. Thought it was channels tokens. I mean, oh yeah, there's a difference between tickets and channel points. Channel points are their own weird nightmare. Kind of not the biggest fan of them. Like, they're not bad. Channel points are fine, but not super fond of them. This channel has had tickets within my bot for, oh, I don't know, since 2016, 15-ish era. Twitch added channel points not that long ago. And I've kept them around for good old time's sake. So, Stone, you might notice that this isn't Theater Vault. This is Uniontheater. This is the third attempt in this forest. Because, well, Foul Blend X got the better of us, unfortunately. And then we re-embarked on the same site because I liked that site, and then we died to the zombie water buffalo that was in the river from the original embark, so I was like, whatever. So I've dubbed that spot Cursed. Yeah, the 333 hours is pretty good. Nice, Spitalier. Yay, more native silver. Clean that up. Yay, more tetrahedrite. Mine that out too. Yay, more native silver. We'll mine that out 3. Yay, more gems. Mine that out as well. Unfortunately, Spitalier, we just missed the elite hours. Okay, let's see how this is going. Not bad. They're getting engraved. It's gonna... Okay, good. Silk, bag, 5. In order to start... doing glass, we need more bags. So you would like to be a cook? Yeah, we can give you a cook. Vukar. Ark. He felt satisfied at work and was satisfied at work and felt satisfied improving engraving, but was uneasy after being unable to acquire something for too long and bored after being unable to practice a craft. You're practicing a craft right now, dude, so stop being bored. Your toe's broken. Sorry. You are short with well-defined muscles, and he has medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His hair is neatly combed, and his slightly close-set heliotrope eyes have large irises, and he has a prominent chin. Also, Stone, I think you missed this yesterday. but I accidentally started an embark with the wrong faction, and there was a dwarf that preferred to consume cave dragon. Just thought I'd note that because it was interesting. Anyway, he has a prominent chin, his lips are thick, and his broad ears are extremely tall, and his hair is black with a touch of gray, and his skin is dark peach. The finest of food? Yeah, that's like the equivalent of being like, I prefer to consume dodo bird. As a human right now in 2022. He likes microcline, light pewter, praise opal, cow leather, the color dark chestnut, tables and splints, and cavies for their adorable call. Well, cavies for being the most useless creature in Dwarf Fortress. The poet of couples and when possible prefers to consume bilberry wine and can't stand moon snails. You know what's gonna be fun when dwarves start dying? Yeah, this is the same fort from yesterday. You know what's gonna be fun is when dwarves start dying of old age and animals start dying of old age and then immediately getting resurrected as zombies. He personally values self-control and values independence and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He prefers to consume bilberry wine and can't stand moon snails, and he presupposes success in every venture that requires his skills with what could be considered blind confidence. Silly dwarf. He is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism after experiencing trauma in 177. Sad. And he never feels discouraged and is a friendly individual and takes likes a little excitement now and again. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He tries to keep things orderly and thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, likes to brawl and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is trusting and speaks deliberately when he's angry and when he's greeting others. He always smiles nervously and exhales sharply when he becomes exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fortress, Oark. We have struck more native silver. And more gems. Oh, that's just designating. I need automating. Definitely seems like a dwarfy dwarf. Which also means Star Legend. That there are probably, yes, there would still be prisoners in Demon Tightness, including yourself, Star Legend. And probably also in Dreadful Hobble. And the new Monster Curse. Well, I'm glad they have a new one. So at some point when we start raiding things, I can try and free you from there. I mean, there is 5,000 goblins there, so I don't think we'll be successful, but we can try. And yes, we will try. They've been captured since the previous fort. Red Flash Opal. Ooh. Oh, also I have a mare, apparently. Only missed the memo on that one. Oh no, this sucks. There is silver right there, but it's right on the edge of the map, so I can't actually dig it out. That's unfortunate. How's the fort doing? I mean, nobody's died yet. All right, I would say. How does it seem like it's doing? We're kind of just in the building phase. We haven't been invaded yet. There's a bunch of undead wolves in some trees, so we have a natural population of undead tree wolves. Oh, well, I mean, that changes things. The Forgotten Beast, Nothgogoklush, has come. A towering eyeless crocodile. It has a swinging trunk and it is ravening. Its dark violet scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its fire. I think that's in the layer that doesn't have access to the fort. So let's hope, chat, that I set this up correctly and that it doesn't have a way in. I don't think it has a way in. Yeah, it doesn't. So, let's see what it do. Although, fortunately, it's got fire, which means anything that it sets on fire will be burned up. And hopefully won't be turned into Zimbles, because I wouldn't want to fight with it. It is me. Yeah, the crocodile is indeed me. I am the crocodile, apparently. But it's okay. I sealed that layer off, which means it's just going to go start setting shit on fire. No. Not having eyes in Dwarf Fortress is actually not much of a debuff. Unlike real life, they lose some like spatial awareness stats, which isn't that bad. More migrants? I guess, yeah, we are in mid-autumn. Raoul, the crafts dwarf, killed a crocodile and killed a crundle in Mothfall. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a giant Olm's dead body. Well, I guess you definitely came from Mothfall and was panicked after reliving being attacked. Well, that's unfortunate. Hope that you get through that. You're in a constant state of internal rage after suffering an injury, and lives life at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. You're racist, and doesn't seek out excitement. Then why are you here? Everything that dies gets resurrected as zombies. Go away if you don't seek out excitement. He will not kill the dwarves, but he will kill the FPS. You don't know how fire works then. Fire does not impact FPS. Smoke does not impact FPS, like at all. It's a very, 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 very minimal FPS sink. However, fire that is blocking dwarves' pathing does affect FPS. So, if there is a fire, and a dwarf on one side of the fire, and a dwarf on the other side of the fire, and the dwarf on one side of the fire is trying to get to the beer on the other side of the fire, that will fuck your frame rate. If there's fire, isolated, doesn't do much, if anything. It's like having a lake in your fort. And just having a lake in your fort doesn't do anything. But if there's a dwarf on one side of the lake that is trying to get to the other side of the lake, that will affect your frame. So as long as it's not blocking pathing, it's fine. Go join the military. New dwarf that I haven't seen before. So I can basically an entire caravan now? What? You gotta craft assuming an artifact from a Feymood that's worth 60,000? Yeah, I mean, you could totally sell an artifact. They're very legitimate trade goods. I sell them sometimes. Some players of Dwarf Fortress will be like, you can't sell artifacts. That's against Dwarven culture. No, Dwarven culture is dictated by the player. So you can absolutely sell and no, that's not an entire that's not an entire caravan. That's like a third of a caravan, like not even a quarter of a caravan. You might be able to sell for like all of their armor though, which would totally be worth it. But it depends on the artifact. Sometimes I will sell artifacts. I'll sell shitty artifacts or artifacts I don't care about or artifacts that were given to the fortress. Sometimes I'll give them as gifts back to the mountain home if I'm trying to get a king or something. Because that makes sense, you know? If it's donated to the faction, why wouldn't we give it as tribute back to the mountain home? Doesn't often lose focus on the current activity and likes to keep his things orderly. He laughs in a distinct way when he's exasperated. Well, I need more military dwarves, so go join the military. I don't know why you're here, Ekre. Just I thought that we already had a dwarf named Matt. Hey, Spiky. I was about to go do something because I feel a little funky. But pretty good. Good. From a visiting human necromancer? That's like saying, I was hanging out in Star Wars, and a random Sith Lord walked into the town, and then suddenly, we were all dead. There's no such thing as a visiting human necromancer. Always there was some kind of ulterior motive. Oh no! Strengthening after seeing a chameleon woman die. The poor thing. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Well, you can join the military then. Hey, it's Axon. So Axon was the chief medical dwarf of the previous fort. And is going to take that job. Not listed. You are. No, you can't sell sentient people. And you can't sell your dwarf pop. They will be... So you could put a dwarf into a cage, right? There are ways of making your own dwarves go into a cage. If you sell that cage with the dwarf in it, they will release the dwarf from the cage when it's sold. You can sell tame animals, that is it. Because they're listed as pets. If you try and sell a goblin to, let's just say, the humans... like a goblin that you've captured, when it is put into the trade depot, they will release the goblin and kill the goblin and take the cage, because you've only sold the cage, not the goblin. You can't sell slaves in Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress doesn't believe in slavery, or dwarves do not believe in slavery. Goblins are okay with slavery, but dwarves aren't goblins. So because you're not playing goblins, you'd have to mod the game to play as goblins, and then you'd have to mod the game to not assume that the goblins are dwarves, because if you mod another faction to be playable, the game just thinks that they're dwarves, and thus all dwarven ethics, so you'd have to mod the game's ethics, and that's... No, you can't sell slaves. I mean, if you want to have a really good trade good that's really cheap and easy to acquire, just make a bunch of spiky wooden balls. It's a trap mechanism. They sell off for tons. I don't need a bookbinder. I do. Ever need more metalsmiths? She is bored by reality and would rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Chat, we found a weeb. Hey, Faulted. Those things. Killed a giant earthworm once. An adequate fighter. Go join the military. Or my ex, one of the two. To 61. Nope. Not yet. Halted. Outside of, like, a few livestock. Some injuries. But no fatalities yet. There is a fire-breathing forgotten beast. But fortunately, it's in a cavern layer that can't get to us. Which means it soon might be an undead fire-breathing forgotten beast, so, tends to think before acting and doesn't often act with compassion and doesn't think his ideas and is open to changing his mind. Chat, I will be back in a sec. My tongue is numb, which means my blood sugar is probably low. I will be back in a moment. You guys can watch these dwarves run around. Hopefully nothing terrible happens. Yeah, no, this fortress, we've managed to, like, force it into being rather peaceful, but the second sieges start happening, things are gonna get fucked. Really quickly. If you have a vampire dwarf and they're under your are they under your control or not? They're under your control, yes. Yes. You can make your entire fortress a bunch of vampires. If a dwarf eats vampire blood or drinks vampire blood, they become a vampire. So if you, say, have a vampire that you put in a well and you impale them repeatedly with a spike and then force all of your dwarves to drink water, and they consume some blood in that water, they will become a vampire. Do you actually want to do that? No, because they're incredibly obnoxious to manage, and and because they can't drink alcohol. There are some ways of forcing them, but it's inconsistent. They're still dwarves, and they still want to drink alcohol, and they will get very depressed. And like, do you want to have the most obnoxious management experience of your life? Make the entire fortress a bunch of zombies. Or not zombies, vampires. Another problem is they will want to kill things because they're vampires. So they will also want to drink blood. And so if you don't have things, so they'll be running around constantly killing everything that shows up, which means you'll end up at war with everybody and you'll stop getting migrants. It's just, yeah, you can. If you want to be a vampire adventurer. You'll actually have a good time with that. You'll teach everybody kicking and they'll be fine? Sure. Why wouldn't they, realistically? I mean, just mod your game so they can drink beer, but in the default game, you'll have a real shitty time. Because, yes, you can do that. I need more mason shops. And one of my favorite things is, like, the blood comment is actually an unintended mechanic. Which I think is kind of funny. It just kind of talks, it just kind of exposes how powerful the health system in this game is. And how powerful, like, the liquid system in this game is. If you want to see an example of managing vampires in a fortress, watch Krug Smash's Honey Stoker series. Which is, I guess, kind of a spoiler for Honey Stoker, but... Or, like, an example, if a vampire gets injured, the injury will never heal because they're a vampire. Immortal creatures don't heal. So if you have a army of vampires and they all get cuts, instead of the cuts healing, they will start to rot and they will end up having rotten skin. And then instead of, like, their wounds healing over time, their rotten skin will become miasma, and then they'll start spewing miasma as they run around until they finish rotting, and they will be very, very distressed by this. Stuff like that can happen. Like, if you want to have, like, a non-dwarf fort, you're much better off making a necromancer fort and trying to make every single one of your dwarves intelligent undead. Like, if you want to make an evil non-dwarf fort, you're much better off going that route, because they don't have any thoughts because they're dead. The intelligent undead. And they can still operate just like normal dwarves, and they won't go insane slowly. Because everything in Dwarf Fortress that isn't immortal becomes a magical creature. So I would imagine it kind of like, you know how in The Curse of the Black Pearl, the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, the first one, the undead pirates become skeletons, and they are sad that everything that they put into their mouth turns to gravel. All right, the food they eat turns to dust and is unedible. I kind of imagine it like that. I don't actually. So I asked Tarn about this recently, and he doesn't know what happens if so the problem is when a werebeast becomes a werebeast, two things happen. One, werebeasts will kill each other. They go berserk when they are werebeasts. They will destroy buildings. They will try and break down. They will break tables. They will break windows. They will break workshops. They act like a tantruming berserk dwarf, right? So once a month, all of your buildings are going to get destroyed, and all of your non-were creature dwarves are going to get shredded, and your were creatures are going to shred each other and kill each other. However, when they stop being werebeasts, they heal all injuries, and all their food stuff, which is good. So you need to isolate every single dwarf once a month, which is pretty frequent. The second thing that will happen is they cease being part of your faction when they are berserk. So when they are a were creature, they no longer show up in this list. They show up in the others list because they're tagged as undead. Or not undead. They're tagged as berserk, not as citizens. So if every single one of your dwarves is a were creature, when they all become tagged as others and berserk and not as citizens, you have no dwarves left, and the fort ends. Like, you lose. So, I don't think that's possible. That could be automated. It can't be automated, but you could theoretically have a fortress where every single dwarf has their own fortress, and they're all separated out individually, but then you'd have family problems where they'd be depressed during the day and they could lose their minds. Or you could have a burrow assigned to every single individual dwarf. So theoretically, yes, you could automate that. I'm never going to do that. One vampire and the rest werewolves? No, because the vampire... Well, okay, so you could do that, yes. But the vampire would have to be separated because the vampire would kill the were-dwarves while they are dwarves. So the vampire would want to eat the dwarves because they still have blood and they're still living. So the vampire would want to kill them. And you can't have a were-creature vampire. You're either a vampire or you're a were-creature. You can only have one curse. So that would happen. So you'd have to manage that. So theoretically, you could have a vampire separated out in its own fortress from the rest of the fortress, and then the rest of the fortress are were-creatures. Yes. But then it goes back to problem A of were-creatures kill each other. So theoretically, yes, you could do... Theoretically, yes, that's possible. In practice, would you actually want to manage that? I don't know, but I don't want to, so... That's up to you at that point. Abso-fucking-lutely not would I ever do that. That just sounds like hell. And then there's also the problem of if the vampire goes insane, segmented out from the rest of things, then you lose the fort anyway. So I just need one normal dwarf. You just need one normal dwarf in, like, a fortified bunker in the middle of the map slowly going insane. Or, like, maybe not one normal dwarf, but, like, one necromancer fortified off in their own area. Or one intelligent undead. You could do it. Would you actually want to? I don't know if you'd actually want to. I wouldn't want to do it. Not right now, anyway. Maybe one day I'll have a manic episode and then do that. It just doesn't sound fun to play to me. The fact that were-creatures kill each other, like you can do it with vampire. Because they won't starve? Yes, but they can still... We were talking about this before you got here, Spiky. They still want to be around family, if they're dwarves, and human. They still want to be making crafts. They still want to be around friends. They still want to socialize. And they still want to eat things. They want blood. They need blood, or they will go. Their mood will degrade, so they will eventually go insane. They will eventually just like become haggard, due to the stresses of day-to-day living, and they can still fall into melancholy. Yes, it's a logistical nightmare. Like, can you do it? Yes. Is it fun or practical? Living that Nosferatu life? Yeah, and, you know, being a vampire is a curse, right? And I also, you know, responding to another thing. Tygo, I think the reason why vampires can't drink and why Toady doesn't let them drink is because being a vampire is a curse, right? The way you become a vampire in Dwarf Fortress is by offending the gods, and the gods have to curse you. It's a curse. No, for an Eternal Closed Fort, just be on an island. Just be on an island and then spawn a bunch of adventurers there. It would be the best way to do a fort like that. I get to find out what's going in my community garden on Saturday the 23rd. Yay! Does anybody else find Gmail's automated responses creepy? It's like, I wish I could disable them. It's just like, thanks, I will be there for the orientation. And then my first name, last name. And it types it the way I would type it. It's spooky. One of these days we'll stop using email because they'll all be automated and none of us will ever actually read them and we won't know what we're talking to each other about. I'm a plant beets, probably. Just an FYI, Spiky, you're replying to yourself, not to Tygo. But that's fine, I think. Or are you replying to Tygo? Fuck, I don't even know. Twitch is confusing. This thread system is awful on Twitch. I hate it. Whoever thought this was a good idea should be fired. What's funny is I probably know the person who did it. I think I do, actually. Wait, what? Mist Runner? I don't see a problem with this. Garter snakes are adorable. They are adorable. What's wrong with finding garter snakes? Unless you're looking for mushrooms. Fired from a cannon and into the sun. I just don't think that threads are a good system. Did Dwarf cancel deconstructing a thing because their pet duck was standing on it? And now he's grown from a duckling into a duck. Well, I guess that's good. They were celebrating his birthday by not dropping him like 2 feet. I have some ideas. I don't really have like a strict plan though. Hey, a mood. People were asking about artifacts earlier. Oosteth, the mason, has been taken by a strange mood. And claims a masonry shop. And grabs what I assume is one piece of slate and begins a mysterious construction. All he needed was a single piece of slate. So all of the green dwarves in this list still need beds. I'm gonna put some doors onto these bedrooms real quick. It's gonna take forever to get all of this slate out of here, but this whole area is gonna look really cool when it's ready to go. 61 vaulted. No, because dwarves digest the alcohol. But I'm just gonna say this, you know? If you want to mod your game so that dwarves can drink, so that vampires can drink alcohol, do that. Or just be a human vampire, which doesn't need to drink alcohol. Or a goblin vampire that doesn't need to drink alcohol. Because like we're just discussing semantics. Like it's a pointless discussion. It's not the way the game works mechanically. So I don't really see the point of the conversation at this point. You know, like I mean I guess you guys can ask these questions, but I will not have answers for them. So the game works exactly the way Toady 1 wants it to work, and if Toady 1 says it's not working as intended, then it's not working as intended. Otherwise, that's just the way Dwarf Fortress works. So I don't know. Go shower, Vaulted. Yeah, no, I mean, so if a dwarf is cursed with vampirism, they're cursed to it's a curse that they get from gods, and they're cursed to stalk the night in search of blood and live forever in suffering. Like, it's supposed to be a curse. It's supposed to be a bad thing, right? It's like were creatures are also supposed to be a curse. You're basically cursed to be a were creature and murder your family. Like, the player can use it, but it's supposed to be a negative. It's not supposed to be a positive. Like, there are uses for a couple of vampires in a fort. They're very, like, it's very useful to trap them in a small room with a lever that does nothing but open the front door, right? Like, they're useful like that, and it's supposed to be a curse. They're supposed to be shunned from society and cursed. You can make an entire fortress into a bunch of vampires. You could curse one squad of dwarves with vampirism, but that's not really a benefit to your fort. The thing that is a benefit to your fort, if used correctly, are necromancers, because necromancers can be used to immortalize incredibly skilled dwarves. If you are lucky, it's a dice roll, and when they're killed and they're resurrected as intelligent undead, those are extremely powerful. They can't learn skills. That's the curse that they have. They can't learn because they have no thoughts. But if they are already legendary, let's just say mace dwarves, and how can you make necromancers? You need a book of necromancy, which can be acquired from necromancer towers. And then the dwarf read the book, and the dwarf become necromancer. Literally, like, you need a book that has listed the secrets of life and death and a library to put the book in. The dwarf read book, dwarf become vampire. They become a little purple N. And it's super easy. But in order to get a vampire to resurrect something, they need to be scared. So they need to feel threatened, right? And they will resurrect any dead creature that is around them. And it's a dice roll based on that character's personality and their mood and the time of day and everything. And there's a chance that they will be resurrected as a mindless, friendly zombie, a mindless, hostile zombie, or a intelligent undead, or a hyper-intelligent undead. The hyper-intelligent undeads are like, they can have magic powers, they can do things like shoot ice bolts at things, they can cause pain at a distance, they can have a stunning ability, and those are all randomly given to them. Intelligent undead are basically just an immortalized version of the previous dwarf with the exact same skills. They can't learn skills, they have no thoughts, and they don't heal wounds. So if they get injuries, those are permanent. And like if they get a cut, it's permanent. And then zombies are just zombies. The nearby tower? There is no tower nearby. The tower that I want to raid is in an inaccessible location near my civ that will require a different fortress. There is no tower nearby. The nearest tower is this one, and I have no intention of raiding it. I want to kill this goblin. So where is it? I want to kill this goblin civ. These guys. The Hate of Praises. I have no intention of raiding them. Cool, we have a millstone and a quern. Eusteth, the mason, has created Shigastunum, a slate quern, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Titan Fierce Merchant. Also, I haven't even started raiding because we don't even have one fully trained squad yet. You've been able to raid settlements since 2016? 17? I don't know what year that was added. Time has no meaning, God Knox. But yes, for a long time you've been able to raid other settlements. It's worth very little. It's called Pack Speaker, the Clear Insanities, a slate quern. And this is a slate quern all crafts. Dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with slate cabochons. Cool. Very boring. I will put both of these artifacts into my Farmers Guild, because they're both farmers stuff. Oh, I need a mechanism. I thought I had mechanisms. So I use them. Nope. I never said that. I said that's a long-term goal for this faction once yesterday. There are undead creatures on this map, but that's just because this is a resurrecting haunted biome. If your faction has a lot of necromancers in it, yeah. But that's not an intended feature. They're supposed to hide the fact that they're necromancers, sort of like how vampires hide the fact that they're vampires if they migrate to your fort. So they're supposed to hide the fact that they're necromancers, meaning they're supposed to just look like normal dwarves instead of ends, and you're supposed to like spot them. But currently the game's bugged, and that won't be fixed until the next major update, which is the premium version. Assuming it's fixed by that version. I read an interesting paper on how gravity could be viewed to cause slower time. I mean, I haven't read any papers on that, but I've seen Interstellar. That breaks my brain to think about it. Good movie, though. Great movie, even. I like the sassy robot in Interstellar. Probably my favorite part of Interstellar, actually. Also, fuck Matt Damon. Is that the sequel to Lilo and Stitch that they never made? Instead, they just made the bad Lilo and Stitch sequels? Diamond, what up? Is there a release window for the Steam version? I get asked this 75 times a day. Yes. You can find it out by going to the... Watch my videos. You know, But yes, hopefully later this year, probably without Fortress mode. Although, this is just me knowing how this industry works. I would expect that you'll hear something in June. Or rather, no, I'm expecting to hear something in June. Because I know how this industry works. And I know when the Steam and premium versions were originally announced. I know where they were announced and what event it was. And that event is happening in June. Which is Summer Games Fest. Run by one Jeff Knightley. That's the wrong button. Oh well, it's fine. That seems a little backwards. Thought that it was like a response to there not being... Anyway, it is a natural response in people. Well, in creatures, actually. But, I don't know. I haven't read the papers, so... Not that I feel like reading papers. That doesn't sound like something I want to spend my time doing right now. We're going to knock down these little walls, then we can actually start constructing stuff up here. What do I want to construct? Build a tower. The wall. Is this a new embark? Yep. It's all a stimulant? You mean you're a stimulant? Coffee's a stimulant. And alcohol's a solution. Rather, coffee contains caffeine, which is just... Newish embark. We started it yesterday. Wrinkle in Time. Oh, yeah, that's a good book. I was, my mom read those out loud to me and my sisters when we were little. Rock Pot. 200. This isn't the original ASCII tile set. Also, why would that make you a savage? Why do you have to insult people for using a really nice graphical tile set? What? Rude. That is a natural river. What tile set is this? It's a modified version of Krug Smashes. Which I got my artist to work on. I mean, if you want to see the, like, the vanilla look to this game, there you go. This is vanilla. Although, different colors, because it still has the same colors. I can't change those on the fly. Things are so much taller. I was looking for stuff. It's like, I'm not sure what I'm looking for or where I'm looking because this is the vanilla rectangular, not the square ASCII. I like the square ASCII a lot more. Square ASCII looks a lot nicer. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the square ASCII. I think the square ASCII is a little bit annoying. But play the game. Don't insult people for playing in a way that you don't immediately appreciate. do this. Hey, Axon. Guess who showed up? You're a dwarf. Guess who's my medical dwarf now? You're a dwarf, because they were a better medical dwarf than my medical dwarf. You have a pizza appointment? That's a good appointment to have. The only problem is too many pizza appointments can cause doctor's appointments, so be careful. What is the purpose of this pizza appointment? How did I switch tile sets so fast? So when you set up a tile set in the game's files, this is important information, not an enemy, for how do you set up a pizza appointment. Some pizza places will allow you to schedule a delivery, but Axon may or may not just be meeting up with friends to go get pizza. So have friends agree to meet up to get pizza. That's a pizza appointment. So when you set up a tile set in the game files, you can set it. You have to set it as full screen and windowed. So I only have this tile set that you're looking at right now to be set up in windowed mode. So right now you can see Reddit in the background, right? But when I set it to full screen by hitting F11 and then show my whole monitor, it's ASCII because I didn't set the tile set to be ASCII. So I can do that on the fly. You can do that with any tile set. And then if you hit F12, it'll swap out whatever font you're using to the default font. Yeah, this is why I don't have pizza appointments. I just have depression suppression, which is when I order myself pizza. So I don't ever have pizza appointments, but sometimes I have depression suppression. Which is also, equally important. It's just less gratifying and more depressing. How do I like my pizza? I'm Canadian. You answer that question yourself. Also, it depends on where I'm ordering the pizza from. If I'm ordering good pizza, I really like hipstery pizzas. There's a bar that I go to sometimes that makes a really, 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 really good arugula and avocado pizza with a white sauce and on flatbread, which is very, very, very tasty with artichoke, sliced artichoke hearts and goat cheese, which is delicious. But I'm Canadian, so I like ham and pineapple. Yeah, it's a really nice pub with a proper, fire oven in the back. I like ham and pineapple. I like a Mediterranean. I don't generally like meat lovers. Ham. I don't really like bacon at all, actually. I don't eat meat very frequently. I am generally vegan, but I'm not a strict vegan, so I will eat whatever, whenever. But I never have meat at home, so I don't really go out of my way to eat meat, and ever since I started eating primarily vegan, I've just started disliking bacon. There's no value to it whatsoever. It's like a garnish. It doesn't provide any sustenance. It's not particularly filling. It's just salty. You can kind of get the same effect by just charring something and putting salt and fat on it. I don't really like bacon all that much. I'll eat it if it's on a thing, but I go out of my way to get. So if I'm gonna get a pizza, I'm not gonna get bacon on it. You don't have to be depressed to order pizza, though? Yeah, but I never order pizza unless I'm depressed. Because, that's just the reality of how my brain works. Oh, I mean, probably. There's also a movie called Canadian Bacon, and it's hilarious. I don't know why, but you're making me want to rewatch Pineapple Express. Such a good movie. Seth Rogen is a wonderful human being. Kevin Bacon is better than any bacon. Okay? Kevin Bacon is the optimal form of bacon. Real life bacon wishes it was as good as Kevin Bacon. You know, I could respond to that, but I'm not going to, Spiky. Although talking about Kevin Bacon makes me want to watch Tremors again. I watched Tremors in 2020, and that movie holds up. It's still a good movie. What am I building? I'm building the above ground fort portion of my haunted fort, so we can do some above ground farming. Are we talking about like who's the best actor named Kevin now? Is that what's happening? Or is this like a breakfast dish where it's Kevin Sorbo over easy over top of Kevin Bacon? Oh, also, another thing in regards to depression suppression, my secret is I'm always kind of depressed, so I still don't order pizza that often because I'm very rarely that depressed. But I don't really have any opinions of any actors named Kevin, to be honest. Aside from that, I really like Tremors, so thus I, of course, just kind of like Kevin Bacon because I really like Tremors. I like Tremors because it's like my favorite kind of like schlocky comedy action horror movie. I don't even know how to like classify that movie. I couldn't name a single thing that he's in, so I don't know. Catan, the planter's giving birth to a baby girl. Brand new baby girl in the fortress. Dwarves must feel safe. Is this going to be a fishing hole? No. I might put a well in it. Also, somebody else gave birth. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea who Kevin Hart is. Like I said, I'm terrible with names of celebrities. If I know you in person, I'm pretty good with names. But if it's celebrities, I have no fucking idea who's who. Except for Emma Stone and Seth Rogen. And that's just because that Superbad was a very important movie for my youth. And I like Seth Rogen's stand-ups, and I've seen his stand-ups before. That and he like single-handedly saved my local aquarium, so shout outs to that dude. He also petitioned very heavily to name a baby octopus after himself on Twitter because they had like a public poll to name the new baby octopus that they got. At our aquarium shortly before the pandemic, so it's named Seth Rogen, spelled C-E-P-H, Rogan. So there is a octopus in my local aquarium named Seth Rogen. So yeah, that's schist, not no, I didn't hit schist. Okay, I thought I did. I have to read the word stories. All right, give me a sec. So if you're confused about what's going on, that's acceptable. Go to my Discord and add words to the Add Words story room. Meanwhile, I rock this and that makes me awesome. Nothing kills time like bubbling, bogus, fermented toast and yodeling oriental pears above all. Returning to the previous predicate, particular vehicular with fewer skewers of skewers. Snot got... There you go. We caught up. I didn't have much to read. I even read extra. I mean, Seth Rogen's a funny dude. Although I still think that like, the funniest thing that Seth Rogen's ever done isn't actually a movie. The funniest thing that Seth Rogen's ever done is a skit that's on YouTube of him and another dude who I don't know the name of wandering around in Vancouver with a camera. Seth Rogen's holding the camera, right? And he's dressed up like a camera. He's got like a hat on and he's holding the camera. And this guy's going up to random people in downtown Vancouver, holding the microphone up to them and saying, Seth Rogen passed away this morning. Do you have any thoughts? Like, just, like, trying to catch people out, like, to see what their response is. And the response is, like, a very mix between, oh, man, that's sad. He was funny. All the way down to, fuck that guy. And Seth's holding the camera. It's so goddamn funny. And then eventually, he didn't die. He didn't die. This was because Seth Rogen's behind the camera while they're, like, going around interviewing random people in public. And if, like, they look all sad, then they're just like, and he's right here. Like, he didn't die. And if they're like, fuck this guy, then he just kind of, like, walks away. It's very funny. Just go look up the YouTube video. Seth Rogen died today, and it's a very, very, very funny sketch. Sometimes, like when I'm in a really sad mood, I'll just watch that video, and it cheers me up every time. Yes, it does definitely do that at least once or twice, because he does have a very iconic laugh, that kind of stoner laugh that Seth has. I don't know. I'm a fan of him because he's like he's a Vancouver native. He's from my city, so. Random person, yeah, I hate that guy, and I would punch that dude. Seth behind the camera. Because, like, he's kind of a divisive character, you know? His humor is very much stoner humor, and not everybody likes stoner humor. There's two types of people in this world. Those who think that Superbad is hilarious, and then everybody else. If it was anyone else, you'd hate it. Oh, well, wait. Also, hi, Orange. How are you? That was a really bad movie. Like, he's in plenty of bad movies. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like his acting career is perfect. But when Seth Rogen is in a good movie, it's really good. Like, Pineapple Express is a fucking classic. That movie is genuinely incredible. Like, I love that movie. It's like, hey, let's make a action movie about weed. Let's go. There are two types of people in this world. One, those who can extrapolate from incomplete data sets. Yes, and there's one type of statistic in the world, and it's 76% of them are made up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Montreal and then like random places in the desert. I mean, that's fair. Bad movies are fun because it's like a It's like a trip down. Oh my God, somebody actually paid them to make this lane. Like, holy shit. They actually got to make this. I love getting emails from people that's just like, longtime publisher, insert publisher name here, and I'm sitting here going like, but I get emails that are just like, veteran publisher that I've never heard of releases 15 new games and puts half their lineup on sale. And I'm sitting there like looking at this going like, I've never heard of anything that you're talking about. So if you're a veteran publisher, you're not very good at promoting your shit to me. If you know, if I assign a military squad any leather robe, does that mean any leather trousers is past their equipment? Will they change the worn clothes? You can set like quality parameters in there. So you have to remove. Or rather, if you set it for any, like if you just set it for like, say, any leather clothes, right? They will just grab whatever the best quality one is. And they will upgrade it as needed. Except for weapons. Weapons are the only one where they won't do that, because if they use a weapon for a while, they will become attached to it. So if you don't want them to use a certain type or quality level of weapon, don't let them equip a wooden one, as an example. Okay, so I hate 2012, but I agree with you that it's a very funny, unintentional comedy. But the reason I hate 2012 is because that movie is about an hour and 45 minutes longer than it should have been. Like, if that movie was like a solid like hour, 40 minutes, that would be a great movie. That movie is like 3 hours. Like, it just keeps going. Like, it doesn't fucking stop. The funniest part about 2012, though, is reminding people that that movie exists in like 2022. It's like, remember they made that movie about how the world ended in 2012? People are like, what? Also, it like looks like a slightly realistic cartoon now because the special effects aged so poorly. I mean, that's an intentionally silly movie. Like, next you're going to tell me that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is a bad movie. Which is incorrect, because I'll tell you that that movie is excellent. It's 13 years old, right? Like, that movie's also almost entirely CG. Bill and Ted is a cinematic experience. I've never seen the sequel to Bill and Ted, actually. You've never seen Bill and Ted? Go watch a good bad movie. Come on. It's like Keanu Reeves' second best role next to The Matrix 1? Tied with John Wick? Oh, Bill and Ted, not 2012. Okay. I was going to say. Yes, you can skip 2012 pretty safely. Not a very good movie. Tremors is a masterpiece. Like, Tremors is genuinely amazing. I love Tremors. I will stand by you with that. I support that platform. That Tremors is a great movie. Not thinking that Cyberpunk is Keanu's greatest performance. To be fair, Keanu, like, out of everything that came out in that movie, or not movie, in that game, out of everything that happened, the best part about that movie is the fact that, like, they actually, or not, I keep calling it a movie, it's not a movie. The best part about that game is that they actually, like, made use of the time with the celebrity. Like, so many video games, like, hire celebrity stunt casts, and then just, they're in the game for, like, 30 minutes. I'm looking at you, Ubisoft and Far Cry. Like, they'll hire a very talented actor, and then give them terrible direction and nothing to work with, and it's like a waste. It's like wasted material. That happens so frequently. So at the very least, with Cyberpunk, like they did actually like give him decent direction, and he gets a lot of screen time. It has to be with how good people say it is. John Wick is not a very good story, but it's just really good action movie choreography. And if you are, I never played Two Souls, so I can tell you. I also never played Cyberpunk. I just watched a lot of Cyberpunk. If you really like action movie choreography, it is incredible. If you don't like action movie choreography, it's not worth watching. That's my review of John Wick. And John Wick 2 is just more of that, and John Wick 3 is just more of that. What do you guys think of this pattern for the surface part of the fort? I was thinking about what I wanted to do last night, and this is just like the most logical pattern. Sorry, I haven't played Oblivion in like since it came out. Patrick Stewart was in Oblivion? Whoa. Sorry, I haven't played Oblivion in a very long time. I also never owned it. I also never played the intro, so that's probably why I didn't know that. I never owned Oblivion. No, it's not. It's a horrible video game. What the fuck you on about? I never owned Oblivion. I played it at a friend's house for about 15 hours on a sleepover, but never played the intro. I hated that game. Hated every minute of it. We both did, actually, because we played a good deal of Morrowind like a month before that. By that, I mean the vast majority of Morrowind. Morrowind, actually a good game. Oblivion is a sad excuse for an action-adventure game. You waited 5 years for it, to be honest? Fair enough. You're allowed to like what you like. I think that game's terrible. But then again, I think everything that like Bethesda has made in the last... since Daggerfall, or I know since Morrowind has been kind of progressively varying layers of bad to terrible. I don't like Bethesda games. Do not like their style of games. What about them in particular? They're terrible RPGs, and they call them RPGs. And I don't really like action-adventure games, which is what they actually are. The writing is not great. The lore and world building is great. The voice acting is terrible. The combat is mushy and unsatisfying, so it's not even a good action-adventure. Like, as modding sandboxes, they're excellent. But played for their intended purpose, they are... boring. They're just not for me. And I just kind of accept that. Like, and I feel the same way about Fallout. Like, they're just not for me. Like, they're They're fine for what they are. They're just like absolutely not for me. Oh shit, I did this backwards. Nope. No, I did it backwards on the top side, not on the bottom side. So you stop. So, like, if you love an open world modding simulator, that's great. Like, I also enjoyed playing Gary's mod. But, like, I'm not going to pretend that Gary's mod is a good game, because it's not. It's like, Gary's mod is a really fun modding simulator, and that was the modding simulator that I loved playing. As, like, outside of that, like, there is no game there that I want to play. And every single Bethesda game I've ever touched, which is Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Oblivion, I guess you could say. Like they're fine. They're fine. But they're like 6 out of 10s for me. Like they're a game that I'll play for a bit and enjoy for a bit and then get really bored of and mod for a bit and then wonder why it's the most popular thing in the world and then uninstall it and forget about it. And then everybody goes on about how they're the greatest games ever made and I just sit there kind of confused. I'm like, what? And, you know, like if that's what you enjoy, more power to you. Not for me. How many tiles is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So wall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although we're going to need to make these smaller, so I think we'll knock 1 tile out on each side. But, you know, I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I mean EDF, not EFD. F? Earth Force Defense Faction? What? I mean, Earth Defense Force is like, if that's actually what you're talking about, Earth Defense Force games are terrible. I don't recommend anybody buy them. I love them, but they're terrible. It's like the equivalent of enjoying The Room, but for video games. Oh, Escape from Dwarf Fortress. All right. Well, I haven't played it yet, so I can't quote. By the way, I sent a DM about that to Kit Fox, and fucking go with God. Just don't sell it. Have fun. In fact, I think their response was awesome. I mean, that's basically where this fort is right now, actually, Fulton. But I don't know. Like, I mean, you got to remember, like, when I played Morrowind, it was in an era where the games that I owned at home was, like, I owned StarCraft and stuff like that, obviously, and Age of Empires, but I also had copies of things like Planescape Torment. I had copies of the old school D&D RPGs, Neverwinter. So that is kind of an RPG for me. You know, I want a game where I can kill every character. I want a game where it just lets you actually play a character and make decisions that are meaningful. And every single iteration of Bethesda RPG that just got more and more watered down. And, you know, maybe Starfield will be incredible. And if Starfield's incredible, that's fantastic. I'm still being torn apart, Lisa. It's true. And if we live in a world where the next big Bethesda game is incredible, I think that's probably a great place to be for video games. That would be awesome. But they just haven't impressed me in a very, 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 very long time. No, totally. I mean, there's absolutely great aspects about those games, but the problem with me in those games is the fact that I have to play them. You know, it's like that's the issue for me. It's like there is good things about those games for sure. I don't want to play them, but there's good things about those games. It's like there's good things about every game. But if I don't like the minute-to-minute gameplay, I'm not going to enjoy it. It's the same reason I don't like Minecraft, right? I like Minecraft right up until the part where I have to play Minecraft. I love the concept of Minecraft. I think the concept of Minecraft is fantastic. But then when I realize, oh, right, I have to take part in this clunky, awful combat. Yes, it's still clunky and awful after they made it better. Oh God, right. I have to like go out and harvest resources and then come back and like plan how I'm going to build shit and not in a way that I enjoy doing, like in Dwarf Fortress. And oh, like this world is just endless and has no meaning. And oh, like I there's just other games that give me this same feeling, like Dwarf Fortress, that I actually feel like I'm making a meaningful difference in the world, whereas Minecraft is just dead and empty and barren and uninteresting. And that's kind of how I feel about Skyrim. And it's like, if you enjoy that game loop and that game loop is enough for you, have fun. Don't let my dumb opinions change your mind. I'm not trying to. I just don't enjoy it. Also, I'm kind of shocked that we haven't seen more resistance, but I don't mind because it's letting me build a pretty badass fort up above ground, so not gonna complain. I think comparing Minecraft to Terraria is like comparing Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld. They're such different games. They're not really comparable. Needs to... Am I actually out of copper bars? Wow. Okay. I also wouldn't really compare Dwarf Fortress to Minecraft. I would compare Rust to Minecraft. I would compare open world survival multiplayer crafting games with automation to Minecraft. I wouldn't compare Dwarf Fortress. Games can have a similar pull, but it's not fair to compare them. It's like I wouldn't compare Doom to Devil May Cry. They're both action games, but... Sure, but like I still don't think that they're really applicable comparisons, but I am like way too satisfied with the way this fort looks. The above ground section. Build battlements and shit. This is gonna be awesome. Technically, Minecraft is larger? You mean like player base wise? Or depth wise? No Man's Sky just makes me exceptionally motion sick, so I can't like that game. But if you're gonna tell me that Minecraft has more depth than Dwarf Fortress, I'm just gonna laugh at you. Needs unrotten / drink producing leaf. And I make 2 more garden plots. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Why does it matter if a game has a bigger player base? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about games. We're not talking about people who play them. Because by that logic, the best game in the world would be Fortnite. Or Genshin Impact. Or rather, I don't see why that's relevant to the conversation. Yes. Not sure how I want to build a way out of this. Cheers, Woogie. I mean, I've got like 8 or 9 hours left in the stream, so if you're around later, I'll still be on. I don't know if I agree with you saying that Minecraft is more relevant socially than Dwarf Fortress, because Minecraft wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. Just like Fortnite wouldn't. Okay, so here's a fun subject. This is just a tangent. Dwarf Fortress came out in 2006, right? Zachtronics, which are the the Zach of Zachtronics, made a game called Infiniminer, right? Which is an open source PvP combat game with kind of like Minecraft-y like building, which World Generation was inspired by Dwarf Fortress, right? It was open source, it's free, you can still go get it, you can still go play it, and later made Infinifactory, which is kind of like a spiritual successor automation game. But anyway, as well as Opus Magnum and a bunch of other really good games. Space Chem, that kind of shit. Made that, and then Notch forked it and used that code for the World Gen to make Minecraft. Took all the credit, won a bunch of awards, sold it for $2 billion to Microsoft, is a homophobic, anti-trans piece of shit. Fuck Notch. Fortnite was a Minecraft clone, originally. It was supposed to be an open world survival crafting game with building and guns and zombies, and then later they made it into a tower defense thing, and then later it was made, like, it came out as that, like a wave defense game eventually, like a decade later. Fortnite wouldn't exist without Minecraft, which wouldn't exist without Infiniminer, which wouldn't exist without Dwarf Fortress. So Fortnite exists because of Dwarf Fortress. Talk about what's more culturally important. Also, which one's in an art museum? Dwarf Fortress. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, probably none of us would exist without the burning of the Library of Alexandria. And I don't see how that is relevant or important in the greater conversation of Skyrim and Oblivion are a bad game. Like, you're arguing social importance. Like, I don't care about social. If I cared about social importance and playing games that were socially important, then I wouldn't be streaming Dwarf Fortress. I play Dwarf Fortress because it's a wondrous work of art. And this whole conversation started because I said that Oblivion is not a good game. Because it fails horribly at what it's trying to achieve, right? And now you're arguing social importance of games. This conversation has lost its scope. I've ceased to care. Need to hack down more trees. But hey, Aqua. What's up? I'm just shocked nothing's attacked me. Are those wolves still in the trees? I really should pull those wolves down. Hey, there's animated Crundle hands. Yeah, I mean, I know how we got to this conversation. I'm just saying that the conversation has lost its, like... the conversation for this stream currently has lost its relevance. So... I mean, I won't deny that, like, Minecraft has sold more copies and more kids know that Minecraft exists, but... it's not really relevant at this point. You made your point. I'm just saying I've stopped caring about this conversation, to be a little bit more clear. Why are the wolves in the trees, or we are the wolves in the trees? If you're asking why, because they spawned up there, and they can't despawn because they're stuck up there, which means no other animals can spawn because Dwarf Fortress only spawns X number of animals on the map at a time. Only certain types of animals can... You can only have, like, I think a maximum of 3 different types of animals on the map at a time per layer. Or maybe it's 2. Yeah, we have we have cave crocodiles, we have serpent people, and then we have these wolves that are stuck up here. That are probably trying to path to me, but they can't because there's water in the way. But I'm over here just building this badass fort, so I don't mind. RPGs should be RPGs. DF is ocean sunfish. The fish lay up to 300 million eggs at a time. Yes, but what is the average rate of dwarves growing up? Or not dwarves. Ocean sunfish growing up out of that 300 million. Man, it's a good thing humans don't have up to 300 million offspring at a time. Good lord. Could you imagine how dead we'd all be? We'd just be a giant floating ball of flesh in space. Could you imagine the racket of having that many children? Well, one of my favorite little tidbits about DF Stone is that you can, if you dig into your game files and your world files, you can find the populations of every single animal in every single world. Meaning, you can go see the number of cave spiders per world, and it's usually in the billions. I love telling people who don't like spiders. It's just like, oh, did you know that your average world in Dwarf Fortress has multiple billions of cave spiders? And they're like, all right, burn the whole fort to the ground. Thankfully, without egg laying. Yeah, I feel like that would be bad for frames. But yes, this fortress has a population of undead tree wolves. Oh, damn. Powering through that armor real quick. Alright, so I'm actually going to jump down to where my military is training. I'm going to deconstruct this. I'm going to deconstruct the armor stand, which is where they are training. We're going to put it above ground. Oh, hey, they finished smoothing all this. We should place the rest of these beds, which are made out of the spooky wood because they're purple. I thought that would be fun. How old is this world? 180 years, I think? I guess 181 now because we just hit spring. 183, no. I've been in this fort longer than I thought I had. 183. I can't remember what year we started on. Let's say it was like in the 60s, or like maybe around 150 was the year we started. It's a pretty young world. I wanted a less densely populated world with more old creatures. Like forgotten beasts and such. Look at all them beds. Then I just need to set them all as bedrooms, and then put doors on all of them, and then put cabinets in all of them, and then eventually put coffers in all of them. It's in the world save data folder. I can find it quickly. Go to save. Region 3. It's one of the DAT files, I think. I think it's world.dat. This one. I know because I've opened it before. It's one of these files. It might actually just be these unit files. I don't think it's in the raws. Watch it. Actually, hold on. That doesn't show. Apple's notes. It's in there somewhere. Would require magic to learn them? Nah. I should stop staring at my raws. Just requires a text editor. Just open as Notepad. Done. That, do that. Do that. That. Do that. That. Do that. TOS. Diamond. Unless you're talking about WWE Raw, in which case probably also TOS because I don't have the rights to stream WWE Raw. I wonder whatever happened to that fire-breathing forgotten beast. I assume it's still down there. Kind of terrifying. Place all these doors so all these dwarves get doors. These are really lavishly large bedrooms. Ooh, I screwed up this one real bad. But yeah, no, it's not that difficult to find. I found it via the wiki. It's like animals list or something, but one of the DAT folders shows you the current living creatures. In fact, it might just be those unit.dat files. I remember somebody pointed me towards them ages ago. Okay. You over here. Cheers, dude. Try not to kill you. I'll do my best to not kill you. Next stream that I do will be on Tuesday. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for about 14 hours or so. But thank you very much for swinging by and hanging out for a bit. All right, you down here. So now, because I haven't really actually thought about this too hard, what am I gonna do for a door for this fort? I don't know how we're going to get in or out of this fort. Let's just also make sure that that's accurate. Yes. Like, I've just been so enthusiastic about this entrance that I haven't, like, taken the time to plan a door. I guess what we could do is we could do stairs up here and do a bridge over the river down onto the other side, kill those, like, wolves, and then build back over from over there. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Underground bridge? Nah. It's not raining vomit. Weather's pretty okay. Well, we'll have to do this with ramps, though. Might be dangerous? Nah. It's also dry here, which means it almost never rains, which is actually a massive benefit to us. Socks tunnel? What? You're a socks tunnel. Does anybody know how far down well buckets can go? Asking for science. $15? Well, I mean, if you're not sure. Ooh, that's a cool spot for a trading depot. Let's make them out of silver bars. Obviously, I have to make my trading depot out of something gaudy. Is there even a limit? I don't know, that's what I'm asking. Because if there isn't, I'm just going to make it go straight down into the aquifer down here. Because there's an aquifer right here. Which is like 4 levels down, so. Just making sure no dwarves are catching themselves outside. As the dwarf runs outside. Buddy. Dude. It's fine. This is a pretty badass looking fort layout. I mean, it's a little hard to see right now, but if I move up one layer, that looks pretty fucking cool. We can do some cool shit with this, I think. Wait, actually, they go down 15? Sweet, so I can just build a goddamn well. Ever use visualizers? No, because I don't think they help. To me, like, I don't really like the way... Like, I'll be honest, I really, really, really like the charm of the top-down look of Dwarf Fort because I've looked at it for so long. So to me, Armok Vision, Rose does a great job on Armok Vision, looks really, really ugly. Like, I like my forts less after I've seen them in Armok Vision. That's how I feel about Armok Vision. So, no, I don't. 15 is false, so that's unfortunate. Was it Armok Vision? Because Armok Vision is super buggy. I think the only one I kind of like is Stone Sense, but that requires DF hack, and like I had to explain to somebody last night because the way those visualizers work is they're not like they're not the game running graphics. It's the game has the ability to export a single frame, right? Like Dwarf Fortress has the capability to export a single frame. Okay, the elves have arrived to trade, which is good. And so it's just rendering a single frame at a time, right? And so the reason that they're super buggy is because every single time a frame moves, the game exports the frame and then it's rendered separately. And the rapid exporting of that and the variable frame rate can crash the game, which is why they run so poorly. What are you playing? Is this a real life thing that you're doing, Mistrunner, or are you talking about Dwarf Fortress? I'm so confused right now. What are we talking about here? Because I remember you mentioned that earlier, and I asked what you were talking about, and if you answered, I missed it. What? So we're building this bridge across over here, and I guess we'll build a big ass moat. Maybe we'll just dig out this whole chunk of thing, and just fill this whole thing up with water, and then set this up as a big ol' drawbridge, and it'll be badass. Why are you... Look, are you, like, mushroom foraging? I'm so confused. But also, once again, if this is real... Okay, if this is real life, I don't see the problem here because garter steaks are adorable. What kind of mushrooms are you looking for, though? But yeah, no, as far as Dwarf Fortress visualizers go, there's an old one that hasn't been updated in ages as far as I know, unless it has, in which case I'm off. But as far as I know, hasn't been updated in a very long time, which was a Minecraft exporter. So it would export the map file into Minecraft and you could run around in it. That one was pretty cool. That one's really old, though, and doesn't work anymore. And unless you have an old version of Minecraft and an old version of Dwarf Fortress. The second one is Stone Sense, which is the like isometric one, and then the third one is Armok Vision, which is trying to be like the old Minecraft one, but running in it's a different engine. But it's clearly you went to the garter snake convention and not the mushroom convention. Okay, let's see. What are they all wielding? For breastplate. Yeah, it looks like they all have their warhammers, which is good. Which means they'll just be able to mash the monsters into pieces, which will be great. So once they're done constructing this, hopefully the wolves will come down from the trees. Or wow, they're all the way up here. There's 2 of them right here. And then we can go kill them. And then things are going to get a little bit more exciting. Just don't trip. You might squish a mushroom. I don't know. To me, that just sounds like a rad Thursday. Spiky. Also, I have a question. Do you actually have spiky hair? Oh no, a goat's giving birth to a kid. God damn it. There's children in the fort. I wish this was a haunted river. It would be so much more fun if it was a river of blood. If you sleep too long. Okay, fair. It's a long time synonym. Fair enough. A lot of usernames are like things that we have acquired over a very long career and not by choice. Like, I can tell you for a fact, this username started off as self-deprecating humor, mocking myself, and as an excuse of being not as good at games as my friends because of my eyes. Now it's just a fact. So we're gonna have to watch for wolves. I'm legally blind, yes, and every year I lose a little bit of my vision. I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes and cataracts. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision with floating blind spots. That's why I have the visually impaired tag on Twitch, unless Twitch shut my tags off again. Why would you be sorry? It's just my life. Don't be sorry for my life. I have my life. It's good enough. Unless you're Canadian, in which case then you culturally have to be sorry for everything regardless. Now, if you want to feel sorry for anything, you can feel sorry for the fact that I'm a type 1 diabetic and have to give myself, like, between 4 and 6 injections a day. That's something to feel sorry for me for, because my tummy hurts. Sorry, Diamond. Blind quiet? I don't know, am I quiet? I'm pretty sure quiet is quiet. She breathes her skin, and through her skin, and you will be ashamed of your words and deeds. Anyway. I felt fondness when talking with a friend. Look at that! It's Raz! Hi, Raz! I don't know if Raz is here. Sorry for lurking and being sorry. I'm sorry that you're sorry for lurking and being sorry. Please stop being sorry. Enjoy your lurks. Sorry. Oh, God, I sound like my ex. Alright. Well, hi, Raz. What were you good at? You're a skilled cook. Well, carry on, Dwarf. You dream of mastering a skill. There's a high energy connect base. Can you handle stress? You can't handle stress. No, my ex just like would get stuck in sorry loops where she would just like say sorry, 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 sorry on repeat. And I used to always just get really annoyed with her when she would do that because it's just like, just stop saying sorry. Is frequently depressed. Mood. Very single-minded. Sometimes act without deliberation. Takes effort to help without feeling particularly great. You're fine. If a Canadian was a Pokemon, they'd say sorry. And if an American was a Pokemon, they'd say, blame Canada! Likes a little excitement now and again. Oh, we're gonna make a new squad. The bulbous tongs. Ew. That dwarf will probably be terrible in the military, but they can have that job anyway. Your nose is gone? Oh, you've got lots of kills. Let's see. Killed things in Hotbeards. Killed things in Mothfall. Killed a goblin. I remember this dwarf because they got their nose removed. Hi, back. I'm still blind. Can you hear me now, cutest? Yeah, you can tell that this dwarf's been in my forts before because of all of the kills that they have in various goblin spots, as well as the fact that they killed a vulture in Mothfall. So. Axe Dwarf. Legendary Mace Dwarf. That's good. Canada's name to sorry. Are you starting this petition? Because I wouldn't sign it. But sorry should be like Canadians' official sports or something. Although the thing that Americans don't understand about the word sorry isn't an apology when said by a Canadian. It's either a question or an insult. So when someone says sorry, it's like, sorry, I didn't hear you. Or like someone says something to me and I say, oh, I'm sorry. You say, I haven't eaten dinner in a while. I say, oh, I'm sorry. Or you say, I failed a test, and I go, I'm sorry. It's like the word fuck. It can be inserted into almost any sentence and used in almost any context with almost any meaning based on context. Fearful in the face of imminent danger, and you're a glassmaker. Okay, carry on being a glassmaker then. Uh-oh. That's a fisher dwarf. Likes to brawl. Overbearing personality. Dreams of mastering a skill. Generally, dwarves that dream of mastering a skill will just be good in the military regardless. What are you? Mechanic, yes. Stay as a mechanic, please. An apology is not an admission of guilt. Yes. I'm sorry, Fox. I'm also sorry that we have better health care. Ha! Anyway, doesn't seek out excitement and can sometimes act without deliberation, like surprises. Yeah, you'll be fine. Well, generally administrators were military dwarves in a previous fort. Likes a little excitement. Wood burners are not particularly useful. Ooh, a pig, a yak. To 78 dwarves, damn. Clerk with kills. Killed some goblins and hotbeards. You can join the military. You're a clerk without kills. With, like, no skills, pardon? I'm even 3 years old. Here's black mixed with gray. Weird. Join the military. You're a potter. Well, that's not helpful. I spent all your money on coke and lost it. For a captain, what social skills do you need? Intimidation. Isn't it just like conversation and intimidation? I'm not actually entirely. I know intimidation plays a part, but I don't know what the other ones are. All right, I think that might be everybody. Oh, no, one more. Two more. Just keeps going, just keeps going. Often is filled with joy and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Make you into a tavern keeper. And dwarves keep coming and they don't stop coming. Adequate weaver and talented girl. We'll just let you be a planter. Well, we've got our military now, so that's good. Judge of Intent is definitely important. Yeah, I don't know all of the skills. Like I know enough about Dwarf Fortress to be good at Dwarf Fortress. I don't know every single nook and cranny of every single minute mechanical detail. I know that Intimidation is important. I don't know which other skills are important. I would assume that Judge of Intent is important, but I can't tell you whether or not it is. Does that make sense? Why are you like embarking and preparing carefully and wondering what skills you should take? Because you shouldn't worry about that. The best way to like get a dwarf that's good at intimidating is wait until a crime is committed and then interrogate every dwarf that had nothing to do with it to get some practice. Is usually what I do if I have a impervious city effects of stress. Cool. Usually what I do if I have a crime that's been committed and I need somebody to start interrogating, I will just assign a new dwarf and then interrogate half of my fort that had nothing to do with the crime and the cows and the cats and the like sheep and the pet lizard that the mayor keeps and by the time he's done with all of that, he's very good at it. And then he interrogates the person he needs to interrogate, and then he wins. That's usually how I go about doing it. So I just make sure that they get lots of practice before they actually have to interrogate the thing that's important to interrogate, you know? That's my strategy. Great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Well, all right. I'm going to slaughter all of the animals that I don't need. We're gonna jump down to this layer, and I'm going to station my military right here to immediately stab any critters that need to be dead to death. Also need architecture. Let's give you architecture. Let's also give you architecture. I usually just give all of my mechanics architecture. Makes sense for you to also have architecture. Architecture and masonry. Now, they should just automatically run all of the body parts into there. But they may still respawn. I have to do this quickly. Because all of these bits and pieces can resurrect. Or anything that could theoretically grab something can resurrect. So skeletons can resurrect. Skin can resurrect. Bones can resurrect. I have it all automatically set to be dumped, so. Sheep, did you kill Asham? Wild cloisters. Bah. Dwarf Fortress is one of the greatest games ever made because it's the only game that has like an interrogation system that lets you interrogate your cats. Will it have much of an effect? But you can. Not make a dumping zone appear somewhere? I swear I did. Guess I didn't. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Okay, lever's been pulled. Pull the lever again, Dwarf. Then unlock the door. Perfect. Yeah, no, one of the greatest days of my Dwarf Fortress career was the moment that I realized that, two of my greatest moments ever in Dwarf Fortress was one, realizing that anything that's gelded fights back. So if you geld a cat or a pig or a wild boar or a horse and the gelder sucks at gelding, the animal has a chance to fight back and like bite them or scratch them. Also, they can gain permanent injuries if they're bad at it. And my weaver just claimed a clother's shop and is creating an artifact, although they're also carrying a baby, so hopefully they don't build the baby into the artifact. What do you need? 3 pieces of silk. Blocks. Stacked cloth. Cut gems. Probably cut gems. I definitely don't have any gems in the fort because I sold them all. But yeah, it was the fact that I realized that anything that gets gelded fights back. And then the second thing that I absolutely adore about DF is that anything that you can interrogate anything in your fort, including the dead. You can interrogate ghosts if they're currently spawned, which I think is amazing. They're not very good at it, but if there's a ghost that is currently active on the map, you can interrogate it, which is fantastic. Oh, right, yeah, the elves are here to trade. Well, I'm not going to trade with them. It's fine. I don't really have anything to sell them. And anything that I would sell them, I don't really want to sell to them. Yeah, also, if anybody does have any, like, Dwarf Fortress-y related questions, I'm just kind of in a ramble mood right now. But if anybody has any Dwarf Fortress-related questions and stuff, just shout at me, and if you need tutorials or assistance, I can, like, probably just show you. No. Just a reference. Oh, there we go. Mule Hair is fighting. And now there's a dead M there because they just stepped on the mule hair. The nice thing about, like, what's it called? The nice thing about undead body parts is they're very weak and fall over quickly. The fact that there's trees with feathers all over them that lay eggs, yes, I genuinely believe that feather trees are terrifying. Slate, blocks, rough garnets, wax opals, and 3 pieces of phantom spider silk cloth, which is actually expensive silk. Any bets on what that clother makes into their artifact? Oh, uh-oh. We had to fight with llama skin. The llama skin misses the mace dwarf, and the mace dwarf bashes the llama skin in the head with his silver warhammer, bruising the skin, which killed it. They bruised the skin of the mule skin. They got it. Missed a grin. I did indeed get it. Uh-oh. More llama spawn. Not anymore. All right, you know, I should probably make a hospital right quick, because I don't actually have a hospital, and I feel like having a hospital might be wise, and like based on like our current activity of slaughtering animals, we should probably have a hospital. Just going to real quick make a hospital. You know, like Dwarven healthcare ain't the greatest, but like we gotta at the very least pretend to take care of people. We're also going to put a container in there. And a table in there. Nanny goat skin, oh no. Now see, this right here is a nanny goat skin. A medium-sized herding animal, known for its short horns and beard. She is weak. Her throat is gone. Her nose hair is gone. Her left ear is gone. Her right ear is gone. Her tail is gone. Her rear leg is gone. Her rear leg is gone. Her left front leg is gone. Her right front leg is gone. Her lower body is gone. Her upper body is gone. Her hair is gone. Her head's chin's whisker is gone. Her head's chin's whisker is gone. Her left eye is gone. Her right eye is gone. Her upper body fat is gone. Her upper body's muscle is gone. Her lower body's fat is gone. Her lower body's muscle is gone. What is the most difficult thing in DF to successfully accomplish? It's not really an answerable question. Like, that's one of those trap questions where, like, there is no logical answer. No, it's literally just the skin. The only thing that's left is skin. It's literally just like a flabby, weird, undulating worm thing. But I don't know, the most probably like winning against hell. Maybe. I don't know. That's not really like an easy question to answer, because it really depends on your knowledge of the game. We're gonna go kill that donkey hair, which is nothing but hair. This is actually really good military training, though. But Dwarf Fortress, like, isn't a difficult game. Like, we're playing in one of the hardest, air quotes, biomes right now. One of the hardest biomes you could play in. And most difficult embark site? Probably a resurrecting haunted glacier with no stone or metal. But Dwarf Fortress isn't a game that shines because of its difficulty. Dwarf Fortress is a game that shines because of its storytelling. Playing Dwarf Fortress in the hardest possible situation isn't fun. It's just unpleasant, right? So, like, the hardest place to embark would be a glacier with no resources, which means you wouldn't be able to build anything and you would just die. Like, that's I mean, I guess if that's something you want to do, like, Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. That's the problem, is once you, like, for me, like, you keep asking, like, what's the hardest thing Dwarf Fortress is fucking easy. I had one real false start making this fort in this biome. No, actually, okay, here's the hardest thing to accomplish in Dwarf Fortress. Finding an NPC in adventure mode that'll give you a quest. Completing the quest, like doing the thing they told you to do, and then finding them again to tell them that you completed the quest. That is the hardest thing to complete in Dwarf Fortress, is finding the same person twice. Because good luck. I mean, you can. You just have to write their name down and then examine every single person, especially like if they live in a city with like 10,000 people in it, because then the game is moving at 1 frame per minute, and you have to walk through like a city that takes you 10 minutes to walk across. Servesh the Weaver has created Kaur Lelum Nigelfel Mangos, a split phantom spider silk skirt, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cyril Inkscraped. That's a cool piece of clothing, that. But yeah, that, to me, that is the hardest thing to do in DF. Thronewain the Lavender Dragon. That is a cool name. 43,220 Zathal. This is a split phantom spider silk skirt. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular wax opal cabochons and made from phantom spider silk cloth. On the item is an image of Christiels, the Adamantine Warhammer in phantom spider silk. On the item is an image of the Adamantine of Crestiels, the Adamantine Warhammer in phantom spider silk. On the item is an image of Crestiels, the Adamantine Warhammer in slate. Although the hardest siege I ever had to deal with was a army of undead elves that were riding undead ravens that were wielding steel because they were assimilated into a goblin faction. That was or undead giant ravens, rather. That was probably the hardest siege I've ever had to deal with. But like, Dwarf Fortress is a fucking easy game, so it's like answering like what is difficulty question here is like just always going to be redundant. It's not the point of Dwarf Fortress, really. Make boxes and bags. Also need to make my mayor an office, which I should really do. Or capture a gremlin is also really difficult to do. Because first you have to be perfectly prepared to have a gremlin in your fort. Second... Uh-oh. Okay, so you know how I was talking about how I didn't have any kills in this fort yet, and how nobody died? Well, I don't know if anybody saw that. But a dwarf dove into the trash compactor to kill some donkey skin right as the lever got pulled. Catching a whale's also pretty tough. Yeah, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress isn't designed to be hard. It's not a game that benefits from its difficulty. And it's actually my biggest worry about like the premium release is like people who are used to playing games that they think are like Dwarf Fortress, i.e. RimWorld, think that Dwarf Fortress is going to revel in its difficulty because all of the memes surrounding it is that it's so hard. Well, it's not hard, it's obtuse. Have they finished that bridge yet? Where are them wolves? Corpse. No, they haven't. They're still just hanging out in the trees. All right. Tree wolves, you can stay tree wolves for the time being. Keeping a fort alive for 1,000 years is also pretty fun. Or pretty hard. I can confirm. I have experience. Domesticating dragons is also really hard. The oldest world's still in use. My oldest world's still in use. Long Death. It's 385 years old. I can't remember actually. I'm pretty sure it's 385, right? It's because we're at it's 386 because we're 391 at the end of the last playthrough. So yeah. Oh no, the llama wool is fighting. Imagine getting attacked by your jacket. All right, how are we doing? Yay! All the zombies are dead. Although I'm gonna have to make a slab. I should probably just make 10 of those anyway. Because somebody got crushed in the garbage compactor. But yes, Long Death is my oldest fort. The oldest fort that I know of that is heavily documented would be Arch Crystal, which was retired at year 500. The elves are leaving. I just have to do this carefully, because if I do this wrong, they're going to start dropping blocks in the water, which I really don't want. But why do you ask what's my oldest fort still in use? Did you know about Long Death, or was that just like an unrelated question? Ah, Unib the Cook. Sorry, Stukos. We making that slab yet? Let's make a slab first. I need to build all the way up to the edge of this first before I actually build into it. I also need a lever. I need mechanisms for, apparently. I must not have, like, trap drops right now. What? Olden days sex protection was made out of intestine. Oh, yeah, right. I understand what you're saying now. Imagine that it's doing a dance and the protein starts trying to beat you. I mean, yeah, if you're like hanging out with the misses and then suddenly like it just starts getting tighter, that would be a problem, yeah. There's a reason why corpses don't come back to life in real life. Oh, well, I mean, generating a world for 10,000 years is very different than keeping a fort still in use. I mean, the oldest world I generated was about 2,000, and that took about a day and a half. I know somebody who actually, for a while, had a dedicated laptop that did nothing but generate Dwarf Fortress worlds. And he, like, overclocked the CPU and rebuilt parts of it specifically to be good at generating worlds. And the oldest... Oh, wolf corpses are starting to do problems. Let's just go station the military over here. The oldest world that he was able to generate was, I think, about 22,000. But yeah, with Long Death, that's like, we started that at year 5. And I've kept that fort alive for 2.5 years, basically. Well, since 2020, August 2020. I guess it'll be 2 years in August. Okay, so we'll see how they do against these wolf corpses. Need the rest of them. Otherwise, we're going to start losing dwarves. There we go. Went up to help. Watch them just kill my whole squad. Oh, sweet. They're almost all gone. But there is a named wolf corpse. Dwarf, I have a question. Why are you guys in the tree with the wolf? I guess they're in the tree with the wolf, beating up the wolf. It must have killed somebody. Okay, it killed a duckling, I think. Yep, it killed somebody's pet duckling. Well, I guess that would be why it's a named wolf. Oh no, there's teeth going everywhere. That can't be good. Goden the wrestler's been found dead. Well, that's good. In the tree, nonetheless. Oops, that's the wrong button. They should come recover the wounded, and we should chop down that tree. I don't know what tree they're in, but... Tree wolf war? Yeah, it seems like it. Like the emu war, but... Oh, I understand. They can just walk up there. We don't need to chop these trees down. I see where they can just walk up there. Yeah, they can just walk down from there. So now we've got a dwarf's corpse. Wait. Oh no. Oh no, their baby is still here. Well, that's concerning. You're not trying to kill your baby, are you? No, but you are trying to kill that weaver. Oh, it's because all of your legs are broken. All right, well, you won't be that threatening. Oh, no. The location where they are is not reachable. Okay, now it is. Come on, dwarves, go beat up that zombie. Go get him. Oh, no. Okay, it's dead, I think. Right, so now the baby is... Was it actually your mama that died? No. Mama's just injured. So mama's not dead. And dad's still alive, so... Baby should be carried away. So now, we get to deal with the fun of undead eagles again. So this will be great. Gonna train up our military real quick. I don't know where I'm going to put coffins. I'm just going to make a bunch of coffins in advance. Diagnose with patient not resting. Traction bench 1. I need a traction bench. All right, well, things are going to start getting more exciting now because those wolves are now dead. So, yay? Long death, long live. Yes, I agree. Yeah, no, long death is like kind of a mess, but it's a fun mess. $30. 10. Yeah, long death is kind of a mess, but it's a mess that I am quite fond of. I quite like. So, yeah, when it comes to like how long are and how old worlds are, I've seen some pretty ridiculously old worlds. Okay. So now that that's in place, we can do this. Now that that's there, we can do this. Seal this side. And then the last thing we need to do... Oh, man, how old is this baby? Are you going to starve to death? Her right upper arm is mangled beyond recognition. 1 year old. We're on the 12th of Opal. Okay, so this kid is old enough. Is almost old enough. We're in Fellsight. What month were you born? 12th of Opal? I don't know how close they are. This dwarf should age up to being a child instead of an infant before they starve to death. So they should be fine. Oh, that logic stretch that. They should age up to being, you know, like an adult before they starve to death. That's fine, right? Right, chat? That's fine. They'll be fine. Just dwarf fortress things. All good. They'll be fine. Wouldn't be too worried about them. They're almost old enough to be able to think and move about for themselves. You also get to deal with all these peregrine falcon corpses, which is lovely. Like I said, this is going to train up my military real fast and make my military completely impervious to everything's. Also, shoutouts to this dwarf who killed Sethal the Insanity, the Forgotten Beast, as well as a being of the mountains and crested castles, which is redacted. I am genuinely worried that like some people though, when they get their hands on the premium version of Dwarf Fortress, expecting like this insanity level difficulty hard game are going to be very disappointed when they learn that, oh, Dwarf Fortress is actually like a really simple game that's incredibly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Min-maxable and breakable, I guess. I'm a little bit worried about what some people think, because I do actually think that some people are going to have negative responses to DF just because of kind of the mythos of its difficulty that's been built up around it, when like the hardest things to complete and accomplish in Dwarf Fortress are some of the most mundane. It's like domesticate a tortoise is probably really difficult, because good luck getting a breeding pair of tortoises. All right, so the wall's done on that side. Sure, but if they go in expecting a really punishing, unfair, hard game, and that's not what they get, I don't know how much that actually matters, you know? All right, so we're just going to go around the edge here, and I'm going to put flooring in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the bottom. You know, like, a lot of people don't necessarily... these people probably won't buy Dwarf Fortress, so it probably won't be an issue. But the people that I'm worried about are the people that are, like, self-described graphics whores, you know? And I know some people like that, who are just like, well, I won't play this game unless it's pretty. And I still see people complaining that, like, oh, like, like, being shocked and appalled. Like, I see this in my YouTube comments, people being shocked that dwarves are still going to move like an ASCII game, right? Like, in Premium Dwarf Fortress, they're not going to, like, slide from tile to tile. I have done that. I've managed to have tamed rocks, but Krog Smash didn't domesticate rocks. If it's the episode, unless he's done something since that I'm not aware of, he had a breeding pair that didn't make any babies. In order to domesticate an animal in Dwarf Fortress, like to make them tame instead of just trained. Training an animal is easy. Capturing an animal and training it is super easy. Like that's exceptionally easy. And you can do that with almost anything. But domesticating an animal is different. Domesticating an animal requires capturing it, making it have babies, and then making those babies have babies, and then they'll be domesticated. Then they are tame. And then they can't go back to being wild. If you just train an animal, which is all that he did with rocks because they never made babies, they, like, if you're talking about Scorch Fountain, they don't, that's not domesticating, that's just training. So training does not equal domesticating. Three females, one male. Yeah, no, it takes multiple generations of breeding to fix. I don't know the exact number, but I've done it before. I've done it before with, like, less annoying animals. Like, I've domesticated gray langurs before, the monkeys. But, you know, I tried to do it with elephants once and gave up, and then just bought tame elephants from the elves and bred those instead. I tried to do it with bears once unsuccessfully. I did it once successfully with jabberers, because they lay lots of eggs, which made it easier. Lost a bunch of dwarves' lives in the process because they like to bite heads off. Yeah, no, domesticating an animal is real difficult. Yeah, you're, wait, what counts as domesticated? What did you domesticate? I probably missed a line. What did you domesticate? But yeah, no, the military will always hate animals that were wild. But if you domesticate them enough so that you can embark with them, then your military won't. Rocks? Oh yeah, well they're titans, right? Rocks are like ancient creatures, so yeah, your military will hate them regardless. But that's a bug. And also because, like, dogs will still fight with rocks, even if they're domesticated. But This is why I like training with elves, because elves will bring ready domesticated, non-normally domesticated animals. Which is why I have a field of unicorns in Long Death, which I'm very, very, very fond of. After the incident, you added layers of doors. The only time I've ever saved scum to fort was when my tame dragon got killed by one of my military dwarves. Hello, Boo. How are you? Because you invested tickets, and the bot's saying, hey, anybody else want to invest tickets? It's just the way it's worded. The one nice thing about being in an undead biome like this with undead birds everywhere is your military gets really good. You know what? Fuck it. You just go join the military. Bear Master was fighting with what? Ego Corpse. The Ego Corpse's upper body bashes the upper body of the Ego Corpse with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the gizzard. It's propelled away by the blow. Imagine getting your gizzard bruised. Oh god, he hit me in the gizzard! Also, holy fuck, I've been live for 5 hours? Hello. Brilliant. I get to do an annual fire inspection. Friday, April 29th. Oh, that's nice. Cool. I will be home. Not my gizzard. Ow. You can tell that a developer is having a hard time getting people to play their game on streams and on YouTube channels when they send you an email saying, "No scam, I promise," in the headline. It's like, I feel kind of bad. How about you try this game? Insert game name here. No scam, we promise. I'm so sorry, but I don't feel like playing a twin stick shooter. Thanks. Speaking of scams, sorry, the bot stole your tickets. I apologize. And the game is saving. I am actually going to play games that aren't Dwarf Fortress today, though. I've said that all week that I was going to play Cogmind, so we're going to try and play some Cogmind this evening. Plan for today is we'll probably do about 8 or so hours of Dwarfs, and then in the evening we will play some Cogmind. Dwarf Fortress is the best game? Then why don't all of the streamers that you watch play exclusively Dwarf Fortress, Boone? Also, how's your day been, Boo? Needs mechanisms. What the Right, okay. I canceled those jobs to redo them and then never redid them. The field would get too crowded? True. That or they're just like, that seems like so much work. That's actually like the most common response I get from other streamers that I try to convince to play Dwarf Fortress is just, that just looks like so much work. Because people like games that are like easy and fun. And Dwarf Fortress is like, not hard, obviously, but it's a hard game to get into. But from a content creator's perspective, it's actually a really hard game to convince your audience to watch. Like a Portuguese streamer from Brazil who I've been watching recently tried streaming Dwarf Fortress once, and their audience was just like, "The fuck's this shit?" Pretty much. And from a creator's perspective, that is really difficult to overcome, because if an audience doesn't want to watch a thing, you're kind of just fucking your own business over. Any tips for what? Teaching your audience to play Dwarf Fortress? Or teaching your audience to watch Dwarf Fortress? Constant exposure. Consistency. People don't want to watch a thing? Do it a lot. The only reason people watch me play this is because I streamed it for 3 months straight. And basically was like, hey, to the people who've watched me for forever, if you want to keep watching me, this is kind of what I'm doing now. And I lost a lot of my audience and a lot of income and almost went bankrupt over a summer. I recovered over time. So, I don't know. I'm not a stream coach. Don't like teaching people to stream. Interrupted by Wombat Corpse. Go get him, Dwarfs. Oh, they got him. Me? This is my full-time job and has been my full-time job since 2016. So if you didn't realize it was a job, congrats. You've been contributing to my living for the past 2 days. So yes, it very much is a job. And if you want to help me continue doing this full time, there's a link to the Patreon. Oh, stream coach? Well, that's a job. Or as I like to call it, as somebody who's been doing this for a really long time, that's also a scam. Your cat was on the keyboard? Oh, that's fine. It was like actually relatively on topic $sign though. Now, the last person who I knew who went into trying to teach people to stream, the last time I saw them at PAX, I still run into them in Twitch chats every now and again, but the last time I saw them at PAX, they told me that I wasn't allowed to have an opinion because this was in 2017 before I was partnered, before I had a check mark next to my Twitch name. And I'd already been doing this full time for like 1.5 years, 2 years. And they were talking about mental health and like streaming and sub counts and sub gifting and various other things. And I was like, well, like, you know, if you get impacted heavily by having a sudden drop in subs because you got gifted a bunch of subs, that's on you for not preparing, because it's like just good business planning. And they were like, are you a partner? And I was like, pardon me? I was like, no, but I'm a full-time affiliate. And they were just like, well, your opinion isn't valid then. And just kind of went back to talking about things with their incorrect opinions. I was like, I don't like this industry very much. We need to crush this. Where is this corpse? Oh, it was the duck's corpse, which is now dead. Oh, well, that's not good. There's a zombie in the water. Must have gotten knocked in the water. The dwarves are all sitting there in utter fear. Have a good night, Arikawa. Let's just lock them inside. Run past it, whether you like it or not, dwarves. Professional DF explainer. Could be a thing. You know what? Let's just do this. Need to make another way out so that we can go around that zombie, because that zombie is just going to keep scaring my dwarfs. What are you doing? Petrified? Frozen? Terrified? Oh, sweet. A human caravan has arrived. Well, since there's a... Oh, dang it. They weren't able to get to the way. I'm hoping that these humans will kill that zombie for me. I need to make a... Oh, what's it called? A marksman squad. Marksterf squad. Because right now they're all just terrified of this fucking zombie. Which is kind of adorable, but also kind of sad. Damn it. Let's do this, just for right now. Fucking gurgle zombie. Also check. Can we say goodnight to Arikawa, please? We're gonna make some archery targets. Place him here. Also, Darren, I don't believe I said hi to you. What are they trying to do? I don't actually know what they're canceling. Cancel store item. Okay, hold up. Don't know what items they're trying to store. I mean, okay, so here's a thing that we could do. Potentially. How deep is this? I really, really wish that the zombie would just leave here. This is the kind of one of the annoying things about having about doing haunted forts like this is sometimes you run into these kind of pathing problems where you're just like insisting on going to a very particular place, but like I can't actually allow them to do that. So we're gonna have to start living within burrows now, I think, except for when absolutely necessary. And then we'll expand the burrows out when they're not necessary. Otherwise, this is just going to keep happening because zombies, the number of zombies on the map are going to start going up now. And there's like nothing I can do about it. I'm going to allow this whole upper area. And then periodically, as things happen, we'll be able to allow other areas. Fortunately, though, I will be able to allow basically just everything that's underground. Which will make some parts of this a little bit easier. But for this area, it'll be this level, the level above, and then everything underground be able to work with. This is a resurrecting biome. So that was one of my dwarves that got punted into the river by a, probably an undead eagle or something. Like dodged into the river, I would guess. Drowned. So everything resurrects. It's one of those stupid forts. How's things though, Freeways? What you been up to? Happy Thursday. It's Thursday. All right, so now I can go down to here. Well, now I can just add this in, go down to here, do everything all the way down to the bottom. Also allow out to here. Right now, and we'll eventually do the upper layer here too. Fortunately, though, everything's gonna get put away real quick. And we're also gonna do this upper layer up here. No. Yep. So Forgotten Beasts will come back as undead Forgotten Beasts with the same abilities and all that jazz. So if it has fire, it'll come back as a fire-breathing undead version of itself. Although it'll probably just catch fire and burn at that point. They're usually the problem with undead versions of things is they're inexhaustible, which means you can't exhaust them. And the issue with that is not impossible to exhaust creatures will outlast your dwarves. So unless they kill it really quickly, they can't knock it on the ground, and it will never like what's the word I'm looking for? Become tired, which is kind of an issue. There's gonna be some interesting Forgotten Beast fights, assuming I fight with them. But yes, I mean there is currently a living fire-breathing beast in the basement. Although I think, and chat can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think undead Forgotten Beasts are cage trappable. I think. This is almost done, don't worry. Well, I mean, that too. Oh yeah, true. If they fight each other, and then one that wins ends up losing anyways because the other one resurrects and then they fight again once they're both. I guess that could happen. In that instance, yes. I'm going to demolish this right now. We're going to dig out this over here. I'm going to add this corner in and then remove it. Right. I was making a mayor and then totally forgot. Or setting stuff up for my mayor. Kind of feel bad for my mayor. Things have been a little busy in this fort. Also, chat, I haven't said this enough today, so chat, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Like, seriously. Thank you so much to everybody who's just sticking around and watching. Like, just in general. I get to have the coolest job in the world because you guys tune in and watch. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. Stone's got the right idea. Round of beers if you want. If you don't have access to beers, the word beer works, or the beers emoji, or HS Cheers works, or you know, all that stuff. You are front gate. And front gate is going to be hooked up to that bridge. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to dig right here. That should be able to be made into a water source. And a sand source, actually. I should be able to make both of those. Oh, nope. Okay, one layer deeper. This is where I'm going to build my well. Sure. For a second there, I thought there was lava there, and I was very concerned for a moment. And then I realized, right, yeah, that's red sand. But that is also, that is also where we are going to put our well. Should work. What up? There we go. So that's going to be our well, which is going to be made out of, let's make it out of cobaltite, why not? And glumprong buckets and pigtail ropes and schist mechanisms. And that's going to be our well. We can even put a garden all the way around it. And I am just going to go into a zone and make this into a water source. Which it isn't yet. It's going to take a little bit to fill, but it'll fill. Can the red sand be turned into glass? Yes, but there's other sand that's not on the aquifer layer that can also be turned into glass. I don't have enough bags right now, though, to really get a glass route up and running. That is part of the plan, though. I do want to do that. But currently, I'm worrying more about just building a successful, like, way of defending, which I'm not quite up to yet. Rebuild that one. You must zzz. You have a good zzz. Stone, thanks for hanging out. As per usual. That's not what I wanted. Craft store shop. For those of you asking about how many casualties, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them was a duck, though. It's very sad about the pet duck. And they are slowly smoothing this whole thing. Might as well just queue the whole thing up for smoothing. Holy shit, is there actually depressed dwarf somewhere? Did I misread that? What do you need? Left bone, you need a mobilization. Do I not have crutches? How is the fort? All right. We're at the point now where we need to start restricting the zones pretty heavily because there's a zombie in the water. Which is fine, but the issue with there being a zombie in the water is, well, the second there's a zombie in the water, well, the second there's a zombie in the water, stuff starts getting a little bit more complicated. Because dwarves start canceling movements constantly, and that's no fun zone. But it's all right. I have no idea. Dragon. If you want to look, you can go look yourself. Because I uploaded the save file for this game before I started this fort. And I can tell you right now, I haven't killed any yet. There it is. Also, shoutouts to the person who just joined my Patreon 6 minutes ago. If you're watching the stream right now, send me a DM on Patreon with your Twitch username, and I can get you your sound commands. 'Cause I owe you sound commands. And also, if you're also listening, I'll DM you after, regardless, if you're not listening. But if you're also listening, that was you? All right, well, then would you prefer I put your real name or your Twitch name into the credits for the YouTube videos? Because I have a little document that I keep with the list of names. Twitch name? Okay. Well, I will add that first, and then I will get you into the bots. Chat, please put on a display of sound commands if you have access to them. Yeah, your name's in the credits of the YouTube. And anybody $2 and above gets their name in the credits of the YouTube videos unless they specify otherwise. And yes, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wipe should be in there, unless it isn't, in which case I'm a bad person. But it's okay. I'm bad at my job. We determined this a long time ago, so like there was one time where Raz pointed out that they were in my credits 3 times, and it's not my fault. It's their fault. They changed their name 3 times and never told me that they changed their names. Also, yes, your name is in the credits. Or was in the credits. Patreon. Add person. Dunk. Dunk. Because it's a really small perk and nobody watches credits. That's probably why you forgot. All right. I just got a text message. Is that from my dad? All right. I guess what we should do here for this starting bit, because what I want is at least one tile of overhang all the way around. So we're going to go all the way along the bottoms here. Because this will be impassable by zombies. So far, besides haunted? What do you mean by vibe? Do you mean like what are the goals? Like the goal is still the same as all of the forts I've done in this world, which is just expand this this faction that we were playing as. This just is a haunted one. So we're still trying to do this, but something that I've noticed is if I go into the artifact screen and I go down to the bottom, there's a good number of artifacts, which is funny because this one actually isn't here anymore. This one is actually in one of my forts. But there's a number of artifacts like this one that are noticeable, like the Hideous Skull, which is a native gold slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I am Oskol Usum Gosru, death-starved, the Ashen Grave, once of the underworld. I bind myself to this place. We're killing gods. By that, I mean we are... Uh-oh. Zombie? Same thing. By that, I mean there are findable locations on the map with angels, and we're killing them. What is an angel? Do you not know what an angel is? I recommend going to the angel Wikipedia page in for Dwarf Fortress. Was the angel a being of the mountain? Yes. Well, okay, so there are beings of the mountains and angels. Beings of the mountains are godly deities that are like angels. They're basically like angels equivalent of necromancer creatures. They're created by the angels, whereas angels are essentially demons. So like the brutes are the things that you find in the underworld. They're basically just that. So that's the first bit. My dad's asking for plans for tomorrow. Me and my dad are going to Moody Row. This is going to be built out into a very large moat. Where are they headed? Not doing a full lap, are they? What are you doing? No job? Drinking. The fuck? Oh. Wait a second. Well, first off, you're being chased by a zombie eagle, so that's a problem. Oh, I just realized I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I removed their way back into the fortress. I should fix that. Casey, the miner, is fighting with an eagle. Seems to be missing a whole lot. Come on, Casey. Just get back into the fort. Run away from Undead America. Undead America, by the way, is my new punk band. It's kind of a new metal project. Not bad. We got it. Well done, Casey. You were horrified. Yeah, I did take away their ramp, yes. Like I said, I'm smart, okay? Never let me change your mind on that. And some more migrants arrived. Really? I'm sure. So, first off, I'm surprised I'm still getting migrants because of the amount of violence happening here. But also, I'm surprised that it doesn't say they've arrived in spite the danger. Like, this is kind of amazing. I'm so impressed that we are still getting more dwarves. More smoothers and more military. They're not just smoothing stuff. Also, like, if anybody else wants a dwarf who doesn't have one yet, just shout. We do have tons of space, although I kind of need to use the toilet, so I should do that. Not brave. Okay. Doesn't handle stress well. How about you? And, oh, likes to brawl. Excellent. Somehow more dangerous than the rest of the evil jungle. I mean, I've never tried living in a dwarven fortress, but I would guess that they're not the safest place to live. All right, looks like there was only a few of them. A stoneworker guild has been established. Excellent. We have the local arm of the Diamond Hall, which is a stoneworkers guild. So we are going to chop down all of these trees that are right here. And then this is going to go all the way around the edge. We're going to hopefully go back to working on chopping stuff down. Hopefully nothing horrible happens in the next 2 minutes, because I'm going to go take a piss. I will be back momentarily. BRB. But yeah, if you're in my Discord tomorrow, there will be pictures of beer and potentially pictures of Korean barbecue. All right, so the Diamond Hall. now has many members in Uniontheater, which is our fortress, and now requires a guild hall. The Diamond Hall, so something that I've noticed about guilds, especially in this world, is guilds have the same name from fortress to fortress to fortress. It's tied to the faction and not to the fortress. So this is like the Uniontheater wing of the Diamond Hall. There's enough dwarves here that are members of the Diamond Hall already, or enough stoneworkers here that they've petitioned to join the Diamond Hall, which is like my faction's stoneworker guild, which is really neat. I didn't realize it worked that way until like the last 2 fortresses. But we can now make a stoneworkers guild. So we're gonna drop down to here, and I guess we will make a stoneworkers guild over here in the corner. Let's crank up the priority on, oh. Well, let's cancel all of this and make this tiny corner higher priority. But will the halls be replaced by diamonds? Don't get too excited, okay? We're not that... You know, I talked about this yesterday, I think, but I've never actually found a diamond in Dwarf Fortress. Diamond is like, me everywhere. Diamond's just like, yeah, fuck yeah, my people. Also, wood nest box 12. Bunch of wooden nest boxes up here on the surface. Uh-oh. Zombie turkeys! Oh no! Whatever shall we do? Let's go squish some turkeys. Yeah, it's a turkey hen and a turkey hen. Oh, looks like, never mind. Anander's got this. I just killed 2 zombie turkey hens. Bud is horrified after being attacked by the dead, but vengeful after joining an existing conflict. Gobble, 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 brains. Gobble, 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 gobble. Imagine you're just like hanging out at the Thanksgiving table and then the turkey stands up. It's almost as scary as the slug stands up or the snake stands up in Dwarf Fort. Also, someone was asking about Steam Deck stuff on my Discord earlier today. I think that we should, maybe not us, but like the Dwarf Fortress community as a whole should start a fundraiser to buy Tarn a Steam Deck. Or just like somebody needs to donate a Steam Deck to Tarn so that Tarn can like make, you know, Dwarf Fortress run on a Steam Deck. I mean, honestly, like Valve should just give Tarn a Steam Deck. But also, if it's our only option, we need to help Tarn acquire a Steam Deck, I think. That actually, one of my favorite lines of combat dialogue in Dwarf Fortress is the thing stands up, because it gets really funny when you're when you're fighting with a snake and it's like the snake stands up. It's like, I'm sorry, what? It's like snake gets knocked over. Because like the lines of dialogue in the combat and the way the combat is processed is treats everything like an animal with legs. The turkey hen head. Oh no! A turkey head resurrected itself in my garbage pile and attacked somebody. So the turkey hen head attacked the metal crafter, but she jumps away, and the metal crafter punches the turkey hen head in the head with her hand, and the injured part collapses. Like this is why resurrecting biomes are amusing, because you get shit like this. The it's like, imagine like you go into the garbage pile, right? Like you go into the garbage room in your house, and there's like a turkey head just going gobble, gobble, gobble. It's just like, oh, it's too funny. All right, let's see where we're gonna place some slabs. So this over here is now going to go up and around. It doesn't actually need to be this large. It could be like, as long as it's like more than 3 tiles wide, it's fine. We'll go for like 4 minimum. Can just go down to here. Go all the way around. Should be enough space. So chat, since I won't be on over the weekend, you guys have any plans for the weekend? Anybody doing anything fun? I know some people have said things about like going Easter egg hunting or organizing Easter egg hunts. It is that time of year, oddly enough. Easter is one of those seasons that sneaks up on me every year. Like, I never know that it's going to happen, and then suddenly it's like, oh, it's Easter. Which is usually how Easter goes for me. This awesome lady friend and you are having a sleepover? Oh, good luck. Have fun. Ooh. I don't think that this is on anybody's to-do list, but just kind of an FYI. And I will post a notice on the Discord about this when it actually happens. But Zach and Tarn Adams are going to be on the Kit Fox anniversary live stream on Friday. It's around, I think it's at 2 p.m. I need to like confirm times, but I will post something on the Discord about that when that's happening. Assuming I remember. You're just gonna sleep a ton? Yeah, that's probably a wise plan. That is probably a wise plan. God, this is gonna be such a cool fortress when it's got a moat on it. Because it's so colorful on the inside, and we can go around the edges and build like a little barracks up here. We can build like a little, like a place for visitors, and we can do some crafting up top. It's gonna be so cool looking when it's all done. And then after we're all done with that, we can start working on pumping lava up. And I was kind of thinking about this, and I didn't say anything while I was thinking about it, but I was thinking about whether or not I wanted to build like a way to drain this moat. I don't think I'm gonna build a way to drain this moat, but I am probably just gonna pour lava all over the surface in the future. So we'll eventually plug up this river with obsidian, I think, is probably what we'll do. But I need I need our glass industry to go ham before I can do that. I just saw an undead thing. Probably this. Peregrine. It was the letter P, so I would check out. Also, if you hear weed whacker sounds in the background, I apologize. They do that on Thursdays. Which means they're probably obliterating all of the clover I planted. Because I am an eco-terrorist who likes to plant clover on my building's property. And then once every couple weeks, they show up and obliterate it, and I replant it begrudgingly. Eventually, it'll grow back faster than they can get rid of it, and I will be very proud. Alright, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna let this spill over and into the fort, or into the moat, but this will stop draining pretty quick. Let's extend this out to here. We're gonna get a sudden flush of water in here. It shouldn't be too major. Once again, if anybody also wants any dwarves, we still got ponds available. So many hammer dwarfs. So many hammer dwarfs. Speaking of silver warhammer, let's just make 50 silver warhammers. Let's just power through some of those. How much materials do I have in bars right now? A lot of silver and some copper. Okay. Fortunately, teeth can't resurrect, so there are no concerns about teeth. Uh-oh. There's actually an aquifer here. I didn't realize that. We're digging into the side of an aquifer. You wanna? Do you know what Jabba you wanna? And the ghostly cook has been put to rest. Rest in peace. What jobs do I have? Masons, miners. One engraver. Some smiths, some crafters, an unfortunate fish person, some animal dissectors, some mechanics, a bunch of hammer dwarves, and children. Assuming you count children as a job. The edges here and getting rid of places we don't need anymore on this. Unfortunate fish dwarf sounds relatable. The unfortunate fish dwarf. Well, they're a fish dissector. I may have already removed their job. Yeah, I did. Do you want me to give them fishing back? And then you can be the unfortunate fish dwarf? Or would you like to be the unfortunate fish dwarf that is retraining it in a useful task for this fortress? Like the mining job that I just gave them seconds ago. Would you like Mathol, or would you like somebody else? And in the evening stream? How have your streams been going, actually, Miss Donner? I've seen you live a couple times. Can the fish reanimate? Depends on the fish. Vermin can't, so like the micro ones, but the bigger fish can. I don't think we're gonna get any bigger fish. Let's go mining. Here, we'll give you the fish guy, but the fish guy is not is retraining as a miner. Mathol. Utist ghost. She feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Well, you haven't killed anything, so horrified after being haunted by the dead, and felt satisfied upon improving discipline. Felt fondness when meeting with an acquaintance, and is married to Stukos. You have a hubby who lives here. You also have a lover who doesn't live here. You worship every god. Imaz, the female dwarf of laws. The birth of yearlings, the god of birth, rebirth, and death. Soxol, the god of crafts and metals, who's a female dwarf. Stul, who's a male dwarf, who's the god of victory and fortresses. You worship Renewal, the deity of the Crimson Pulley, who's the god of lightning, storms, and thunder. You worship Deller, the god of mountains. And you worship the Lens of Pregnancies, which is, of course, the god of song and inspiration. You also worship Alron, Ivoryton, who is the female god of jewels and shiny things. Have you tried posting your stream on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit when you're live? That'll bring in some people. She is 127 years old, born on the 27th of Moonstone in the year 56. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her ears are somewhat tall, and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is gray with a touch of black, and her skin is dark peach. Her eyes are heliotrope, and her eyes are somewhat narrow. She's quick to heal, but quite clumsy. Likes dolomite, sterling silver, jasper opal, elk antler, cotton paper, waves and battle axes and bucklers and backpacks and crowns and peafowls for their enormous fantails, and the words of the paper lace, and the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and prefers to consume beet plants, and radish wine, and tomatoes. Man, I like this dwarf, and can't stand worms. Dragonman! But dude! Thank you very much for the first notification of money, aside from that Patreon thing, in 4 hours. Big thanks, dude. Cheers, man. And chat, big round of beers and yada yada and all that jazz. She is often sad and dejected and does not often feel lustful. She likes to brawl, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, is quick to anger, and often feels envious of others, is a little wasteful when working on projects, and tends to reveal personal information. She isn't particularly ambitious and doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and finds leisure time wasteful. Dreams of raising a family. Location. 180. We're getting there. I've got 2 reindeer calves. Great. We're gonna have to slaughter those and beat the ever-living crap out of them. I mean, slaughter those and then probably kill them again. Also, I missed a spot. Oops. Sounds like exactly what you were expecting. Now I want to know what you were expecting. I mean, I did say it was an unfortunate dwarf. Oh, no. Okay, I guess we'll have to dig out there and fix that. So now we're going to go here. All the way up to there. What happens when a visitor is wanting one of your artifacts to bring it somewhere else, and you deny his request multiple times? Will they become angry and try to fight? They'll start sending thieves. Or start trying to convince your dwarves to steal it. Basically, what I would do is interrogate him every time he shows up. Or that's usually what I do in situations like that, is just interrogate them every time. And then eventually, he'll admit to whoever else is corroborating, and then you can arrest him. His faction might try and invade you if it's an actual faction, instead of a. Ooh, my billy goat just killed an undead falcon. Well, yeah. If it's actually like a faction that's trying to get the item and not just a individual or like a small minor faction. If it's actually a full-size faction, they might invade you, which is fun. So there's a few things that can happen, but it really kind of depends, I guess. Hey, a soap maker withdraws from society. Well, you can't make legendary soap. So craft store shop, probably? Yep, craft store shop. What are you gonna go for? Yeah, that too. That's another thing that could happen, is he might just try and steal it anyway. Box pictures of skeletons. I mean, okay. I got lots of those. You might have to dodge the zombie in there, though. All right, zombie dead, I think. Okay, try again. This poor dwarf. Just imagine being like, okay, imagine trying to get a skeleton on a resurrecting biome for an artifact. Like, that's just a problem. Learned about grad school opportunities and ate pizza. Ooh. How was the pizza appointment? Was the pizza appointment like related to grad school? I mean, not even as nasty as Domino's. I mean, that's not exactly a high bar, and Domino's has its place. I'm still like jealous of this pizza appointment. I still would like a pizza appointment. Although I guess I could say I have a Korean barbecue and beer appointment tomorrow, technically, because me and my dad are gonna go get Korean barbecue and beer. But you know what's kind of funny? So it kind of shows how long it's been since my dad has been like out and done stuff, like gone to breweries. Because he sends me, because like, you know, it's Easter weekend, right? My dad sends me this text. He's like, you sure that the breweries will be open? I'm like, well, yeah, they're breweries. He goes, but it's a long weekend. I'm like, that's when they make their money, dude. Like, that's how you make money in that industry, is being open when people are around and have money to throw around. I mean, sounds like you can't go wrong, though. Don't always need the most interesting topics. It's not gonna work. We've had some more casualties, and we killed the zombie wolves that were in the trees, so we're actually getting dive bombed by birds again. It's kind of fun. Someone's pet duck's head, yeah, is living in the tree. Yeah, you wandered in from another fort. You're now the chief medical dwarf, and I'm sure you'll have lots of work. Don't worry, you'll always be employed in a resurrecting biome as the doctor. So there is that. So that's a benefit. There is a zombie in the river, so we're now restricted to burrows, so I have to always be putting the dwarves into burrows. It's a bit of a pain, but not unplayable or anything. I'm going to try and get all of these logs out before I flood this. And this is going to be our moat. So hopefully it goes well. That's the wrong button, but... Why do I keep hitting M? Okay, let's fix that. Yes, you are a very good doctor in Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I need to make that clarification clear for some reason. So what you're saying is your cure is you listen to The Cure all the time? Because that's a cure I can get behind. But yeah, the problem is this guy right here. Right here. This guy. The dwarves walk up to him and they go, ah! And they run away. And it's kind of a pain. Fortunately, these dwarves will probably be immune to fear sooner rather than later. You know, due to the large amounts of scarring zombies running around everywhere. Speaking of things. Okay, I gotta jump back down there because there's a... Build hall I'm working on. Ah, Stukos. Has created... That's actually kind of cool. Stukos, the soap maker, has created Ashington, a jagged reindeer bone helm, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor English Canyon Parched. They all love English Canyon Parched. I don't know who that is, but... it's called Furberths. Uh-oh. Well... Hey, Madunho. Anybody in the fort die yet? I think the death count is 6. But one of them was a pet duck. However, the pet duck's head is still alive in a tree, so it's fine. This is a jagged reindeer bone helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round slate cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of reindeer bone, and menaces with spikes of slate. But hello, Hambloco. Hope you're doing well. Let's finish this up. We are working on a moat up top here, which I think is going to look awesome when it's done. So pretty pleased with that so far. But how are you doing today, Hambloco? Also, I totally missed this question. Sorry, Trippin' Panda. Yes, you'll see it in their inventory. Which is why if I'm going to have artifacts, I put them in an area where dwarves will see them if they get stolen. And then if an artifact gets stolen and it's in an area where dwarves can see them, and you have a captain of the guard, the dwarves will report it as a crime, and if you're quick on your feet, you can actually arrest them before they get away with the artifact, and it's like a 500-day sentence, usually. It is a very long sentence. And sometimes they also get a beating, which is pretty fun, getting to just, like, give a non-faction member this huge prison sentence. But can start wars, but I don't know, I think it's worth it. Oh no, a reindeer cow skin is fighting. Looks like the pink fluffy llama got it though. Fortunately, skins are about as easy as just like stepping on them. They just kind of die. They're not exactly the strongest thing. Oh my god. You guys want to see some good looking food? Bell and I are eating good. Wow. You're doing well except for the fact that the past 30-ish months you've had maybe 30-ish job interviews and you still haven't landed a job yet? What industry? Web development? Oh, damn. I feel bad because, like, web development is one of those industries that, like, I knew some people who are, like, now programmers, right? Who got into web development, like, a decade ago, or like 10 to 15 years ago, and made a fuck ton of money, like making websites for dentists, small schools, private businesses, haircut places, like all that shit. And now it's like everybody just makes a fucking Squarespace website. Shit sucks. Starting to realize that the field isn't for you. I don't know if it's not necessarily for you. It's just it's tight because like commercial is like the only place that really needs web development now. Like a friend of mine who I knew in high school, or high school age rather, made like a full-time living off of building and maintaining the local dentist's website for like 3 different dentists, because like 3 different dentists operated out of there. And he just like updated he literally like had to update the website once a week. That's all he had to do. He built the website. It took him like a week, and then he just updated it, and they paid him part-time to just update it. He made a couple $100 a week just updating schedules. And now it's like you can just do that with a few button presses on other things. It's work doing infrastructure and back and stuff, and cloud technology. Yeah, but that's the stuff that has really high competition, right? It's like 15 years ago, you could get into web development, and yeah, you know, like your end goal is to get something that's an enterprise, right? But it wasn't hard at all back then to just do odd jobs, which isn't really the way that industry works anymore. Like the odd jobs part is gone. So when you were like hit with hard times and like needed work, you could just go find it, you know? That's kind of what I mean, is that doesn't exist anymore. Or at least nowhere near as much as it used to. Like, yes, absolutely. Like, there's so much more to web development than just doing odd jobs. But the odd jobs is like how you pay your bills when you're doing the 45 interviews to try and get the next big gig, right? You're trying the transition into game development, though? I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily like an easier gig to get, but good luck, dude. I mean, I think you mentioned yesterday that you were working on some hobby games, right? Have you made any games before? And when you say game dev, do you mean like indie dev or like AAA stuff? I keep hitting M when I go for N. Man, that's like my keyboard got moved. You almost got a job at Obsidian? Oh, that would have been really cool. I mean, this is just me talking with my experience in this industry. If you want to get into game dev, just go start making games. Just go start making games. Participate in game jams. Just make small projects. Tons of them. It's very difficult, but just start making games. And then, because it's one of those it's one of those industries where experience is almost more valuable than a resume, if you can get it. So, if you can create experience out of nothing, you'll just make it. You'll get a job. Like, just participate in every game jam that happens on itch.io. Because there's like 10 game jams a week on itch. And then if you do well in a couple, you'll naturally develop a following through itch because people follow on itch. And other people will see your shit, make a Twitter account, participate in Screenshots Saturday and Indie Dev Tuesday and all that shit. Flip up, get going with that social media game, and that's all I can really say. You need to check that out now? Here, let me show you something amazing about itch.io. I just need to take a glance real quick to make sure there isn't porn here, because sometimes itch does that. All right, we're good. Like, see, this is a Pancake Deluxe, actually. This is a game that I was planning on making a video out of, because Pancake, these guys, or Puncake, they're one of those studios that just does shit tons of game jam stuff, and they release games on mobile. But they just released this little chess roguelike, which I will probably put up a video about on my YouTube channel this next week, because I love chess roguelike. But it's chess pieces with a gun. that's the whole pitch. Is you play chess with a gun, and it's like this is something that was made for a game jam. That's, on my wishes. I'm just gonna add that to my collection real quick. Add to collect. Dun, dun, dun. All right. That was for Ludum Dare. But like, yeah, just go to jams. Just go to itch.io and go to jams. These are jams. There's one that starts in 17 hours. There's one that starts in 5 hours. There's one that starts in 6 months. This is the calendar for game jams. It's gotten a bit excessive. Obviously, like, a lot of these are tiny, right? Like, some of these have, like, 4 people join that one. Sheep's Clothing Writing Jam. That's a writing jam. But VR Challenge Jam 2, make a VR game. But, yeah. Interactive Stories. That one has a cash prize. Yeah. Like, just start constantly taking part in those. And that will build you a resume. Be like, well, I've never worked at a game dev studio, and maybe I don't have C++ experience, but I've made 35 games, and 8 of them are playable. Or alternatively, you'll make a project that maybe does well or gets a bunch of downloads and you really like it, and then you finish it and publish it, self-publish it, which is very easy to do. It costs $100 to self-publish a game on Steam. Like, the world of game development is a lot more, I want to say free, but like, it's just like getting into any kind of social media now. I love the way this fort looks. I don't mean to toot my own horn here, but God, this fort is pretty. You know what? Let's just do it this way. Let's build this out from here. All the way down to there. Let's chop down the rest of these. Also, chat, we're a little lurky, which is fine. I'm just curious how many people are listening to the stream. If you're listening to the stream right now, can I get a round of beers? Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. It's like activity check. Wanted to do that for so long, but you've put off the starting part for yours? Why? The key to achieving things in life is starting. I don't mind if people lurk. Like, you guys don't need to wake up or anything. It's just, why don't you put on a little makeup, you know what I'm saying? Literally, yesterday, when the DF News post came out, I woke up to a DM from Alexandra, the Kit Fox community manager. That was literally just this GIF. I literally woke up to this GIF. This is how, like, content creation from the creator's side is. Okay, I get it. You posted the damn thing. I'll get up. No, there's never an excuse not to. You can make an excuse not to, but that's a manufactured limitation that you've given yourself. Since when is work an excuse? Work is a social construct that we are told by society and need for finances to take part in. Work is optional. So here's a question. Set a personal rule. Whenever you're watching Twitch, you also have a game project that you're open or that you're working on open at all times. Done. I see the problem here. Make Twitch a productivity situation. And I'm also, just to be clear, I'm not much of a productivity slut. I actually think that, like, hyper productivity is a problem in modern culture and society. And I think it's actually a very toxic thing for a lot of people. And the need to always be productive is a net negative. I had a conversation with one of my teammates recently because she wants to start walking more often and was looking for ways to, like, make herself get up and go outside and get more exercise. And she was tweeting about it, which is why I'm talking about this. And I just responded with, I walk almost every day, with the exception of the days that I stream now, because I stream so long that I basically just go straight to bed after I'm done streaming. And she asked me, she's like, how do you get the inspiration to go out and walk? I'm like, I like walking. And she was just like, well, I feel so unproductive. Walking is productive! Bah! That's how I feel about that. You're horrible at digitally multitasking? Fair enough. You're a web game dev by using all of your free time after work building websites. You just have to sacrifice your comfort if you want to do cool things. The thing that I'll say this, right? And I do not advocate for doing this. This is a really good way of killing yourself and dying young, which I will. Not kill myself, but die young, most likely. And that's... The way I landed this as a job, streaming is what I mean by this, is I started streaming. I started streaming while I worked full-time night shift in fast food. And from about 2012 until about 2016, which is when I cut my shifts down to 2 nights a week, because around 2016, Twitch became the majority of my income. During that time window, I worked 8 hours a night with a commute and streamed a minimum of 4 hours a day. And it took that many years. It took about 3 years of that. Also, autumn has come, so not much has happened. Can't slow down, always panicking. Now, my knee-jerk response, cutest, is to be very sarcastic and say that's because you live in Russia. You're always rushing places. Anyway, I think I'm funny sometimes, okay? But rim shot. But yeah, it's I'm doing my best. I think I woke Bastet up with that. Isn't it your nap time? But yeah, no, I understand the... Spiky, thanks for bestowing a gift upon the head of the wondrous Hambloco. It's very kind of you. Thank you. What was I gonna say? You did nap early? Okay, I didn't realize you were back, but God, this is gonna be cool as hell looking when it's done. You work 12-hour shifts? How many days a week? I work 14-hour shifts. And then a 6-hour-ish day. Like, my life these days is 3 14-hour streams, which usually end up being closer to 16-hour days. Then, like, a 6-hour day on Friday. And then I might do like 2 hours of work on Saturday, and I might maybe do like 2 hours of work on Sunday, and I might maybe do like 2 hours of work on Monday, and then back to this. Previously, like I've done like the 7 days a week, a couple hours a day. I've done like the I've done like basically every schedule that you can possibly think of for streaming. But this is the happiest I've been in recent memory with this current schedule. Bi-weekly schedule? Well, that means that then you have, what, like 2 weeks to, or like a week to do whatever the fuck you want then after that. That sounds like, I'm not trying to call you out or anything, but that sounds kind of like the oil sands. Or some sort of heavy machinery. I'm just guessing though. You're a horrible procrastinator? Do you have anything that you really like in life that is like easily obtainable for you? Because I am a creature of simple goals. And the way industrial for refrigeration, gotcha. Okay. And the way I make myself work is I reward myself with dumb shit. So it'll be like, all right, well, I'm super depressed. I don't want to do any work, but I can smoke a joint if I finish this work. Or, but I can have a pint of beer if I finish this work. Or I can go to this show this weekend that I really want to go see a band that I really want to see this weekend if I finish this thing. Or I can go, and that's literally how I force myself to do stuff. Is I like trick my brain into being super excited about being able to go do something that I really want to do. I'll take you off of carpentry for a little bit. You're going to make one more bed and then go hack down some trees. Want to have the pint right now? Because I drank all of my beer yesterday. I could have a blunt, but I don't like being high while I streams. I also don't like being high while I'm on my stream week. Because then I'll be like foggy the next day. So tomorrow. Or maybe tonight. Actually, probably not because I'll be going. So Friday night. Buy a lot of easy sources of dopamine. Put the phone in airplane mode. Take the computer off the internet. Done. Dwarfs in the military. Huh. I need more axes. I think. Let's just make 50 silver battle axes. I think that might be why trees aren't getting cut down fast enough. I'm pretty sure I don't have enough battle axes. I mean, if I tell my friend, yo, we can finish them and we can have a drink, he'll tell me, yo, get a drink right now and let's watch Blind. Then tell Blind that, and Blind will be like, do you need me to time you up for like 5 hours so you can go finish the thing you need to do? I guess then, like, you could just, like, you know, mute me. Or then you could just, like, not type in the chat, but, like, I'm trying here, man, okay? Trying to help. You're making it hard. Early autumn. They're good? Okay. Figured I'd offer, you know, just in case. Can you do that? If someone asks to be timed out for like 5 hours, I'll do it. Why not? I just need to know what that is in seconds. Like, I could time you out for 5 hours, or someone else could. I used to have a viewer that would talk all the time, and he was pretty open about having like being somewhere on the spectrum, and that he would like obsessively hyper focus on things. Here's the traders. He would like obsessively hyper focus on the stream when he was here, and he would be like, I need to go to bed, can you ban me? So we'd time him out for like 1800 or 18,000 seconds. Thank you. Like, and I would time him out for 8 hours. And he'd go to bed. Especially if it was like a 24-hour stream or something, and then he'd pop in the next day exactly 8 hours later going, oh, up. He's an interesting character. Haven't seen him in a while, though. Kind of shocked we haven't been sieged yet. Might have something to do with the fact that I haven't actually exported that much value and stuff yet, too. I don't know what to sell you guys. You know what? Let's do this. Wood ball. I'm going to take my own advice. 500. That's our trading material for the next ever. Forever. Rishin says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I need anvos. We have finalized the import agreement. Discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. And farewell, Wubok. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Oh, also, I just remembered this monstrosity. So, you know how earlier I mentioned Stream Coach? You want to know what the, like, absolute endgame of that bullshit is? If you ever wanted to become a streaming icon and learn how to stream with Ninja, well, now you can pay way too much fucking money and he'll tell you to buy a decent webcam and dye your hair blue. And how to set up OBS. What's hilariously funny to me about that is that I know somebody who has a masterclass subscription and watched that, or watched like the first chunk of that. And he's like, yeah, it's literally just, he talks about branding a lot and make yourself into a brand and like, don't be a person, because being a person is bad and you have to be a brand, not a person. It's literally all he really talks about. You're not surprised that's a thing? I'm surprised it's him and not Dr. Disrespect. That's the thing that I'm surprised by. I'm surprised it's him and not Doc. For whatever reason. Although Doc these days would be like, make $1 billion and start an NFT project and then get told you're a scam artist, which is probably true. Does he? I didn't hear that bit. Although, to be fair, I kind of recommend, like, if you want to get into streaming, I recommend faking your views. I heard to look at that. I'm sorry, Red March. I do actually recommend faking views if you're trying to get into streaming. By that, I mean, turn your stream on, right? Once you've turned your stream on, then take every single device in your house and open your stream up on every single device in your house that can open up a stream. Hey, Rolf, what up? So it's like, I always tell people, it's just like, well, if you want to get into streaming, turn your stream on, start streaming, take your phone, pop your stream up on your phone, mute it, plug your phone in, grab your tablet, do that. Grab the other computer in your house, do that. Tell your friend to do that. Go to, take your dog's phone, because everybody has a phone now, right? And do that. Take your kids' phones if you have kids and do that. And just get your numbers above like 6. Ask like 10 friends that you have in real life, text your friends and be like, open my stream. And get those numbers above like 6 viewers and you'll actually have people pop in. It'll still be slow, but you'll actually have people pop in. If you have 0 viewers or 1 viewer, no one's going to fucking tune in. It doesn't matter. Unless you're playing Dwarf Fortress. And then just kind of, hey, people might actually tune in. That's like the only piece of like legitimate streaming advice I have. Gotta try and boost those numbers. Oh yeah, just like have your phone under your desk and be talking to yourself in chat. Hey man, what's up? Oh, it's good, dude. Hope you're well. Have you had a good day? Hey, Thummy. If you dye your hair blue, will you become ninja? You know, I cannot confirm nor deny that. If you dye your hair blue, stream Halo for 5 years, and then stream Battle Royales for like 2 years, and then woof, woof, kappa, woof. Depending on where you go on Twitch, you might actually get dialogue like that. And then I'll protract schizophrenia. And then stream Fortnite a bunch because it's the newest Battle Royale game, and then get extremely fucking lucky, then you could be Ninja. Although the way Ninja talks about brands actually makes me feel sick, because like I've always I'm just me on my stream. Like I'm not acting. I'm just me. Like it's a bit exaggerated at times. Like sometimes I will like die on a hill that I don't need to die on just because it's entertaining for people. But it's like I don't act at all, and I think that if you are not a person on your stream and you are a character or a brand, you are not going to last. Because I know so many people, unless you become like the scale of Ninja where you make what, like $30 million a year or whatever the fuck he makes, from all of his brand deals. But if you're streaming and you want to not go insane, don't just make yourself into a brand. This isn't all scripted. No, I don't sit down before the stream starts and write this all out. Trust me, I wish I was that talented. This actually, you know, you joke about that, but I listened to a podcast, which is like a science comedy podcast thing. And somebody once wrote, because they did a Q&A episode once. They never do Q&As, but they did a Q&A episode once where they just answered questions on Twitter. And someone was just like, who does the writing for your episodes? Your jokes are really funny. And then one of them was just like, you think that we write these? You think we script these? Like, he's like, we're just talking, man. They just like sit down and have a conversation for an hour. He's like, wow, we're just that funny. This hour-long podcast. Yeah, we script these, definitely. The miner strikes the eagle corpse in the head with his copper pick, and the severed park sails off in an arc. Clap. Now there's gonna be a zombie eagle head in 2 minutes. I love that Hitch has a scripted Hitch. I don't know who Hitch is. I don't know who Dad is, but okay. Please. Am I trying to build a moat? I'm not trying to build a moat. I'm building a moat. This is going to be our sole defense for the fort. Or not our sole defense, but one of our main defenses. Don't all you Canadian streamers know each other? Yeah, sure. Definitely. Because Canada, very small country. Howdy doing? I doing howdy. I'm feeling good. How's you, Hoshan? Happy Thursday. You love Laval? Laval moats. I also love Laval moats. Is this more like Laurel and Nandy or whatever the fuck they said? What, the YouTube poll results that I put out? I mean, my YouTube, I don't know if it was the result of that poll. I kind of doubt that because this happens independently of polls, and I don't generally do polls. But YouTube decided to throw one of my videos into the algorithm yesterday for a hot minute, and it was like, you know, the video did normal. Like, just casually 2,000 views in an hour. 2,500 views in an hour, like, kind of gave me a heart attack. Yanny, that was it. Yeah, Laurel and Yanny. It's been a while since I've thought about that stupid thing, but yeah. You enjoyed it? Hell yeah! Hopefully we can get Evil Trick on again, because he said that even though he doesn't know when he'll be streaming again actively, or if ever, we can still get him on the pod. So. Although I won't be on the most recent episode. I won't be on the next episode because I will be hanging out with my dad and then family over the weekend instead of recording. But I've been on every single episode, so you know what? Fuck it, I need a day off. Yeah, a lot of like once every 5 years and once every couple years players. Which, yeah, actually, I mean, that checks out. I mean, like a large, I'd say probably a majority of DF players play whenever there's a patch. Oh, my manager's trying to trade at depot. And they're not even at the right depot. Was there a patch lately? The last patch for Dwarf Fortress was January 28th, 2021. It's literally on the front page of their website. I'm like really excited. I'm hoping that this happens soon. I'm hoping that my YouTube channel hits 10K subs. So close. Small goals, you know? You should sub. I do upload 2 videos a day, so keep that in mind. I'm not like my friend Wanderbots who uploads like 15 to 30. He's just like, I start losing views if I upload more than 12 than 40 videos a day, and it's like but yeah. I'm not that bad, but the convo drove in is I put out a poll on my YouTube channel recently that was just how often do you play Dwarf Fortress? And there's a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress once a year or so. And once every couple of months, I think was the majority. Yeah, here, I can take a look. How much Dwarf Fortress do you play? The first 34% said maybe every few years. 40% said once a year or so. 14% said once a month. 8% said once every few days. And 4% said, I have 15 forts running and I might need help. And that was out of 1,300 votes. Which is pretty good. It's a pretty good poll. All right. We are now good to go, meaning I can erase all of this, all of this, all of this, all of this, and all of this. And all of this, all of this, all the way down to this, up through this. Now we can fill the moat, pretty much. Just got to wait for them to finish up the last little bits. And claim all of this stuff down here. And dump all of it. It's because I would like to get all of these logs out of the moat. That is the garbage dump. Absolutely nothing of value. It's a chat minigame that exists so that I can track how many hours you watch. That's all it is. But it does absolutely nothing, really. And it's something that, like, predates channel points. All it is. And so you earn some channel points for every 30 minutes you watch the stream. 1 if you're unsubbed, 2 if you're subbed. And then you can invest them with roughly a 50% chance to win a slight profit back on your investment. And that's all it is. And it exists for bragging rights and doesn't really do anything. That is all that it is. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know, let's actually just carve out this side. And also this side. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in pillars because I think those will look cooler. I'm also going to turn off all my squads for a minute, give them a break. Get them to go help. That'll speed things up. A Crafts Dwarfs Guild has been established. If you want it, Absolute Despair, ! Tile set, but it's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. The popular YouTuber. Rather than buy a boat, why don't you build a boat? Because, you know, after all, you must build a boat. If one person knows what I'm talking about, you get some, like, old school indie game cred. Maybe not old school, but older school indie game cred. Wah, wah, wah. How's things, audio? What the fuck is a guild? It is a thing that forms if you have enough dwarves in a certain profession. By that, I mean 10. We'll wait until they're done. What else is there audio-wise? Oh, for you? Everything that pops up underneath an exclamation point annoy me. Then you'll hear some other ones that you don't have access to, and those ones are custom, which are unique to individuals. Like Audio's trombone is unique to him. Hobo's hobo song is unique to Hobo, because Hobo is Hobo. And those are $25 a month on Patreon. It's the tier above. So you get all of those commands, which are for everybody at tier 2 on Twitch and anybody on Patreon at $6. A single migrant has arrived who's a stoneworker. Well, get to work, Dwarf. Good to have you. Oh, do you have any pictures of the setup yet, Audio? Like, do you actually have it? Sorry if I missed something in chat earlier. Oh, your cab's delivering tomorrow. Gotcha, gotcha. Hell yes. Perfect, just in time for Friday, I would say.
Woo! Oh, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
So this was right there. Double check. Okay, so this would go then right here. Centered with you. Which is going to be right in the middle of that. All right.
Let's take a lovely...
I'm not listening to any music.
Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Yes, what he said. My noise is wonderful. You considered tier 4? What, the $25 one? It is tier 4, I think, on Patreon, because tier 1, yeah, so that would be tier 4. Unless that's the even bit, the one that's just like, oh fuck, I don't know. I can't remember which one's tier 4. I forget that I have tiers on Patreon until people subscribe to them, to be honest. I made those them and I was like, okay, these all seem good. No one's ever gonna grab any of them. And yet I'm still here somehow. I think Merc is the only person at that tier right now. Dominith. That one is weird because it's like, fuck, I don't know. The tier. That tier exists because somebody told me to make it. Because it was right after my ex left me and suddenly my income got cut down into like a third of what it was. Because I had to, you know, suddenly pay rent without any assistance. And a friend of mine was just like, hey, make a $90 tier and I'll give you that level of money. I was like, okay. Now the one with the one with the text to speech is the $25 tier. $25 a month will get you a custom sound. The text to speech bot, it was a thing that was unmade and then got made and then got broken again. And no one actually was subscribed to that tier for the period of time that it worked, which is kind of hilarious. So I'd have to, like, get my programmer to fix it again. I need to rewrite that, so thanks for reminding me. Because currently that doesn't work. Currently, you just have sound commands that have almost no cooldown. What I should actually do is just get Beeline to rewrite that. Because I had to swap bots recently because Twitch rewrote their API, so my old bot that I'd had since like 2015-ish, which was originally called OnkBot and then later Streamlabs bot, ceased working. Like half of the functions just stopped working because Twitch is like, yeah, we're gonna destroy all of your legacy code. Woo! Which was fun. Makes everybody really happy. Speaking of things that makes people happy, Twitch is getting rid of views. I wonder if they did that already. Supposedly this morning, Twitch was getting rid of views, which is fun. Not that you won't see live views, you'll still see the live counts, but they're getting rid of like the tracking of views, which is obnoxious, and I hate it. Forward to hitting 1.5 million views. Still a ways off of. Yeah, because today's the 14th. Also, today's payday. Ooh. They done that yet? Nope, they haven't done that yet. It's still on my dashboard. Yeah, I mean, I will talk about it, and I think it's stupid and bullshit, and I don't think they should remove view counts. Both. Currently, like, you guys can't see our total view counts unless you go to third-party stat tracking sites. They remove the ability for viewers to see our total view counts. Like, my Twitch channel has 1.4 million views on it. I don't want to talk about that subject because I have a very unpopular opinion on that one, Hambloco. I am still to this day ecstatic that they removed that. But I'm actually a content creator, so I love the fact that you guys can't see dislikes and that I can. I know what people like and what people don't like without getting harassed for it. And it doesn't hurt me to experiment now, whereas it did previously. So, I love the fact that you guys don't see dislikes. That's not true. Not the way. I have a feeling that you never streamed in your life, so I don't think you really have much of a say on this subject. I have no idea on that one. Spiky. Not sure. Those are going away, though, Hoshan. Because they're rewriting their API and removing the old one. So you're just not going to be able to see it at all. Even with extensions. Matchmaker punches the Eagle Corpse. I was attacked by the dead. I'm not upset by this. Hey, they're learning. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm still stating that you don't really have an opinion on the subject. Because they don't want you to know how many dislikes a video has? Dragon? I mean, you can still figure out the ratios, the number of comments to views. No, I just simply said that your opinion and statement isn't valid. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just saying I don't agree with your statement. And what you're saying isn't true. Yes, it's both, Hoshan. But as a creator that used to get attacked with dislikes, and had issues with that in multiple occasions, I am extremely grateful that they removed them. It's one of those double-edged swords things, right? Where it's just like, it's just as beneficial to me as it is to people you don't want to benefit from it. But I am thankful for the ways that I benefit from it, because I absolutely benefit from it. Is it spooky enough? Well, there's a dead dwarf zombie in the river that keeps startling my dwarves, and a chicken head in the tree, so I would say a turkey head, sorry, and a wombat neck, apparently. Where's this wombat neck? Oh, there's a wombat neck that lives in this tree. And if you actually get scammed by YouTube videos, you're a moron. But like I said, I have an unpopular opinion on this subject. Well, you see, here's the thing, right? They did a long time ago, but if you hid your dislikes, which I tried doing a couple of times, people would go after you, right? So if you hid your dislikes when they added that feature, you would quite literally just get attacked for doing that. So I didn't have a viral success. I had a video that got like 5,000 views in 2 hours, and then it dropped down to where it normally is. Chicken heads are in the trees. Someone probably has written a poem about that in this fort. Really, all just hanging out over there. Just come on. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just finish this up. I just genuinely believe that it is incredibly funny that audiences think that the people that a thing is benefiting don't matter. People on Instagram felt the same way when they removed visible likes. I don't like Instagram. I think it's a terrible platform. But that's the best change they've ever made. So, that's what it is. Yes, we absolutely are in range of like 3 different enemy civs. There's an elven civ that we are in range of, a goblin civ that we're in range of. I just haven't attacked anybody, so they're not going to go out of their way to come and get us. But we have enough people here that the goblins can come get us. Dwarf is withdrawn from society. Oh, neat. Also. No, we only just hit 80, which is 80 dwarves is when goblins start invading. If you don't have more than 80 goblins, or 80 dwarves, you're not going to get invaded by goblins. So there's that. We only just hit that number from the last migrant wave. And because I haven't attacked anybody, like, they're not going to go out of their way to hit me. Haven't attacked the elves, so they won't ambush me. Same with I'm not at war with the humans. Like, yeah, we've been here for a bit, but took a little bit. The first few years, migrants were pretty slow because we didn't actually export anything because I had nothing to trade. Because I was just trying to avoid the undead eagles, mostly. which, by the way, is the best Eagles cover band. Yes. No, this is the same world, not the same fort. Mothfall was the fort where I found angels. I know where there's more, too. I have a bunch of locations on my map I can raid. Oh, there's dwarves down there. Oh, brilliant. Well, good luck. All right, so here's what we got to do. Actually, let's not do it that way. Let's do it this way. Well, there's already a dead dwarf zombie in the river. There's also someone's pet rooster. But yes, I would hesitate to agree. I wouldn't hesitate to agree with that. Where are you going? The way that I... Okay, well, that dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. But I'm a little bit busy right now, game. Where are you going? Okay, repath around back to where you... I missed it, aren't you? What, the dwarf zombie that's in the moat? Being a zombie, I think? You know, like hanging out. I'll say pink fluffy llama. I almost said pink puffy llama. But pink fluffy, what's up? Your dwarf showed up here, by the way. You killed a bunch of angels in Mothfall. Run, dwarf! Run! Yay, you made it! All right, now we can just seal that off. Perfect. You're the Antichrist? I wouldn't say that angels in Dwarf Fortress are exactly good. But they're like surface demons. They're demons that just spawn on the surface. Have you given him booze yet? That's just what I'm going to ask people whenever they talk about having pet hamsters for the rest of my life. No? God damn it. I mean, that little fucker can drink pure ethanol and be fine. So, if you ever run out of water, but you happen to have, for some reason, like a liter of ethanol, like you can keep him alive for an extra long period of time. I don't know what you'll ever use that information for. You did name him Dmitri, so it wouldn't be out of place to give him some vodka. That's a good name for a hamster. I appreciate that name. That's a good name. But that is our haunted fort. Looks kind of sexy if I do say so myself. You moved some stuff around his cage. How dare you move the location of his running wheel? Why would that, actually, why would that upset them? Are they like cats where they get upset. If, like, things change, like, do they fear change or something? I don't know very much about hamsters. I just know that they can drink pure ethanol. Because apparently the good folks over at the University of Alaska had nothing better to do. Hello, Anander. You punched a dead eagle and it exploded. I just thought I'd pass off that piece of information to you. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I mean, if you walked into my apartment and started moving shit around in my house and woke me up, I'd be pretty pissed off at you too. Yeah, you made an eagle. An eagle does explode. It's built, and it's not really a tower. Sazir the clerk has created Emal Kizbiz, an eagle bone bin, and offers it to the climactic dwelling. All right. Well, I mean, it suits the aesthetic of the place. An eagle bone bin. It's called the Sense of Deer, the eagle bone bin. It's worth 3,600 zathal. Emil Kizbiz, this is an eagle bone bin. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is the most American bone bin, and it is decorated with eagle bone and encircled with bands of eagle bone. I have no idea. Dude, we get attacked by so many undead eagles, it's highly doubtful. Also, that was like maybe a year ago in game at least. But in my heart, I will pretend that it was made by that eagle. The Company of Loots now has many members in Uniontheater and requires a guild hall. We must build them a Craftsdwarf's guild hall. Noted. Speaking of guild halls. Yay. Okay. Stoneworkers Guild is finished. Just gonna finish up this top side. We're gonna go make a Craftsdwarfs Guild. I keep on expecting to look down here and just see like another dwarf. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, actually, just show of hands. Who here has been applying for jobs recently? Because I feel like everybody in my chat has told me that they've been applying for jobs recently. It's like, is it job season right now? Like, what's going on? Or did everybody like just get unemployed? You're hunkering down at your job, defending your position from other people. I understand. Build a pillow fort. It'll help. That is my professional work experience opinion, is if other people are trying to take your job, build a pillow fort. Got a new job? Well, your name doesn't fit then. You're going back to your area of work after no work during COVID. Gotcha. Well, it's a great thing that COVID is completely over and we can all stop panicking now. Wash your hands. But, you know. I haven't actually found any adamantine spires. Like, I'm down to the cavern layers, but, yeah, I haven't found any adamantine. I think I might have one of those super rare embarks where there's no adamantine. 'Cause I was planning on going for candy, but I had no desire to release demons. It's really easy to dig around it down there without actually releasing them. Thank you, Red March. It's taken moat of the day. Ah! It's not super common. Happens more often if you fuck around with World Gen, which I did. This one. And if you embark in the smallest possible embark, like what's it called? So essentially, you know how the embark size is 16? I can explain the odds. You know how an embark size is 16 by 16? Right? When you're embarking, and it starts down with 1 square all the way up to 16 by 16, and the default is 4 by 4. Each tile has a 50% chance to have an adamantine spire. So you might have 1, you might have 4, you might have 2, you might have 3, but having 0 is very unlikely. And the bigger you make your map, the less likely it becomes that you'll have 0. I think I spawned on one with 0. So if you do like a micro embark or like a 1-tile embark, which I've done before, every time I've ever done a micro embark, I haven't had adamantine. This is just the default map size, -1. So this is a very small map. And it's like, yeah, the odds that we have no adamantine are actually quite good. Cause like I could go down to the Magma Sea and show you. Oopsies, that's a stairs, not a ramp. Don't want stairs. This is a wonderful little fort. I wonder if that fire-breathing forgotten beast is still alive. And there we go. That's our moat. Would you look at that? Looking pretty good, I think. The little grumpy thing is out and exploring their new sand bath. Well, that's good. Now, is this sand with water in it, or is this just sand? So now we can go make that Craftsdwarf shop. Or not Craftsdwarf. Craftsdwarf's Guild, which is going to go up in this corner. And then we need to make a tavern and a bunch of other things. Can I not make a traction bench? So this zone right here is going to be a Craftsdwarf Hall, which is the Company of Loots. So he's gonna like bury himself in the sand? That's kind of adorable. Are there any plants that you could put into a hamster enclosure that they wouldn't eat? The recruit kicks the Peregrine Falcon corpse in the upper body with his right foot. right, how many dwarves still need beds? Actually, not that bad. They're like half-housed. Okay, well, we need to make another bedroom wing then. You're going to start a new fort? For when I started reading that initially, I was like, kind of hoping it'd be like, you've inspired me. I'm going to join a game jam or something. But, I mean, go build a fort. Go have fun. What kind of fort you going to build? And the thing is going to be just an edible one that you don't mind having it annihilated. Some wheatgrass and clover? You could do wheatgrass and clover. You could do bamboo. Something that it can't eat. Oh, of course. Absolutely, you can spawn with no iron. Because, like, there's... The way, like, metals work is, you can have deep metal, which is one type of metal, which is one type of ore on that location. You can have deep metals, which is multiple metals, usually 2, sometimes 3, in that location. You can have shallow metal, and you can have shallow metals. So you can have a maximum of about 4 or 5, maybe 6 types of metal on a map. And there's way more than just iron. There's several different ores for iron, but there's also tin, there's copper, there's silver, there's gold, there's platinum, there's tons of different ones, right? And because of that, yeah, it's extremely common to settle with no iron. There's no iron on this embark. We have silver and copper. Much less organized, crappier version than what I've got here. I mean, is it necessarily crappier, or does it just have more character? I like to think of it as having more character. Yeah, you get a bismuth. You get a fucking billion and nothing else. Or billin. Not billion. I always call it billion, but billin. Dwarf Fortress isn't Minecraft. You're not going to find diamond pickaxes every embark. Also, shit, Rolf, thanks. 2 new patrons today. You know, I'll be honest, I'm very happy to get new patrons. But I'm slightly sad that I'm getting new patrons because now I no longer have 69 patrons. I had 69 patrons this morning, which was kind of funny. You call it billion too? Yeah, I add the extra L in. I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. It's the funny sex number. Who doesn't want to have the funny sex number? Yeah, and then there's Fluxstone. If you settle somewhere that has iron but no Fluxstone, then you can't make steel, so you need to import Fluxstone. It was tilting you? I have a real serious question. Why the fuck would that tilt you? Who cares? Dwarf Fortress is a game about making the most of what you got. Not a game about, like, worrying about having the absolute optimal perfect embark. If you're worrying about having the absolutely optimal perfect embark every time, you're never gonna have a good time, dude. Like, you have to unwire your min-maxing needs when you play DF. Because you'll have a much better time with it if you don't play it that way. It's because the map generates ores in a realistic fashion. Oh, yeah, of course it can spawn without certain ores. But if you want more metals, during your world generation, you can set the abundance level of minerals, crank that all the way up to maximum. And even if you don't have the ore that you want, you will have so much of any other ore that you'll be able to just trade for whatever. It would have saved you days of senseless digging. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. That sucks, dude. I understand. That makes sense now why I would tell you. These must be inside. Then why did it let me place it there? All right. Hold up then. Where I'm going to put all my turkeys. And my ducks, I guess. And my gander. Rooster, geese. I've got cavies. Do I have cavies? Cavies. Coal is wonderful, though. Yeah, I had an embark once that had no metals except for coal. Yes, you can have multiple biomes. We have 2, which is why we have tetrahedrite, which is copper and silver, and silver. I was kind of hoping we get copper, silver, and gold or something, like, something like that. But tetrahedrite. Elbow. No,
Neat.
but botanimous coal is an ore. It's just a flammable one. Hobo, how was the show last night? So, to those of you who've been wondering when the goblins are going to show up, I have the answer to your question now. It was so good. Right? Like, dude, Dragon Force, the band that was known for being awful, got weirdly good. Maybe not weirdly good, but they got good. All right, so I don't have any defenses set up yet, so I don't really want... I'm probably... Chat, call me a pansy. I'm gonna lock the door. Wonder if they took swimming lessons? They can't get into the fort via swimming, so it doesn't matter. Let's hope I set this front gate lever up correctly. Yeah, I feel the same way about Atlantis Firewind. They're like, why does this band exist? Firewind's fine, but or Lost Atlantis or whatever the fuck they're called, the like underwater pirate band that just wants to make out all the time, are odd. Seven Spires was great, although I missed most of their set when I saw them. I caught like the last track and a half. I saw them. To be completely honest with you, isn't that why Dragon Force exists? Is so that Herman Lee can just show off how fast he can shred? Let's see if they can shoot arrows at us from here. Also, are there any zombies on the map right now? Just a bunch of mutilated Crundles. Oh. And some undead turkeys. Well, I mean, they're a distraction. The thing is, if my military was completely trained and I had no recruits, I'd fight them right now. But they're not. Oh no, they killed a wombat neck. Well, all right. Let's just hope that they can't get to us. And if they can, we'll deal with it then. But yeah, no. The funny thing, did the vocalist comment on how old he was when Cry Thunder came out? He's just like, I was 12 when this song was written, which is true. Like, this is what happens when you get a new, young, up-and-coming singer for the band that's, like, 20 years old. I think that that's very funny. He's so much better than their old one. You don't get the same feeling from Dragon Force as Firewind. Something about them just trading solos and having guitar backing, and then their soloing just makes you feel like there's something about a single guitar soloing that's just kind of like, yeah, okay. And I know what you mean. It's the difference between a band and like somebody's pet project, I guess. Oh shit, we're out of booze. This is a problem. We must remedy this. Pronto. I'll put some farmer workshops up here. I love that they're still fighting with that wombat neck. That's funny. But yeah, no, but like the star of the show, Dragon Force, they put on such a good show now. Like, I'm so happy that like, cause like when I was younger, they were notorious for being horrible live, or more accurately, they were notorious for their vocalist getting so drunk he would forget their lyrics. It's kind of sad that they don't have a guitarist anymore, because there's something awesome about a guitar, but I think that that the world is better for them being a fun, entertaining band to see live, and also sounding good, rather than having a guitar. Yeah, guitars are just kind of goofy. Like, they're not the most serious of instruments. Oh, this is a really small siege. Like, really small. There's only, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I'm going to make a second hidey zone, which is just going to be this zone down here. Add burrow is just going to be this layer. And one other spot. The other spot is going to be right here. Right there. And we're going to pull this lever and we're going to go kill these goblins. Drop the gates. Yep. Just waiting. Anytime is here. Anybody pulling the lever? Guys, you got one job. Pull the goddamn lever. Pull the goddamn lever. Pull the goddamn lever. Are we pulling the fucking lever? Oh, they already pulled the lever. That's why. Oh, sweet. So, now. Get out there, dwarves. This is going to be exciting. We're going to have to kill them, and then we're going to have to kill them again, probably. And if they kill any of us, we'll have to kill us, too. All right, so where are these goblins? Oh, there's the goblins. Get them, boys. All right, so. You're going to sleep? You don't want to watch your dwarf fight? Give it like a minute. Come on. Where are you, anyway? Assuming I can even find you. Anyways. Going into combat training. The Hammer Dwarf attacks the Goblin Spearman, but he jumps away. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Goblin Spearman in the right foot with her silver warhammer, fracturing the bone through the high boot. What's Pink Fluffy done so far? Nothing? Nothing. Okay, well, that's bits and pieces flying everywhere. You just did some work. There's Pink Fluffy Llama. Hammerlord, Pink Fluffy Llama. The Hammerlord bashes the Goblin Spearman in the left lower leg with his silver warhammer, chipping the bone through the copper high boot. The force twists the left knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The Hammer Lord kicks the goblin spearman in the lower arm with his copper left gauntlet. The force twists the left elbow, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. The Hammer Lord punches the goblin spearman in the left hand with his bashes the goblin spearman in the left hand. Imagine like getting hit with a silver warhammer in the hand. Just I think these dwarves need a round of beers because they just completely annihilated half of this siege. Most of this siege. The rest are back up here, and they appear to already be leaving. I'm going to redirect the military over here, at which point they turn around and book it in the other direction. Where's a named dwarf that I can follow? There's Pink. We'll follow you. They're going back to the zombies now. Well, that's great. Because they're coming back to life. And they're on the other side, clearing them up. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to station 2 squads here. And B and D here. Or B and C here. On the 2 sides. Splitting them up. And then we're going to deal with the zombies as they respawn, which are going to happen in a moment. They're going to hang out here for a second. Gonna happen. Unless we've managed to mangle all of them. Dragon Man, what up? It's good to see you. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's just a wombat. No longer a wombat. Wombat, more like womnot. Okay. And then we all head back inside. Oh, there's one. Respawn. Bonk. All right, you can go to bed now, Pink. The dwarfy zombie. It's a goblin zombie. Oh my god. Undead Zingos? Zingos? Dingoes, wow. Killed a bunch of zombie eagles, and a goblin, and a zombie goblin. We love our job so much we get to do it twice. Sweet. They'll probably respawn, but fine. Yeah, you have a good night, Pink. But how you doing, Dragon Man? Those things, man. Tired? What's that? Just kind of watching to see if any more zombies respawn. These undead dingoes. I feel like undead dingoes are kind of scary. Not the scariest, but oh, pfft. There's a goblin corpse fighting with like one of my guinea hens. That's unfortunate. I slaughter you. Oh, now you're named. God dang it. Oh, never mind. Just bled out. Well, that's good. You know that guy. Which guy? This guy? You know me? From where? Internet? Or is this a username I'm supposed to remember? Goblin right hand is fighting. Oh, that's not good. That's okay. It's now just a dead right hand. Also, hi, Chops. I don't believe I actually said hello to you. Can you sell zombie animals to caravans? No, because you can't tame them. Yeah, right, Hobo? Spitalier's minis just look so good. It's like, I don't have any interest in building Warhammer minis. Spitalier makes me want to paint Warhammer minis. With those images. It's just like, I have absolutely no interest in doing this myself. But you make me want to have interest in doing this myself. But you have no interest in spending hundreds on plastic? Aren't they technically resin? But yeah, no, I agree. That's part of the main reason I have no interest. No interest in giving Games Workshop money more than anything. And if I really want to play Warhammer, I would just play one of the various video games. Because they're not great, but they're not bad. They're video games. And sometimes you just need video games. All right, so now that that's done, we can go up here. We can build the second layer. I mean, people don't post in it very often. Axon. But yes, we do have a tabletop channel. It's been there for a while. On the Discord. Used to paint planes. Well, I mean, other models that aren't Games Workshop, I could be convinced. But I also just have no interest in spending a bunch of money on models that will just take up more space in my apartment. It's like, if I were to get into building any kind of models or minis, I'd probably just buy Lego, frankly. I mean, at that point, it depends on the model, right? Like, there was one moment in my life where I had a brief lapse of judgment. And only one. Yeah. I've never done that a second time. And I bought me a model airplane. I painted it and I put it together. It looked like shit, and I got rid of it a couple of years later, and I've never done it again. That's funny. Yeah, true. I mean, like, the virtual ways of getting the same kind of entertainment is definitely a good way to go. I mean, yes, Lego is way too expensive, but with Lego, I can justify buying myself maybe one Lego kit a year for, like, Christmas for myself as a big kid Christmas gift, like, as the grown-ass adult that I am, as a thing for me to build and then put on my shelf and feel good about, and then get rid of the ones I don't want every couple of years. Which is about how often I buy Lego. like once per year. It's like I bought the Lego Apollo rocket, and I have a couple architecture kits, but I don't buy them very often. Painted Apache helicopter. I once got given some model motorcycles for Christmas one year. Never actually put any of them together. I made that a pillar, not the thing I wanted. Anyhow. Your kids have all the Lego. You see, you're an adult with children, right? Which means you get to buy yourself all of the Lego you want and just say it's for your kids and not feel bad about it. And then you get to play with them with it, right? Unless they don't let you, in which case then you need nicer kids. You need to teach them the importance of sharing. Oh, really? Sounds fun. You have a big trunk of Lego pieces from your kids' discarded kits. Sometimes you assemble a few pieces in robot form and try to draw it later. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I still have a huge bin of Lego pieces from when I was a kid, which I will take from my parents as soon as I have the space for them, because they have a house with like an attic and shit. I don't have that, so. Alternatives quality start to get really good. Lego lawyers are still crazy because of their minifigures. Here's the thing. If I'm going to buy Lego, I'm going to buy Lego. I'm not going to buy... It's like buying a Gucci handbag, but for toys. It's like, if I'm going to buy me a Lego kit, I'm not going to buy the knockoff Lego or the brick club or the plastic thing block or mega blocks even. I will buy Lego if I'm going to buy Lego. Don't half-ass. It is, but I feel like it's really bad for my posture. Like, I just completely fuck up my posture whenever I try and, like, sort Lego bricks. I don't think it's half-assing if you want to buy quality. Touche. So you agree with me then? So I'll fortify these end bits. 3D print your own pieces, but then you have to buy a 3D printer. Also, most like home quality 3D printers aren't good enough to do that sort of thing yet. Unless you want to spend, like, a lot of money on a 3D printer, at which point I would rather just buy a Lego kit once a year. You're building a fucking castle. What was I do? You're building a fucking castle AIR? What's ALR? ARL? What? I don't know what that means. But... Isn't this generally what you do in Dwarf Fortress? You spend like the first 2 years like struggling to survive, and then you get to the point where you can actually build shit, and then you build a castle. Like, am I doing something wrong? Really sad when it comes to when you compare the sets I got as a kid with the stuff that they get nowadays. At least 10% of the stuff 10 years ago and nearly down here with the average sets. I don't know if it went really downhill necessarily. But I would say that Lego is kind of split these days between being like a little kid's toy company and being an enthusiast's company. And when I was younger, or when I was a kid, they were more of a niche product than they are now. They're more of a mainstream product now, and as things become mainstream, they become watered down. That's just how that like industries work. So I don't know if I necessarily 100% agree with you, but there's definitely like some truth to that statement. Like they don't give as many base plates out. Like they're not as sandboxy. They're more tailored. I agree with. But that's DF though. I'm just playing DF, man. I don't know what game you're playing where you're supposed to struggle to survive, dude. I mean, there's a reason I'm training my military above ground and not below ground. But yeah, no, I don't know. The reason I will still say that I think Lego's pretty cool, even though it's like in some ways a lot worse than it was several decades ago, is because they make things like the architecture kits, which are very much not geared at kids, and like super advanced kits, which are like enthusiast grade like model kits, basically, which they absolutely did not make when I was little, which are awesome. Like that kit that Hobo spent fucking 5 days making, or like a weekend. This huge model car. And like they just didn't do that stuff 20 years ago, so. I don't know. Like there's truth to what you're saying, and I don't disagree, but I think it's a bit more complicated than that. The thing that I'm not super keen on is that Lego's parent company just invested $1 billion in Epic Games specifically for metaverse stuff. That I'm not keen on. Also, to be fair, Star Legend, you just missed a siege. We had to fight a siege 1.5 times. Also, since you only just got back, I guess you haven't seen my moat. I think the part that the thing that Lego doesn't do now that really bums me out is when I was younger, they had a heavy focus on, yeah, you can buy kits. Uh-oh. Who's Maffal? Oh, it was a Goblin's corpse. That's fine. I think that the actual, like, shame is that they focus so heavily on the kits now and hardly at all on just bins of Lego. It's like, yeah, you can go to the Lego store and you can order Lego brick by brick, but you can't just buy, like, I remember there was, like, 3-4 years in a row for every year for my birthday, I would just get, like, the bin like this with just, like, every normal major bright color of generic Lego bricks in varying sizes. Oh, I've seen a few episodes of that in Ender, yeah. But like that's what I would get. It was just like a plastic tub that would just come with like 5,000 bricks. It'd be like 1,000 to one size, 1,000 another size, 1,000 another size, 1,000 size, 200 in each color. And it's like they don't do that anymore in an affordable way. And like those were like $80. Like they were not cheap, but you could get a lot of Lego bricks in just like a tub. And they don't do that anymore at all. And they don't sell base plates anymore at all. And like that was how I got the majority of my Lego kits when I was Lego stuff when I was younger, was these massive like bins of Lego that I would buy. May not get there. Ah, yeah, I think they've blocked themselves in. Whoops. We'll just put those there. Yeah, they don't really sell those as much anymore. Like, they're much harder to get. But yeah, no, I don't know. I live in a 400 square foot apartment, so. Oh, no, absolutely. There's a lot of mixed up Lego kits out there. But, like, you know, like, when you're talking about a hobby like owning a lot of Lego, especially with, like, sorry if I'm assuming. I think we're all adults here, right, chat? Like, most of us probably have had jobs and are finished with school. When you're talking to adults about Lego, adults don't want some kids' used Lego collection, right? Adults want the same Lego kits that they bought when they were younger, or the similar style of Lego kits that they bought when they were younger. Let's let these guys come and help. There we go. Let these poor fuckers down. We can fix this. No.
You suck.
What'd I do? What command's broken? Is beep? I mean, beep's still broken if that's the one that you tried. Because I was lazy and then my weekend ended. Oh yeah, no, there's several. Children. No, I mean, we'll be banned. It works. What are you talking about? What else is it supposed to do? You didn't type anything in, though. Like, literally, I'm scrolling up, and you didn't type anything in. Maybe you weren't connected to chat. Try it again. So, Twitch chat's been weirdly laggy recently. I tried to, because I have commands where I can host my teammates from my teammates' channels. I was trying to move all the hosts over to Bellinair when Jess went offline. And I couldn't type it into FG's chat for like a minute. I was like, what? And that was not too long ago. It was like maybe an hour ago. It was super expensive in Spain when you were a kid and you started playing with Legos with your daughters. Oh, really? I mean, like, that's my grown-ass adult Lego collection right there. You can kind of see it. I've got Statue of Liberty. I've got the Great Wall of China with a rubber ducky on it. I've got a train and British Parliament. I've got a couple others that are disassembled, but those are the ones that I have that are assembled right now. You on mobile too, so maybe. No, I mean, I guarantee you that's what happened because you didn't type anything in on my end. British Parliament. To be fair, I didn't actually buy that one. I didn't actually buy that one. That one was given to me for Christmas by my ex's older brother. Oddly enough, the best Christmas gift I'd gotten in years. It was the first time I'd been given, like, Lego since I moved out. I was so fucking happy when I got it. I was like, I get to build Lego! So I've kept it put together because it was the first architecture kit that I got. I actually really like the Great Wall of China. That's probably my favorite architecture kit that I have. I was like, the Great Wall of China is fucking rad. Hold up. Rip rubber ducky. See? It's this shit. Look at this. That's so cool. Labeled chunk of the Great Wall of China. Look at that. Nice ass model. I need a Winnie the Pooh plushie to put on the Great Wall of China, though. Anyway, welcome back, pilot. Are you like still at work? Or did you actually get off at a recent hour or at a decent hour today? Doing my outer walls, and then once these outer walls are done, we can Find some dwarves to train as Mark's dwarves. A Chinese wall was a fun build, but the note about being able to combine them by multiple seems scummy. What, the Great Wall of China? I have a solution for you. Don't read the notes that are included. I mean, like, I also have, like, the crocodile train, right? Which is a Swedish train. And, like, yeah, I could spend, like, fucking $15,000 and buy, like, 100 different train track pieces and, like, make a full train set out of Lego. Or I could just, like, have one train piece and be happy. So, who cares? Like, of course Lego's scummy. Every single big company in the world that's wildly successful is scummy. That's why they're big and wildly successful. Right? It's like, Valve is kind of scummy because they're big and wildly successful. Epic Games is scummy because they're big and wildly successful. Blizzard is scummy because they're run by a dude who should probably be in prison. So, yeah, just how business works. You have to be an asshole to be successful, which is why I'm not successful. Well, I mean, I'm successful, just not wildly run away, crazy successful. Successful. But yeah, that is kind of scummy. I won't disagree. It's so much fun. It's so much funnier to watch when subtitles are on, you know? No, I agree with that. Subtitles are hilarious because they work sometimes, and the rest of the time they're just added humor. Well, EA is run by a psychotic android from the future in an alternate timeline who isn't human. I mean, hold up. EA Games CEO. I mean, just look at this fucker. Andrew Wilson. Like, there's no way this man is human. You are... Okay, so he's one of two things. He's either a youth pastor or a robot from the future, and I can't quite figure out which one. He's one of the two. He's either like an android or a youth pastor. I mean... One of the, maybe both. Is he from the same assembly line as Zuckerberg? Oh, he's definitely a more recent model because he actually looks human, unlike Mark Zuckerberg. Like, Andrew Wilson is like kind of slightly human looking, whereas Mark Zuckerberg is just a robot. It's the weirdest sentence you've ever walked in on? That's a lie. You've definitely joined in on my stream with me saying something stranger. Like the other day when I was talking about people who like intentionally make games harder for themselves and referred to it as some people like to fuck themselves. And if you like to fuck yourself, don't complain when there's a dildo up your ass. And somebody popped in right when I said that and was like, that was a weird sentence to join on. I'm like, yeah, it was pretty weird for me, I guess. It was like 2 days ago. He cannot point at the images where there are bicycles in the captions. Well, obviously he doesn't because he probably owns a Ferrari or something and has never seen a bicycle in his life. Sociopaths climb to the top of ladders in positions on those positions are just non-violent sociopaths. You know that the only difference between a sociopath and a psychopath is one is violent? And also, yes, that's completely true. Also, it's highly likely that people who end up in positions of power like that are often either A, neurotic, or B, bipolar, or C, manic. In order to be at that level of power and pressure and not collapse and fall apart, you have to be kind of broken. Which is actually, like, interesting, because being broken is a superpower, in a way, if you think about it. Do any of you have the line switch covers that are Lego base plates? Light switch covers. I have no idea what you mean. Oh, you mean, like... Like for to go over a light switch in your house? I've never even heard of those. But no, I've seen multiple studies that basically show that as fact. They aren't Lego AFI? I mean, lots of things aren't Lego that are compatible with Lego. I have a synthesizer that's compatible with Lego. It has 3 nubs on the top that aren't even like supposed to be that, but they fit with Lego bricks. And Teenage Engineering, I don't own any Teenage Engineering kit synthesizers, but all of the Teenage Engineering synthesizers are compatible with Lego bricks. Like, they have nubs on them that are compatible. So, you know, if you just, like, want to attach 2 of their synths together with Lego bricks, you could do that, I guess. So you could build, like, I guess, like a modular synthesizer with nothing but Lego. If your Korg is Lego compatible? I don't... What Korg do you have? Out of curiosity. Do you have one of the, like, the smaller ones or, like, one of the full-size ones? Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I have a Mother 32 and then a couple smaller ones. And it's the smaller little guys by Teenage Engineering. Or like the Teenage Engineering ones by a company called Falcon that have Lego compatible bricks. Cool. Jealous. I would spend all of my income on a small modular synthesizer setup if I had unlimited money. Unfortunately, I don't have unlimited money, and also my money can be kind of sparse sometimes, so I can't consistently commit to, you know, doing that. A VC rack doesn't do it for me. Like, it's like telling a heroin addict that, oh, just like put some salt in water and inject that, you'll be fine. Like, no, it doesn't do it for me, man. I need an actual hit. Going through the motions isn't enough. I need the knobs, man. Knobs and dials. You know that this channel, if nothing else, is known for its whack analogies, dude. Like, currently, I'm the guy that does the cool interviews on YouTube and DF News. But one day in the future, I'll be the guy that makes the really weird analogies. Yes, that I referenced like 2 minutes ago. Loco. If you enjoy making games harder for yourself and you keep repeatedly fucking yourself over, don't complain that there's a dildo up your butt. It's true. Time is right now? No, well, the future is in about 30 seconds. Always. One of my favorite, like, dumb quotes is, the future doesn't exist. So stop saying that you'll do something in the future. I'm, like, way too proud of this stupid little castle. This is looking really fucking cool. This is one of the cooler forts I've made recently. You feel motivated? Congrats. Now what? What? Oh, Eagle Corpse. Guys, there's a... Okay, it's fine, you got it. There was a dead eagle. Oh no, now you're vomiting? Stop vomiting! It's okay, Lemuel. You just had to kill a zombie eagle. That's like just your opinion, man. Pass the blunt. Anyway, what's up, Crazed? How's things? Let's make downstairs and upstairs on all corners of this. lurking for a while. I hope you had a good lurk. Hell yeah, dude. It's always a good position to be in, starting a new job. God dang it. Didn't think this through. Guess I got some workshops to get rid of. That new job smell? It's better than old boss smell. Should be Axe body spray. There was, me and my dad went on a hike last year. Peregrine Falcon Corpse, gosh. Me and my dad went on a hike last year around Hayward Lake. And when we were out there, this guy walks past us walking in the other direction. And we made it about 15 steps past him. And I started coughing. And my dad looks at me and goes, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Man, put on too much Axe." He goes, "What?" I'm like, "Axe body spray." So much Axe body spray. And I was just like, "How did you smell that?" I'm like, "How did you not smell that?" Just walking past a dude on a hike. Just suddenly, like, uncontrollably coughing. And then my dad complains when we walk past the campers that were smoking weed. Just like on the beach. He's like, "Man, there's so many better things you could do with your life, with your lungs." I'm like, at least they don't smell like Axe. We will ride with fire burning hot towards the night sky. They write really fucking good, like, catchy riffs, though. Like, come on. Which song, though? Valley of the Damned is probably my favorite song by them, if I had to pick one. That wasn't, like, you know, one of the super well-known ones. That or Fury of the Storm. Fury of the Storm's also good. Fury of the Storm. You know, good shit. Yeah, no, I listened to a lot of Dragon Force the week after I saw them. Fury of the Storm? That's a good one. Yeah. You like Herman Lee as a person for some reason? He's a nice dude. Like, I met him very briefly at TwitchCon. The last time we went to TwitchCon. In the partner lounge. I wandered in there once, and he was just, like, hanging out in line for coffee. Because there was free coffee in the partner lounge at TwitchCon. You like both those songs in Soldiers of the Wasteland? Yeah, I mean, they're just generic, like, hoorah music, but they're fun. Like, they're kind of like Sabaton in that way. Like, are any of their songs, like, incredible, amazing songs that you'll, like, think about for the rest of your life? No, they don't need to be. That's not the point. They're just goofy. What genre is Dragon Force? Speed metal? I think. Speed metal, power metal, depends on the song. It depends on whether they're at 250 BPM or not. It depends on whether or not the drum kit sounds like a drum kit or a and usually it sounds like the latter. Speed power metal? Okay. I mean, they have a few. Well, okay. There's speed metal or power metal or speed power metal. Or there is Celine Dion cover band. Because for some reason they cover Celine Dion songs. As to why they do that? They sounded fairly melodic. I mean, they're just goofy. It actually is good. That's the thing. Like it's way better than it has any right to be. It's way better than it has any right to be. You were more into thrash metal at that time? I love thrash. Thrash is great. Slayer kind of sucks, but thrash is great. So, right there with you. Dragon Force is just like a brick of cheddar cheese. And you don't always have to eat a whole brick of cheddar cheese when you have a brick of cheddar cheese, but sometimes you're just in the mood and you have a brick of cheddar cheese and nothing better to do, so you're gonna eat that whole brick of cheddar cheese. It'll make you feel kind of ill later, but that's fine because you'll enjoy it during the process. And that's Dragon Force. They're just a block of cheese. And sometimes you just need to sit down and eat a block of cheese, you know? Man, I'm so jealous. I would. One of these days, I want to see Gogo Bordello. Can you not ruin the cheddar that you're eating right now? What? How am I ruining the cheddar that you're eating right now by comparing a... So you remember how, like, a couple minutes ago I was talking about how this channel is going to be known for its dumb analogies one day? That's one of them. God, that sucks, dude. I'd be so sad. I'm just mad that, this is a completely different genre of music. I'm just mad that Boy Harsher canceled their Canada show. Makes me sad. I really wanted to see Boy Harsher. If I'm the right level of depressed, I will take a joint and a block of brie to the park and just go for a walk and eat a brick of brie. I have to be really far gone to do that, though. It's, like, guaranteed to make me happy, but it's pretty rare that I'll do that. Always cheers me up, though. Brie is just, because of, like, the way brie is packaged and the shape of brie, it's just, like, the best cheese to just, like, hold and just munch on. Like, it's just one of the best munching cheeses. Yeah, and that's why I buy it as well, is because nobody buys it at my grocery store, and it has a tendency of being like 20% off, 30% off, $5 off, a $6 block of cheese. You know, I can get a brick of brie for $1, and then I have brie, and I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna use brie for? Well, I mean, to give you an idea about how seriously you should take Dragon Force, they wrote a song about Skyrim. But what's really funny about the song that they wrote about Skyrim is if they just didn't say that it was about Skyrim, it would have just sounded like a normal Dragon Force song. It's like, Skyrim has everything in it that fits perfectly with, like, their quota. It's like, okay, they scream about dragons, got it. They shout about fighting in battles, got it. Magic spells, got it. Questing, got it. Grand adventure and lots of solos, got it. Something, last dragonborn, shout at the dragon, ah! And all that shit. Like, yeah, no, like, it doesn't sound any different from anything else they've written. They're not very good at writing ballads, but, like, if you just want cheesy garbage, they're great. Making you hungry before bed? I'll stop talking about food. I have to pour more coffee. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours and I haven't had lunch yet. I just haven't been hungry this week. Wait, what name did you not expect me to drop? Boy Harsher? Why is that? When I say that I listen to a lot of music, I'm not joking. I actually just ordered Your Body Is Nothing on cassette. Because their fan base is usually super elitist, edgy goth people. Well, you know what? I just want you to know that I do self-identify as a super edgy, elitist goth person, naturally. I mean, oh, I'm understanding now why this isn't working. Duh. I'm a moron. I mean, like, I can see that, I guess. It's... I mean, that's like saying that everybody who listens to... Hobo, what's a band with an... What's a... Have you met one? Like, Hobo, what's a band that has an insufferable fan base that you listen to? Oh, I know one. Animals as Leaders. Fucking incredible. I want to punch half the people in the concerts that I go... Every time... I've seen them once, and I wanted to break half of that crowd's nose. Bands with human fans? True. Bands that you listen to, yeah. Like, what is a band with, like... You don't say 21 Pilots? Oh my god, you listen to 21 Pilots? Holy shit. Just finally finished setting up your keybinds? Do you customize all of your keybinds? My god. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought you just admitted a crime and I was going to put you in jail or something. Terrible concerts? Another out of left field one that you probably, well, maybe would stand out more now that I've just said that I listened to Boy Harsher. I had tickets to see Molchat Doma, and then they canceled the show and refunded tickets, and then I wouldn't say that I've listened to them. If I said I'd listened to them, that would be a lie. I had tickets for Molchat Doma, and then the show canceled, and then they booked a new date, and I didn't buy tickets in time because they sold out, and I'm so sad. Which is also weird, because they're from Belarus, and I don't think they're technically allowed in the country right now. So, there is that, which is also kind of a weird wrinkle. Oh yeah, fuck Tool fans. Tool's fine. Fuck Tool fans. I think they were just on tour before the show started. So yeah, maybe they are. Or not before the show started. They were on tour before the war started. So yeah, maybe they are technically refugees. I don't know. I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked into it too closely. It's okay. I still have tickets to Lebanon, Hanover, so we're good. Granted, I also have tickets. This show got delayed by a year, so this show's not till 2023. I'm just looking through the tickets that I have shows for, or shows that I have tickets for right now. I have tickets to go see fucking Static X and Dope and Fear Factory. Which is like, you can't trust anybody's taste in music. Mine especially. Speaking of people with great taste in music, Bellinair! How's Anvil? That game looks odd to me. But what's up, man? Thank you much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Surprisingly fun. Really? If you guys don't know Bell, you should go give him a follow. He's a lovely Finnish lad who plays a variety of video games. Part of my stream team, and sometimes you'll hear his voice on the Halcyon Frequency podcast. Plays almost like a twin stick shooter murder thing. Twin stick shooter murder thing. I'm just imagining like a twin stick like manhunt, and that's very strange. This is a haunted fortress that we built over the last 2 days. We're in this. We have this lovely moat and a drawbridge, but the fortress itself is actually like down here. This is the actual fort. Hey, Gristith. Oh, okay. I mean, that's the game that I was thinking that it looked kind of like, but I couldn't remember the name of it. For Helldivers. Well, I mean, you remember who you're talking to? I will slap you if you call that a roguelike, because it's definitely not a roguelike. This is why I'll never win this fight. It's because even my friends don't remember. What, twin stick murder simulator? I guess. I don't know. I don't think of Hotline Miami as a twin stick murder simulator because I played that with a mouse. I would not want to play that game with a controller. More like driving, less like Live Leaks. True. Roguelike. There you go. Run-based twin stick. I like that Blind takes the time to not make straight walls. And then I make occasionally perfectly symmetrical things like this. Like, I never do that, except for when I do, apparently. Surprised by how much you enjoy it? Gotcha. I'd rather not, but that's like a conversation we have all the time because I'm very much the Binding of Isaac is not a roguelike, it's a run-based action game kind of guy. And it's the hill I die on. So, I mean, if you want to have that discussion, there isn't a discussion to have because you're wrong if you disagree with that statement. For the exact same reason that Skyrim isn't an RPG, it's an action-adventure game. And Souls-like isn't a genre. They're action-adventure games. But, you know, it's fine. If it's not a, like, turn-based game, just call it a run-based whatever it is. So, like, Spelunky's a run-based platformer. I mean, sure, you can be a sandbox adventure, like, action-adventure game. Spelunky's a run-based platformer, not a roguelike. Not a modern roguelike. Shouldn't even be associated with roguelikes. Doom's an FPS, dude. What? That's like just the end of the discussion for me at this point. Dubious because of Steam reviews? Yeah, doesn't Anvil have like bad Steam reviews? Wow, mostly negative. Good lord. Although, question, Bell. Now, are you saying that you're like, this is surprisingly decent because it's surprisingly decent, or are you saying it's surprisingly decent because you got paid to play it? Because, like, I think that was sponsored, was it not? Souls-like is an action-adventure game with campfires and easy and medium difficulties disabled. You have a good night, Twitch ups. But even if your friend said to buy, okay, fair enough, fair enough. What if you paid $28 for it, which is how much it costs over here in Canada? Because I'll be honest, I did have your stream up for a little bit, and I do think that that game looks very clunky, so I agree with the Steam review. I also watched somebody else play it, which was also sponsored. Oh yeah, fuck that. If I paid like $30 for a game and then they did a season pass during early access, yeah, I'd leave a review too. That sucks. That's bad practice. But hey, at least they paid you some of that season pass money. Also sounds like they didn't sell well enough and the game's running out of money, which just kind of sucks. That's usually why stuff like that happens. Ah, god damn it. I haven't set to mark again. The button to deconstruct stuff is N, and I keep hitting M instead. I'm hitting M all day. Unless it's about getting out the word of CRPGs and immersive sims. I mean, when it comes to genre talk, like if you're somebody who really likes CRPGs and immersive sims and you get sad when people misgenre those, that's me with roguelikes, right? Like, that is me. That is, like, I lament the death of one of my favorite genres of games every day because people misclassify them, and thus the actual real ones don't sell as well because they just get swamped on every single major storefront with games that aren't even remotely similar, and it just sucks. Like, in a world where you go into the traditional roguelike section of Steam and there's people that tag RoboQuest, which is like a fine action run-based thing, as a traditional roguelike, I just cry. Well, I mean, the better search term for games that are taking one mechanic from roguelikes is run-based, right? It's if people stop using them as a marketing term, like big companies want you to, then my oddly specific, extremely niche genre can continue to exist and not get buried, even more than it already does. Which is the reality, right? My favorite genre. Games with slower, satisfying pew-pews. Speaking of immersive sims, well, it's kind of an immersive sim, but I've been super tempted to play through Might and Magic Dark Messiah again because of Weird West existing. Almost wish that there was a Krug-like tile set for CDDI. I just wish that there was more tile sets for CDDI. Probably the best one in Ander. But it's also a roguelike. I just have this problem with CDDA where I don't like sandbox survival games. Like, I don't find them fun, satisfying, or rewarding, so. I understand, like, I fully get the appeal of them, and I just also fully get that I don't like that appeal. So. I played the DayZ mod for like 4 hours once when it was new and was like, okay. And then stopped. Because all my friends played it for a day and they were also like, okay. And then they stopped as well. And then we went back to playing Counter-Strike, I think. Sometimes I can be conned into playing Project Zomboid for periods of time. But usually what ends up happening is I get to the point where I actually have to play Project Zomboid, and then I remember that I really don't like that type of game, and then I stop. Like, I get far enough in to where, like, it stops being about just, like, running around in town and, like, stealing cans of food and that bit, and then it turns into an actual survival sim, and then I'm like, right, I don't like these games. No, I mean, that's every survival game's end game, right? Is having specific goals and challenges to go for. I just don't like the basic game loop of those things so much that I can't play them. Like, it's actually the same reason I don't like Minecraft. It's because I hate that having to go out, gather resources, bring them back, put them in bins, go out, find stuff, scavenge stuff. It's fucked. Like, the extent of what I can handle is like Caves of Cud. And even that's like at times pushing it. Yeah, see, I hate that because I hate having to deal with other human beings. Games that the numbers go up. So what you're telling me, catch up on. If you like games where the numbers go up, does that mean that you are also currently playing the greatest game ever made? Cookie clicker? I just launched it, if it wasn't up. Do I have a clot? What? I didn't even click anything. Game? What the fuck? Anyway. I just opened it. Numbers, not number? There's multiple numbers? In Cookie Clicker? What are you talking about? Although that's not my favorite clicker. My favorite clicker is... Universal Paperclips is great. No, but my favorite clicker is Spaceplane. I mostly bought Cookie Clicker because I put an ungodly amount of time into that game over the years. And I figured it was about time I give the fucker who made it some money. Never played Candy Box. Disgaea is lots of no... God, Disgaea. Yeah, you can buy Cookie Clicker on Steam. It has cloud saves, Steam achievements, and a soundtrack by the people who did the Minecraft soundtrack, which I muted the literal second I turned it on, and I've never unmuted it. Apparently it's good, but... It's like $5. And I want to say it has like 99% overwhelmingly positive reviews and is one of the highest rated games on Steam. But yeah, no, Cookie Clicker is literally, yeah. I don't really play TD games. 97% positive reviews. I've become so numb. Accurate, yes. Me too. Yeah, no, that thing was fueled by donations for like a decade, and then the dev was just like, fuck it! Boom. You know, I love how many people watch my most recent video on Dwarf Fortress and leave comments about, so when's it released? And nobody watches my roadmap video where I literally talk about when they're planning on releasing it that has release date in the tags and in the title. People just need to get better at like YouTube searching. Like 15 comments a day asking when if there's a projected release date. But when is it released? When it's ready, you numbskull. Technically, it's released right now. Go play it. When's it coming out? Good question. Comments are just engagement. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm not complaining people are leaving comments. I just think it's funny. I'm quite happy, actually, that people are leaving comments because it means there's a slightly higher chance that my videos will get booted back into the algorithm. You're just waiting for the beta, TBH? I mean, I'm playing the alpha right now, so I'm way ahead of you, man. Are you still alive in the new fortress? I assume so. I don't think you died. I'm so excited for there to be a search function for this screen in vanilla. Did I put you in this fort? I know that you died in the old one. Although, to be fair, yesterday is kind of a... It was kind of a blur. Yeah, no, I think that you were in one of the, in one of the failed forts. So yeah, no, you are definitely dead. As it took me, 2 false starts to get this one going. The first 7 yesterday, it's high. There's a 2 out of 3 chance that you are dead. We're going to build a tower in the middle, by the way. That's what that square is for. Although I'm going to circle it off slightly. Man, my poor mayor. He's just been hanging out for years, getting absolutely nothing that they're demanding, because I'm just completely ignoring them. I can't export figurines? What the fuck am I supposed to sell then, man? Hold up. Here, I'll give you your furniture. You've been in the fort long enough. I will give you your coffers, cabinets, your armor and whip. And we're damn close to building this outer wall, though. Although, why just build 1 tower when I could build, like, 5? Oh no, a turkey gobbler's been missing for a week. That's not good. That means there's probably an undead turkey somewhere. Well, there's still an undead turkey head. Oh, this one's in the river. Well. I can just live there, I suppose. I think it's pretty likely we're going to find an undead turkey pretty soon. Damn, I've been live for 9 hours? When the fuck did that happen? Good God. They live in the caverns. They're mostly undead serpent people. Because they fought with a cave crocodile that killed a couple of them, and then they became undead. But yeah, no, they're exactly what they sound like. Those goddamn cave crocs. Yeah, they're also really, really weak. I have had them alive in my fortress before. I made some serpent people adventurers and joined a fort once. They're pretty cool. They're kind of tiny though. Like they're not very strong. Pretty weak. They're not the most efficient or powerful critters that you could have. I haven't seen any gremlins in this fort yet. I know for a fact there's gremlins in this world. Mothfall had like 7 or 8 gremlins show up. I've never seen a gnome in Dwarf Fortress. I wouldn't know that gnomes existed if it wasn't for Legends. And stumbling upon them in Legends once. It was one of the first things you read about on the game's wiki, and you just expected them to be common, but nope. Well, they are actually quite common. But the thing about them is the zone that they live at the highest points on peaks of mountains in caves. And they don't ever come down, which are not settleable in Fortress mode. And almost nobody plays Adventure mode. And almost nobody plays Adventure mode enough to find them. So they're actually quite common. They live permanently underground. They never come out. And they live in... yeah, but RNG does weird shit with his world gen sometimes. So they hide in weird places. And because of where they hide, they're like impossible to find. Once we get this wall done, we're gonna then go do another round of bedrooms down in the basement. They showed up in the bottom and then were never seen again. Really? Wow. I still think like the weirdest / rarest thing I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress is I saw a werewolf. Like, not a like fucking, I don't know, not a were-cow, not a were-ass, not a were-banana. It was a werewolf. And I think that my Dwarf Fortress career peaked that day. Not a were-giraffe, not a were-yak, not a were-cougar. It was a werewolf. Which is one of the craziest, rarest things I've ever seen. No, that would be a why wolf, not a werewolf. Come on. One minute ago, I was a fan of a band whose fan bases are usually insufferable goths, and now I'm also getting accused of being a furry. Pardon? I'm genuinely kind of disturbed by furries, so... Like, I'm one of those annoying people who has a hard time watching VTubers because they, like, just make me uncanny valley and creeped out. So... I mean, far from it. If you're going to assign any god-awful fucked up labels to me, at the very least, just call me, like, I don't know, bit of an emo kid. That's, like, the one thing I never grew out of, because I still listen to, like, the Get Up Kids and shit. Still listen to American football. Still listen to Sum 41. Were-dingoes, I feel like, are pretty common. I've seen those a number of times. Were-lizards also feel really common. On Twitch? Because that's just, like, normal Twitch these days. An elven caravan has arrived to trade once again. I'm actually gonna try and trade with them this year. Although I still don't have anything to really sell them. Except for like armor. Oh shit! Spiky-haired freak has been possessed. And you're a blacksmith. See what you do. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, the only real, like, assignable labels that you can really give me are metalhead or emo kid. But at the same time, I also listen to jazz. Like, I listen to drum and bass. I listen to classical. I listen, like, music. Assigning music genres as labels to me is kind of redundant because I listen to so much shit. Punk rock. Oh, I know Forgive Me, Father. That was the only English stream. I wonder if I know them. I know a few of those. That or a stoner. That's a accurate label for me. Because I own 3 bongs, 2 pipes, and I have about 2 ounces of weed in my house right now. It's $4.20, okay? Everything's on sale. Shit's cheap right now. 30% off weed is good. Yeah, I'd pass pretty quick on that. What'd you grab? Pigtail cloth and copper. All right. Hoping you'd grab silver, but if you wanted copper, who am I to say what you can and cannot take? So there is a named wombat corpse that is killing this elf. I'm gonna send my dwarves out to go help, so that they can't accuse us of not assisting. There you go. Bonk. Come on, dwarves, go deal with it. Oh, it's already dead, I think. Yep, it's already dead. Right, you okay there, Elfie? What kind of injuries do you have? Your toe's broken, your neck's dented, your leg's cut open. Carving fortification. I carved fortifications and then went 1 layer up and channeled down next to the fortification. 1 layer, 1 block row out from the fortifications. You love dented eyelids. Yeah, well. My favorite is when his brain is dented. It's like, how are you not dead? Or I once had a dwarf that was alive, which that's a weird way to start a sentence. I once had a living dwarf that was like functioning totally fine. But, oh my god. Well, there goes Erdil. Erdem. Climb out. Get out. Come on, dude. Get up. Yes! He got spooked into the water by a undead eagle, but managed to get out. Fucking was almost another zombie in my river. That would have been suboptimal. But I once had a dwarf that was perfectly functional by all accounts, aside from the fact that their brain was mangled beyond recognition. It's like they were a perfectly normal dwarf, functioning, from what we could tell, just fine. But their brain was mangled beyond recognition. And there was another dwarf who from that same fort whose heart was mangled beyond recognition. What's funny is mangled beyond recognition doesn't necessarily mean it's not functioning. It just means it's mangled beyond recognition. It's an amoeba, pretty much, yeah. Not to be confused with an amiibo. That's an overpriced plastic toy. But yeah, having a dwarf whose heart was mangled beyond recognition was just kind of a mood, though. It's like, oh man, dwarf, I feel you. Been there. Rough time. You'll get over it. You're better now. All you can do is be positive and encourage in a situation when somebody's heart is mangled beyond recognition. What vaporized dwarf smells like? Probably pretty similar to vaporized human, which smells awful. Do I know this from experience? No. But I have cleaned up after a knife fight. It smells kind of irony. Why priority 4? Because it's the default. And I'm too lazy to change it right now. I'm just making bedrooms. It's not like I'm doing something fancy. Like, you think that everything I do has, like, some thought put into it? You don't know me very well if you think that. I just don't like squares. And will do things in my power to not make squares. That's about it. Well, I'm glad I give off a better impression than I actually am, but... There are certain things I do that definitely have, like, reasoning behind it, but trust me, the priority number here is, it's the default, and I hadn't thought about changing it. And this is the only digging job I have right now, so it doesn't matter. If it's priority 1 or priority 7, it'll be the first one to get done, so... Well, Dwarf might like square, streamer no like square. I mean, some dwarves like four-sided prisms, so isn't that kind of just a square? This fort looks badass. Thank you. It's better than the box it started off as. I've managed to recover it quite nicely based on the fact that it started off as an absolute clusterfuck. Because, like, for those of you who don't know or weren't here yesterday, this fort has a 12 Z-level varied aquifer from the surface all the way down through the first cavern layer into 2 Z-levels above where we are right now. And my God, that took me like an hour and a half to dig through. It was ridiculous. It just kept fucking going. I was so salty by the end of it. I was like, why is there still aquifer here? Ah. But, you know. Looks like a cell, as in like a jail cell or like an amoeba. Like a... Well, I think that's pretty cool if it looks like a body cell. It's like I knew the site had a varied aquifer. I didn't think it would go that deep. It literally made me start feeling like I was in too deep because I was trying to keep up above and my head keeps going under. It was 2 or 3 stacked on top of each other. I don't fucking know what it was, but it was obnoxious. I think that's the wrong lyric. I should know this. Were you quit at 20 plus? Oh, fuck. I mean, like here, if I go up to this cavern layer. Oh, I'm going down, not up, duh. and then turn on dig. This is all aquifer. And we built through this, which took forever. While it was like raining on them too. We made it though. You don't know how I pulled that off? Very slowly. And with lots of cursing. It was like, dig a little bit. Ah, fuck. It keeps going. Dig a little bit more. Ah, come on. When does this fucking end? God damn it. Fucking fuck. Just lots of cursing. And also we were getting dive bombed by undead eagles while I was doing that. So it's like, yeah, it was awful. So I'm happy that this fort is turning out as well as it is. Sounds like Terraria. What, getting dive bombed by undead eagles? I haven't played Terraria in a very long time. I haven't played Terraria since like 2011, I think. I don't know. Didn't really like it. It was fine. Kind of boring. Not for me. Good music. That's actually like the one thing I really like about Terraria that's stuck with me is I really like the music. Great soundtrack on that game. Bum, 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 bum. Mining elevator. You know, local theme park here, we have a ride called the Elevator. All right, let's just let them dig a little bit. No more water. All the bats around you and undead to annoy you. Oh god, more water. Yep. I'm just so happy we didn't get hit by any, what's it called? Scary monsters while we were digging. Speaking of roguelikes, this was posted by a roguelikes person. Baby chickens! Look at these peepers! They're so cute. They're so cute. They're so fluffy. Speaking of fluffy, spiky-haired freak has created Egan Castor, a copper bucket. Was that the best you could come up with? And claims it as created as Engen Castor Brimkatad, a copper bucket, and claims it as a family heirloom. For reference, that's the Unnormal on Twitter, Brian Becklew, the developer or programmer on Caves of Cud. But yeah, you made an artifact bucket. It's art, in fact. Bucket. It's called Gifted Blocks, the artificial company. And you say, this is an artifact bucket. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper, and on the item is an image of dwarves in pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Uniontheater by the climatic dwelling of the Crimson Pulley in the early spring of 180. The guy is a bird whisperer and healer. Brian Becklew? I mean, his Twitter is like a stream of consciousness that is terrifying, and I love it. It's worth 7,200 Zethal. All right, well, I guess we will make a second well for it. I would say it deserves it. It is a nice bucket, yeah. Okay, I don't know who that is then. You know, chat, I've been live for 9 hours and I haven't eaten yet. So I'm going to pause and just real quick go get me a sandwich. Do you guys want to listen to a record while I'm gone? Or do you guys just want me to leave you? Maybe I can place the artifact bucket in a place of honor? I mean, I could put it on a pedestal. Hey, Robin. All right, I will give you guys a record to listen to. So I will be back in about 5 minutes. When I get back, we will listen to the other half. We'll listen to the rest of the record. So it'll be about 15-minute break from Dwarfs, and then we'll come back to Dwarfs. We're gonna keep playing this fort quite a bit. I mean, we're 9 hours and 15 minutes into the stream, which means we got like about 4 or 5 hours left, I would say. On the long end, artifact bucket for mayor. Wait, am I electing the bucket as mayor, or are we giving the bucket to the mayor? What? Which one? But as always.